Aye.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Atomic Tuna and Tuna Yachts Day 2 virtual boat show. We had a great day yesterday. We had a lot of visitors. Hopefully, we'll have a lot of visitors today. We had a couple technical glitches yesterday. We got them sorted out, we hope. Bear with us on those if we have them today, but we should be pretty good. And definitely give us some feedback. Today, we're going to do another full day. We're going to show you 3 boats. We're going to show you a 2004 Fibercraft 43, nice pilot house cruising boat. We're going to show you a 2005 Tiana 48. Great cruising sailboat, great condition. You'll like that boat. We're going to do both of those live. We'll go over to Grand Marina and show you those boats live. And if we have time while we're over there, we're going to add another boat. It's going to be a Bayliner 3988. So you'll get to see 3 boats, a couple power boats and a sailboat today. And then we'll do the 2018 Catalina 425, just like a beautiful boat. It's just like new. So those are the boats we're going to do today. The sessions we're going to do are pretty interesting. First session is going to be a women's perspective on boating, and we're going to have I think 5 women in the session, and 2 will be here in the office in the studio, and the other 3 will be calling in. So that'll be a really fun, interesting session. We're going to do a session on why Catalinas are better. And if you were here yesterday, you heard me talk about that. We're going to talk even more about that. I was down in the Catalina factory in February and had a full tour and really now understand why Catalinas are better. They say it's not your grandfather's Catalina. And the reason they say that is because they are so much better and so good compared to what they were before. And also compared to all the other boats that are out on the market nowadays, especially the production boats. So lots of reasons why Catalinas are better. We'll go over that with you and field questions on that. And then we'll go out and we'll see the 425. So you can actually see those things that I've been talking about. After that, we're going to do a session on maintaining your boat. We'll have a couple mechanics that will be here, and they will be talking about, what you should do to maintain your boat. What are the things that they see that over and over again that are problems? And we'll be open for questions. So get ready, get your questions ready, and sit in on that meeting and ask us questions, and we'll tell you stories and talk about maintaining your boat. Yesterday, we had a great session on quizzes. Peter Benzinger, who is a salesman here and just finished a 9-year circumnavigation, has all this nautical trivia, and it's really, really interesting and it's fun. So that starts at 3 o'clock, I believe, and that will be about, 10 questions or so, and we'll be giving prizes away. Excuse me. We'll be giving prizes away as well during that session and also throughout the day today. So hang out, be with us all day. You can win prizes. Some of the sessions are you'll be really interested in. Others you may not as much, but definitely hang out and get some quizzes and prizes. After that, Bruce Nelson from West Marine, the electronics expert from the Sausalito store, and also one of our salespeople will be here, and he's going to talk about new electronics and batteries. Uh, so that's going to be really interesting. The electronics, as you know, that they changed rapidly. Bruce is up to speed on all the new stuff, and he'll be available for questions as well. So tune in to Bruce. Bruce starts at 2 o'clock, I believe. No, 3 o'clock, 3:15. And then we have a special guest, Gary Clausen from Twin Rivers Marine. He's going to talk about insurance and what you need to get insurance. And if there's any questions you guys have on that, like what do you need for a survey, or what if you're buying a bigger boat than you ever ran? What do you do with that? He's going to be here and talk about that. So that'll be a fun talk. Eva Tanner, who is a local woman that lives aboard over in Emery Cove and does a lot of deliveries up and down the coast. She's really honed her skills on weather routing. And we're going to give you a session on Eva talking about weather routing and what to do and what services to use and how she does it. And really interesting talk on weather routing. So if you're planning on going out the gate, turning left or right, be sure to hang out and listen in on Eva's talk. And then the last thing we're going to do is really special today. You know, we all missed the Real Boat Show, the one over in Richmond. They closed it down because of the COVID-19 pandemic, as we all know. But one of the things that's always fun with those shows is the after show party. And Latitude 38 puts on a after show party every Friday at during the show. And they weren't able to do that this year. So guess what? We're going to do it here. So Latitude 38 is going to have their virtual party. They'll have some special guest speakers. I think Max Ebb may be talking, and maybe even Lee Helm. John Arndt could be talking, and some other experts. And they will be giving away prizes and gifts as well. So tune in. They'll have great music and fun times. So yeah, so it's going to be a full day today, ending with the Latitude 38 cruise party. Lots of things going on, lots of boats to see, lots of people talking, and we really look forward to having you all here today. Come and go throughout the day. Stay for the whole show. We are going to we're going to be giving special pricing on boats that we have that we're showing throughout the boat show. There's prizes that will help you if you're buying a boat. Joan Burley from Trident Funding yesterday. She is giving away to the first person that buys a boat here $300 off title, and Atomic Tuna is matching that. So you have free title work. It's about a $600 savings. And there's tons of other gifts too. So it's going to be a fun show. And you should definitely hang out and enjoy the show. So let's give away a couple gifts to start while we're here. Gailey, do you have the gift? Let's give away an Atomic Tuna hat. So do we have a list of participants? Hold on one second. Yeah, how about Brian Davids? Hey, Brian, we see you've joined us, and we're going to give you an Atomic Tuna hat. If you can send us your address. Here you go, Atomic Tuna Yacht Sales, really nice little hat. We wear ours all the time. So yeah, Brian, congratulations, and send us your address and we'll send it out to you, or you can swing by the office and we will we'll hand it out through the door. And I wanted to talk a little about this COVID-19 and social distancing. We're really concerned about it. We're really serious about it. If you talked to us yesterday or listened to us yesterday, we had a whole session on that. And what we're doing to really comply with the social distancing, and we think that it's going to really spill over into the yacht brokerage business long-term, it'll be the new normal, is we're giving virtual tours. So when you're ready to see a boat, or you're looking at a number of boats and you want to check them out, rather than having to come down to the boat and tromp around the bay and drive, although there's no traffic now, but driving around through the bay to find boats, or flying down to San Diego or Seattle or the East Coast, we do virtual showings. We do virtual walkthroughs. And that gives you a really good showing on a boat. You get to see the boat and without having to go there and subject yourself to possible contamination from the virus. So we will go on the boat. We actually wipe the boats down before and after we go on the boat, so we keep them clean and keep everybody safe. The next step is, if you like the boat, we get it into contract and then we get you on the boat. You can reject the boat if you don't like it after getting on it, but that way you get to know if you can actually negotiate the price and come to an agreeable price before you waste your time going around looking at a boat that you may not even be able to buy. So we're really encouraged about this new procedure. We think it's a way to go for the next generation. Real estate is going that way. We're doing it, and it's something that we're doing, and we really want to keep you safe as well as us. So the virtual boat show is our first shot here at showing people how to do this virtually. We're going to be doing a weekly show. I'm not sure if it will start next week or the week after, but we'll be doing a short little show on Saturday, probably from 10 o'clock to noon or 10 to 11, where we'll be showing you new boats that we just listed, and we'll have special interviews with experts in the Bay Area and actually further away as well. So during this show, we have an expert from San Diego on law. He's going to be joining us on Saturday. That's Chris Wenther. On Sunday, we're getting Vincent Finetti aboard, and he's going to be joining us from Vancouver. I think he's actually in Nanaimo on Vancouver Island. But this gives us the ability to bring you guys more information, and we like feedback. So as you're watching the show, or when you're done with the show and you're thinking, hey, you know, I really like this. I'd like to see a speaker from, you know, talking about, maybe a boat manufacturer, a certain boat manufacturer, or you want some more information from, say, Joan Burley on financing, or some other financing company. You know, what's new? Maybe we'll interview somebody from the Coast Guard. Just send us your information, and we'll arrange to get interviews going and giving you guys feedback over Zoom, over Facebook Live and YouTube Live. And then we're going to post all this up on our website. So you can come back to our website and check out all these sessions, whether they're during the virtual boat show or the ones that we're going to be doing in the future, and be able to sit back in your couch and your sofa at home, or when you're sitting down in the morning and having coffee, and virtually going through and seeing boats and getting educated. So that about wraps up my welcome for the morning. We're going to switch over, and we're going to show you a 2005 Beneteau 35. And it's a great boat. Are we ready to cue that up? It's a great boat. It's in excellent condition. It's had a lot of modifications to it to make it really easy for single handing. And it's, excuse me, it's 2015, not 2005. Sorry, I had a little brain fart there. So 2015 Beneteau 35. Okay, let's get that queued up.
Hey there, I'm Dan Hill. I'm with Atomic Tuna Yachts, and I'm here to give you a walkthrough of this 2016 Oceanus 35 Beneteau. One neat thing about this boat is it comes equipped with dual rudders and a deep draft keel and hard chines. So this boat digs in and sails like a champion. Let's go aboard. First thing you'll notice with this boat, sets it apart from the other Oceanus 35s, is that it does not have that stock arch that the other Oceanus 35s has. He opted for a custom Dodger built by Iversons, which is one of the most desirable canvas makers for the marine industry. So that sets this boat apart right away. You also notice he had a custom mainsail manufactured. Instead of the in-mast furling, it's got a carbon main. And if you'll notice what I'm going to do here, check that out. That's pretty cool. Another thing that sets this boat apart from the other Oceanus 35s is the German main sheeting system, or otherwise referred to as Admiral's Cup main sheet. What it does is it brings all of the tail ends of the sheet, your trimming sheets, back to each winch on each side. This is a racing type of sheeting system, and you'll notice they come back to each clutch on each side of the helm. So you can trim your main from this side, from the starboard side, and you can also trim it from the port side, which is really cool. This boat is developed and made and customized to be a single-handed boat. You could drive this boat by yourself with ease. There are electric winches at each helm, and you can control each winch. This is our starboard side. It's fast, slow, and I'm gonna go over there. At each helm. Fast and slow. So you can have your jib on that side, have your main sheet on this side. You can have your jib on this side, your main sheet on that side. Doesn't matter. You don't need to move. It's amazing. It's a really cool setup. So you'll notice here we've got a lazarette, starboard side. Roomy as all get out. This thing could hold a couple children. Got the new the Genoa in there, unused. All your safety gear, your cleaning products, canvas, extra dock lines. Also, what sets the Oceanus apart from most production boats is the swim step, which is an amazing thing. I can't fully deploy it right now because of our dock situation, but you have a latch over there. You come over here and you undo this, and you've got a fully deployable swim step. Really great for man overboard or jumping in the water and having some fun. Just pull it back up, flash it here, and fix the lock over there, and you are all good to go. So with the electronics on this boat, they had various options, but the owner went with the upgraded B&G chart plotter. It's got audio controls as well. You can control your stereo. You can do everything necessary for navigating right here. You've got autopilot, and you also have autopilot on the other side with a repeater. So you can kind of see your wind speed, whatever you need to see here as well. And you can use the autopilot. Compasses at each helm. Your Yanmar engine controls right here. forward here, you'll notice we've got a self-tacking jib right across here. 90% jib. You don't have to even do anything. It's like cruise control for a sailboat. You also have full-size Genoa leads as well, with a 110% brand new Genoa stored below, never been used. So if you need some light air sailing, you've got a full Genoa as well. And just standard equipment, windlass, automatic windlass with your chain and rode, everything used probably 2 times. And now as we walk below, we get into the interior of the vessel. You'll notice it has a separate shower and a separate head, which is really nice because you got a lot of room in there for taking a shower, and you're not taking a shower with the toilet. So pretty cool option there. Okay, in this Oceanos 35, you'll notice it's what's called the cruiser layout. It's got the galley on the starboard side here, gimbaling stove, reefer unit here, microwave, all the things necessary. Great ventilation above the galley here. Very cool storage systems for all your necessary things. This boat comes with a whole layout of culinary equipment and everything necessary for a great weekend or a cruise down the coast. And coming forward, you notice there's no bulkhead here to separate the V-berth. That is an option. It is standard with this boat. You have that available. We have it in storage. We just don't have it installed. That makes for this great open feel. You have on board custom Longchamp luggage that has the Veneto logo on the back of it. Only pack your bags, come down here, hang them on their hooks, and you have your hanging locker. Some hatches with blinds, screens. Here you have your navigation station with your electronics panel, everything you need to turn on all your gizmos here. You've got a B&G VHF radio, your Fusion stereo system controlled for indoors here at the helm station and the cockpit. And this is your wireless handheld VHF radio. So you can have this up at the helm with you. If you have any problems, you need to report something, got it right here. You've also got a generous hanging locker here for your wet weather gear and anything else you might need to store. And directly after that, you've got your, what I would call your master stateroom. Okay, and in the aft stateroom here, you have a generous locker here full of all your tools. This owner opted to keep all his tools and other supplies in here. And then below us now, you have all your battery selectors. These are for the winches, all the electric winches, your main, your house, and your motor. And you have engine access right here. Very nice engine access. And I'll show you the main engine access. Directly under the stairway. Have your Yanmar 30 horsepower engine, very clean, very generous room for maintenance. thanks for checking out the 2016 Oceanus 35, brought to you by Atomic Tuna Yachts. 159,000 asking price. Come check her out. She's a beautiful boat.
Did for us. He was going to be doing some live stuff with us, but he's not available. So I'm going to have to walk you through some of this. Um, so this boat is an amazing boat. It's the Beneteau 35. It's really kind of a racing cruising boat. And the owner of this boat dumped a bunch of money into it to make it really easy to handle and easy to sail single-handed. He added electric winches. He added this German main sheet sheeting system that allows you to sheet the main from either side of the helm. And it just makes it super easy to sheet. You have electric winches on both sides, and you have controls for either winch, port or starboard winch on either side. So you can be running your jib sheet on one side, your main sheet on the other side, and standing on one of the sides and controlling both winches. So it's really made it really easy to use if you're looking to get out on the bay and go sailing short-handed, or you got people you want to take out that don't know anything about sailing and you want to just control the boat, run the boat, then this boat's set up exactly for that. The current owner went out and used the boat a lot, short-handed. Dan, the listing agent, and his wife, Marianne, they used the boat a lot, took it out, and they can attest that it's just a great boat to go short-handed sailing, and it's a great sailing boat. They put on carbon sails, a carbon main, so you got really good sail shape. And like I said, you want to go sailing, this is a really good boat for you. It's really clean. It's priced aggressively. Asking price on the boat's $159. And we have a boat show special for the weekend at $154. If you're the first one to enter into a contract, you'll get free title work at Trident Title. So you can save yourself some money there. And it's a late model boat, 2015. So if you were with us yesterday at Joan Burley's talk from Trident Title, you'll know that you get better rates on a newer boat. So this boat's 4 or 5 years old, and you'll get the best rates possible, probably as low as 4%, maybe even a little less. So good incentives for this boat, and you should definitely consider this boat if you are going to be looking for a bay cruiser. I think we should give away another gift. Let's see what we got next.
Hey,
so Mount Beautiful Winery is a New Zealand winery, local owned and managed. And they have given us a prize to give away a red and white bottle of Mount Beautiful. So let's go and pick out Maureen Felt. So Maureen, congratulations. You have 2 bottles of wine, a red and white from Mount Beautiful Winery. So you'll need to come by our Fairlawn office in Alameda to pick that up. So just drop us a note, let us know when you can do that. So, hey, there you go. Nice and easy way to win a couple bottles of wine. Let's get back to this Beneteau. So the other thing that he's done with this boat is he's upgraded the electronics, and he's upgraded to B&G electronics. And B&G, if you know about boating, and you can ask Bruce Nelson this afternoon, they are really a high quality sailing instrument, sailing electronics. So it helps with your VMGs, your velocity made good, and all sorts of things, so you can actually sail the boat faster. And he's upgraded the electronics on the boat. The halyard winch is electric. The jib winches are electric, and it's just really easy boat to sail. Unique thing about this boat also, when you go down below, it's a big open space, and the forward V-berth is really the master's V-berth on this boat. And that forward V-berth is actually open. You can put in a movable or removable bulkhead there to block it off, but most people that have these boats, they take that out, which this boat has, and it leaves it with a really wide open space down below. Beneteau has done a really good job of really, opening things up. So this boat is definitely a good one to take a look at. Give us a call, shoot us an email, set up a private virtual showing on it, and we'll get you on this boat. Kevin, we're gonna go to the interview with Pat from Catalina Yachts. We're gonna roll that interview for you, and then we're gonna do the women's perspective at 10 o'clock our time. So here we go.
One, two, three, four.
Everybody, we're here today in Largo, Florida at the Catalina Yachts production facility. And we have Patrick Turner with us today. Patrick is the materials and HR team management, and he also does sales and marketing for the company. So say hi to us, Pat.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, so Patrick kind of lives in the main office here, and he takes care of materials, ordering, and what else do you do?
I head up the HR department. We have over 100 employees here.
Wow, you have 100 employees now?
Yes, we do. And
Right.
we're looking for more.
Okay,
We probably need to staff more, about 25 more people.
25. So if you're in the area and you're looking for a job, or even if you're not in the area, you want to move to Largo, Florida area, give Patrick a call down here.
We need boat builders.
Boat builders,
Yes.
looking for boat builders,
Yes.
good boat builders.
Yes. It's been a tough time trying to find good quality people right now.
Yeah.
As with the unemployment being at 3.5% here, it's actually 3% here in Largo area. It's been difficult to find
Wow.
people.
Yeah, and Patrick has a good team that's been here for a long time.
Long time, yes. I have warehouse person manager has been here over close to 30 years.
Close to 30 years.
Yeah.
How long have you been here?
I've been here 6 here in Florida, and I did 10 in California.
All right. So you were working with Frank out
Yes,
in California?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, Frank's a legend.
Yes, he is.
So you got
Yes.
trained for 10 years with Frank out
Yes,
there.
learned a lot from him.
And were you doing the same thing out there?
I was actually Sharon Day's assistant in the sales and marketing area.
Okay. All
So I
right.
did all the boat shows, set up all the shows across the country.
All right. Which is always a challenge.
Yes.
It's always hair on fire, last minute.
Yes.
Get it done, get
Yes.
there.
Yep.
What's one of your craziest boat shows?
The craziest one we had was Cell Expo in Atlantic City.
Sail Expo in Atlantic City.
That consisted of 10 days.
Oh, that's a long
And
show.
7 days we got there prior to set up the show because all the boats were in the inside and all set up with the mast up and sails and
Wow.
everything. So it basically had to rig a boat, and we would have 8 to 10 boats in the show.
Jeez, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, that was a big show, and it kind of died. That just be they had to get kicked out of that place because they were demolishing it or something, and then they tried to put it in another place, and the show just kind of died after that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
But boat shows, right now our most popular show, our biggest show is Annapolis.
That's a great show.
Yes.
It's the whole show is great. Lots of sailboats there,
Mhm.
catamarans. You're right downtown Annapolis.
Yes, and it's just the venue is just wonderful.
It is wonderful, and the weather's actually
Yes, yes.
good.
Most
Yeah,
of the time.
most of the time. You do get rain there.
You get
once.
rain, and we've had a little snow at one
You've
time.
had snow
Yes,
there.
we
That's
had some
crazy.
flurries at one time.
Yeah, well, this year, if you remember, we had a little bit of extra water.
Yes, we
around.
had our booth was flooded.
Your booth was flooded.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So you had to shut down.
Yes,
Yeah.
we were supposed to have a owners party that night, and it got canceled because we had, I don't know, 3 inches of water. in
The
the booth.
owners couldn't swim to the
No,
booth.
no, the show forced us to. We would have done it, sailors. They'll walk around in their boots. They
don't
but
care.
the show didn't. It was a safety factor. So,
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun. So at this show in Annapolis, what was the highlight?
The highlight was the 545.
545.
Yes, we got there in a nick of time. I think the boat arrived a week before the show. We were able to actually take the boat sailing
Oh wow.
and get her all trimmed and ready to go for the show.
So that was the birth of the 545.
Yes, it was.
out to the
545. Yeah.
Out to the public.
Yes,
yeah.
it was. Yes, it was. And we sold quite a few of them from that. So,
Wow.
yeah. So
Yeah.
we are right now. Our challenge, as I said earlier, is finding people to help build the boats.
Help build the boats.
Mhm.
Yeah. And also, I think that 545 won a few awards. At
We
the show.
won. We as I call it, we won all the awards at the Oscars. So we won best boat from Sail Magazine and Cruising World's. I think they call it Boat of the Year,
Boat of the Year.
and then
yeah.
the Systems Boat of the Year.
Yeah, so that's really important. It's a real honor to win these awards, and especially the Systems Award.
Yes.
That means that the judges went through all these boats at the show, and they decided that Catalina has the best systems, and that is just incredible.
Yes.
And it just goes back to all the quality that Catalina is putting into these boats and the care that they put into these boats. It's just really incredible.
The workers do a fantastic job, and they are. I mean, they're out there right now. Where we have a boat that we have going to Miami, and they'll be there till 8 o'clock tonight.
Till 8 o'clock tonight. What's the boat that's going to Miami?
It's the True North 34.
The True North 34. So
Yeah.
that's going to be a berth for that boat.
That's going to be a berth for that boat. It's the second powerboat line that we built. We built a powerboat back in early 90s,
Wow.
a sport fish. And then now we've got a boat that we believe that is going to be the right boat for us. It's a Down East style, and it's great for our sailors that just are getting a little older. They don't want to be pulling lines anymore, except dock lines.
Yeah.
And that powerboat is right now. It was built up in Rhode Island for years, and we had the opportunity to acquire the assets of that company. So
Yeah, so now Catalina's building True North. The 34 is the first one.
Mhm.
This one has, what's the
it's got
power?
twin 300 Suzukis on it.
Wow. And I heard that the expected top end speed is mid 40s.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's fast.
Yes.
Especially for us old sailboat
Yes.
guys, right?
And then it sucks a lot of fuel.
And it uses a lot of fuel. Yeah. I really expect that boat to be a big hit out in the San Francisco
Yes.
Bay Area.
Yep.
You know, with the high tech guys. They'll just come down to that boat, hop in. She's a beautiful, beautiful
Yes,
boat. I
she
mean,
is.
she's just stunning. This particular boat is a dark blue hull and
Hmm.
white top, and it's got those big 300 horse engines on it. And, it's going to be a really, really nice boat. We're kind of excited about it. We're hoping we may be able to get that boat to get trailered out for the April show in Richmond. So kind of keep an eye out for it. And if we don't get it, then we'll get another one out there as soon
Yes.
as we can.
Yes.
So, and
And we
then
also are going to be able 38.
the 38. Yeah,
Mhm.
tell us a little about 38.
38's going to be a little different from what they've built in the past. We are going to obviously put outboard engines on it, and then we are going to introduce a centerline forward berth to it,
Oh,
where
nice.
it didn't have before. So
Nice.
we are working on that as we speak, and should start on tooling it probably in the next couple months.
Yeah, great. Be the first one to buy one of the 38s and the 34s.
Mhm.
Yeah, just give us a call at Fairlawn Yachts and we'll get you hooked up with one of those. So tell me about the material side of it, what your job
Material
is.
side, we probably buy quite a few widgets, I would
I
call
bet
it.
you
And
do.
and it takes a team of myself, and I have a staff of 2 warehouse people, a purchasing agent, and a purchasing assistant. And but throughout, we spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars a day. Just
A day.
yes,
Wow.
yes.
Because you're buying everything for the boat, from the resins and the
Oh,
cloth
yep.
to the lead
Yep.
to
Engines, the masts, the
engines,
sails,
the mast.
the teak, the wood for the wood shop,
Blades for the saws,
blades for the
and
saws.
sandpaper,
Yep.
and
Mhm.
yeah, it's pretty
Yep.
incredible, and it all goes through this guy right
Yep.
here. So he's
Yes.
got to keep all that straight. So you
Yes.
must work pretty close with your managers out there in the shop on.
We do, I do, and they'll come in every other day with lists of what they need, and they have an annual list, and then they have we also work on keeping our spray guns all up to speed, and parts and everything like that. So we're doing all that for them, and it's takes us the only thing that really hurts us sometimes is the supplier can't keep up with us.
Yeah. So then you got to
We have to go
find
other
other suppliers.
find other
or-
suppliers. Sometimes it costs more or something
Yeah.
like that. But we have to keep these guys moving.
Yeah.
They
you
can't
gotta-
stop for resin, or they can't stop for fiberglass, because we then lose time in building the boat.
Yeah, and they sit around twiddling their
Yes.
thumbs, losing money,
Yes.
and
Yes.
boats get delayed, and yeah, so everybody focuses
Just trickles
on
down.
this guy right
Yes.
here.
Yes.
Like, where's that resin?
Yes. Yes. And then it's a teamwork. I mean, everybody, will team effort that I enjoy here at this company, and we just do the best we can to get all this stuff in order to keep it going.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. So, what's one of the things you like the most about Catalina and working here?
Well, I just as I said, it's the team, the management. I enjoy Frank, Sharon, and Jerry. I've known them for many, many years. Enjoyed working for them. I learned a lot from them. Down here, it's a family down here. We've, for example, we're working, till 8 o'clock tonight. I had to order some pizzas for the guys, and
Oh, cool.
and to get our boat out. But everybody seems to be happy down there, enjoying themselves. They don't mind the extra work, and they're happy to see a new product go out the door.
Yeah, I was down there earlier this afternoon looking at it, and it was a swarm of people on
Yes.
that boat
Yes.
getting things done. And it's quite amazing all the things that go into putting these boats together. It's just a really huge job, and you have to have people like Patrick here kind of guiding it, making sure all the little pieces come together. So yeah, that's really great. Let's see, what else, Kevin? Hey, so Patrick, tell us a story.
A
Tell us-
story.
yeah.
Oh, I could tell you a story. It was when I was in California. Our Mike Quinn, who was the plant manager here, called out there and needed a decision on a warranty issue that the dealer needed to know now what to do. And there was Sharon was gone, Frank was gone, and Jerry was gone. So the call came to me, and I'm like, well, let's see. I really, I just finally said, let's do this. And turns out that I was wrong. But Frank did say to me that on Monday that it was wrong, but it was right that you made a decision and to get something done. So I was very happy about that. And that was, that's the reason why I enjoyed working for him.
That's great. And that carries throughout the company with all the managers, all the workers here. Everybody cares about doing the right thing here. And it's reflected in the quality of the boat that you get. I've just been amazed being out here and going through this factory, the quality and how everybody works together and the boats that they're putting out of this factory is just incredible. So if you're thinking about buying a Catalina, and you want to come out to the factory and meet Patrick and meet the other management teams and go through the shop here in the production facility and see how these boats are made and see all the special things that they're doing to make these boats better, come on out and they'll give you a tour. Or if you're having a boat built and you're in process, they'll come out, they'll take you and they'll show you your boat being built. So that's an advantage we have with U.S. built boat here in Largo, Florida.
Yes.
With a team that's been together, 20, 30, 40 years. So, if you're thinking about a Catalina, you should really take a look at it and come out and meet Patrick and meet all these other guys. So, Patrick, anything else to say, or we pretty much covered it?
No, we welcome you here.
All right, thanks. Glad to have you aboard, and Patrick, thanks for stopping by and chatting with us.
Great, thank you for coming.
Thanks. All right,
Okay.
cool.
That was great.
And you're live.
All right. Hey, thanks for watching that, everybody. I hope you got some good information out of there. He's a really interesting guy. Been with Catalina for a long time. We're going to give away another prize, and this prize is going to be 2 free nights at Marina Village Yacht Harbor. So who are we going to pick on this one? How about let's just randomly pick Scott Gloucester. Hey Scott, hope you can use this. So this will give you two free guest nights at Marina Village Yacht Harbor. We'll send this to you by email, and you will be able to go and hang out at Marina Village Yacht Harbor. It's a nice place to hang out. This is actually where Fairlawn Yachts is. So thanks, Scott. And now we're going to queue up another Catalina video for you. It's me talking with Jamie about the future of boat manufacturing. So away we go.
Away we go. I don't want to watch this.
Hey, I've screw up with it. So it's different. The kind of experiences we had in our developmental stages are very rudimentary compared to what's available now to kids growing up. So I think from an information perspective, our society has grown leaps and bounds since I was in high school. Oh, yeah. What we were learning as senior year high school math, they're teaching in kindergarten type stuff now. It's amazing what these kids are learning at very early ages. And it's because of the information that's available. The information I had to write reports from was Encyclopedia Britannica, and we had every single one of those. And that's the only place you had information to come from.
Right. Or you went to
You
the,
couldn't Google anything.
you go to
Yeah.
the library to, what was the card system?
Oh yeah, the index cards. Yeah.
What were they called?
There's
Dewey Decimal System.
yes, exactly.
Right? Do you know about the Dewey Decimal System? You ever use it? It's like,
well, a good example of this is that my dad grew up in Cleveland. He didn't know about California, anything about California, until he was in college. He'd see pictures of it, and didn't know anything about it, and I knew about it. Age 7, he's like, look it up.
At 18 years old, my world was very, very small.
where'd you grow up?
I grew up in north central Florida, near Gainesville, about 30 miles north and west of Gainesville.
On 301?
Actually, I was well west of 301, about an hour west of 301. So I was in the woods.
Down there.
I grew up in an area, they call it the Three Rivers area. The Santa Fe River, the Swanee River, and the Itchitucknee River all converge in the area that I grew up in. Jenny Springs, our family. Pork and a lot of cattle.
Wow.
So that's the society that I grew up in.
Yeah.
We processed our own foods from the farm. Very little trips to the grocery store.
Wow.
We actually lived on the farm
Yeah.
and from the farm. And it was a bit of a communal society in that there were large acres of land, large plots of land, and different families owned them. But we shared the labor of all of the siblings and kids between the farms, so that, as a farmer, you couldn't afford to pay for your help then. So when it come time to pick our cotton or pick our tobacco, then all the neighboring farms would bring their kids over and themselves, and we would have a big spread and just get it done. And that's how I grew up.
Wow.
So
That's crazy.
Technology is great. The way America was back then was great. We just have to merge it together, and
exactly.
not forget our past, but embrace the future. And I think this stuff's really powerful. And there might be a kid in northern Michigan, who knows nothing about boats and then watches this video and gets really inspired. And that's what we want.
Right. 'Cause I don't know what the attendance levels are for colleges now in the marine industry as far as marine engineers and all that stuff, but I would suspect that it's diminishing. I know that it's getting more and more difficult to find manufacturing labor.
Yeah.
Especially with, and if you talk with someone now that maybe even has 10 years experience in the industry, and you say something to them and you mention the word lofting and they have no idea what you're talking about. So that is kind of becoming a lost art.
Yeah. California, it's really bad. The yards, they can't find skilled labor. They just can't find it. The kids, there's no training in California for marine labor. There's just none. CMA, California Military Maritime Academy, but they're all going into deck officers and things like that, and maybe engineers on big ships. But leisure yachts, there's no training. At all.
There's in 2007 when the industry tanked, we lost a lot of our manufacturers.
Yeah.
And what happened is a lot of the skilled labor went to other industries because there wasn't anything in this industry to move to.
Yeah, that's right.
And then they find themselves in a position in another industry that's comfortable for them. So why do they want to come back to this one?
Right.
It's not that they didn't have a great job with the industry. It's just that now they've got one just as good.
Yeah.
And I think as a society, we become very complacent.
Yeah.
So status quo tends to reign rule.
Yeah, that's for sure.
The Americans are the best at innovation. We're invented innovation, right? So we should be able to keep going, right?
Yeah, but it's attracting the workforce for parts of the economy that aren't innovation. It's hands-on work. I grew up, my dad was a mechanic. I worked on cars and he pushed me to college, so I wasn't. I still like it, I still do it, but
It's just different type of innovation, I guess. I guess we want to inspire people to do this type of innovation. Look at Tesla. Look at all the software America makes. America's the best software place by 10 times.
right.
Because we think about how we want our
Well,
next day.
I think that's just it. So, I think that if we can get some of the younger generation interested in marine manufacture, we're going to actually jump that manufacturing level to some place higher than where it is now, because they're going to start thinking about how do we incorporate electrics, I'm talking about propulsions, into these boats, and how do we then take the battery power that Tesla's developed with the 18650 lithium batteries and those huge cells that they've done, and actually set those things up in a boat that, you know, maybe it's 2 banks and we self-cycle. There's a lot of ways that these things can be done, but it's going to take someone at a younger generation, I think, to spark that and move it forward. And then we're going to have companies that have enough capital to throw at it to make it happen. And unfortunately, the marine industry, it's a very expensive industry to produce in.
Sure is.
A lot of the materials are, well, all of the resin materials are petroleum based. So every time you see a spike in your gasoline price, our resin price just went up. And it's uncontrollable. So you have to build into your pricing structure a way that you can protect yourself against future price increases, and at the same time, put yourself at a level that protects the customer.
Absolutely.
So
inspiration.
it's a it's a hard timber to balance.
I think it's really good. Yeah.
But, you know, boating is attractive to a lot of people.
It is, and I don't think it's going to go away. I hope not. You know, it's been around for thousands of years, and it's a fantastic industry.
Well, there's a book called Blue Mind that just came out in 2016 about how humans feel better when they're on the water, like scientifically. Negative icons go off, and so we love being by the water. Humans too. We just have to inspire people to do it.
Well, there's another thing that I think that, you know, is forthcoming for us that hasn't really taken off yet, is a lot of the land in areas like the Tampa Bay area is now taken up. You can't buy properties unless you pay in really, really big prices for them, and then you're paying taxes on lands, properties, houses, huge amounts of money you spend. We're kind of untapped as far as the water is concerned. So a lot of waterfront properties doesn't need to be waterfront if you have a boat on the water. So if we set a society up where we can actually live on the water like we do in Washington, and set up sanitation setups that purify the water that we discharge, rather than just discharging junk into the water. I guess where I'm going with this is that I think there's a whole nother level that we're going to jump to past where we are today. And it's a discussion you can have for hours and hours and hours. It really is. And at the end of the day, what's going to drive it is need, one. Another is economics. You know, nothing's ever done without the thought that there's a little bit of money to be made in it.
Right.
Yeah, it's just how we are geared. So someone has to see a profit potential in it for us to ever get it done. But I think that's not hard to prove if enough thought's put into it.
Yeah, I think I like the way you think, and I think more manufacturers should start thinking this way. That, all right, how do we keep this industry going after I'm done, and keep inspiring people.
Exactly. And it doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, one of the ways I think that manufacturers outside of our industry stay alive today is that they don't manufacture just one product. So, for instance, you can have a manufacturer. I'm going to create a hypothetical situation. You got a manufacturer that's producing batteries, and that's their primary thing. They produce batteries for sale to the public. But they can't produce enough batteries to support their overhead and make enough money from it to be able to do it. So they may, off to the side, produce wind turbine blades. And that wind turbine blade, they don't make a dime on, but it funds their overhead for the battery operation. So their primary money making is from the battery operation, and it then becomes doable for them from a profit level because their overhead's funded by another operation that really don't make them anything. They're just smart. So I think that the future of manufacturing is multifaceted. You can't just hone in on a single product.
That's a really good point. You guys can make like golf carts.
There's a whole multitude of things that can happen, but it takes an open-minded business structure for that to happen.
So this is a 80-foot boat I have listed. It's a Montefino. And if you look through this, this is don't buy any house or condo in San Francisco until you've seen Yacht Lady in Emeryville. How Yacht Lady will make you happier, healthier, and better at what you do. It's as if somebody turned the family room into a work of art.
Exactly what I was talking about.
Why live in a small house when you could have one of the biggest yachts in the San Francisco Bay?
Exactly, because
Right, so.
there's homes. I live in Indian Rocks Beach.
Oh, so do I.
Um,
Well, I don't live there, but I've got a condo there.
So I actually rent on 15th Avenue.
15th, we're at 2504.
Yeah, so we're not far
It's
away.
off on Reef.
Hey, I know exactly where that's at. Yeah, we've been there now for 4 years renting from a private home. So it's not an apartment building. It's just it's a I'm gonna call it a mother-in-law suite, a little 2-bedroom apartment on the back of the house. But the homes in the Bel Air area, just down the road,
It's unbelievable.
yeah, they're going for a cheap house is $4 million.
Yeah.
So why would you spend the money on that when you can have one of these?
Yeah.
And you can move from New York to Chicago,
Yeah,
to San
yeah, for
Francisco,
sure.
and take your house with you
Yeah.
for half the money.
Yeah. Well, that's what that ad's all about.
And the thing about the $4 million home, you say, well, there's a lot more maintenance on a boat. Well, yeah, there's a lot of maintenance on a boat. There's a lot of maintenance on a house. By the time you pay your property taxes on the home, and all the stuff that's going to go wrong on that home in the last year, and all the maintenance for the yard, the sprinkler systems, and all that stuff,
the air conditioner.
you just about paid for the maintenance on.
All right, Geely's live.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that interview with Jamie. And we are just about ready to roll into the women's perspective. But before that, we're going to give away a prize. And we have a free t-shirt from Emery Cove Marina. And the winner will be Allie Hawkins. So Allie, here's a free t-shirt from Emery Cove Marina. Okay, so now we'll start the women's perspective. We have a great lineup here. Margie Benziger, she has been cruising with her husband, Peter. You heard from them yesterday if you were tuned in, so I'm excited to hear her stories. Pat Garfield. Pat is the owner of Farallon Yachts. She's done a lot of cruising. She's done the Transpac, has a great wealth of knowledge and experience to share with us. We also have Michelle Leonard. Michelle is a salesman with Atomic Tuna. And I'm Gailey Bergen, with Atomic Tuna as well. So we'll start with if we could have all the panelists start their videos, please. Do we have Eva Tanner?
I don't know how to do this.
Gally, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Margie.
All right, I'm working on it.
We're not quite sure where to do this. We don't see a video.
And we also have Eva Tanner. Eva Tanner's done a fair amount of cruising. She's been in the boating for about 30 years, I want to say. Also took her last passage was from Cape Town, South Africa to Florida. So we're excited to hear from her as well. Is everybody up?
Gailey, we don't see a video check-in.
Margie needs a video.
I'm making you guys co-host.
And mine says unable to load to.
Oh, there's one.
This is Michelle. I'm waiting for to get in. I get an error.
Okay, well, they're working on getting Michelle.
I think that's it.
No, Margie's trying to get in as well.
Margie should be good.
I just saw Michelle.
I'm back.
She just has to do the video herself.
Am I muted?
No.
Can you look at her screen? Pat's screen. So while we're working on the technical difficulties, we'll give away another prize. Jessica Heineke, I hope I pronounced that correctly. You have just won an Atomic Tuna hat. Thank you for participating and joining with day 2 of our virtual boat show. Margie, could you please?
You can start and we'll work.
Okay.
We don't see an option to click a video button.
So Eva, we'll start with you. Could you please give us a background about yourself?
Oh, I've been sailing for, I guess, 40 years, something like 40 years.
Since you were 10?
Thank you for the compliment. No, I actually wasn't. No. I already had a child and was married. I liked it. I got into sailing by deciding I needed something new and very different after a divorce. So I joined the single sailing in Oakland by Lake Merritt. I don't even know if that still exists. And got the experience that changed a lot of things in my life. I like to continue with the sailing and went on from there. The rest is history.
So they had like a meetup type of forum back then. I didn't know that.
The good old days.
Those were the good old days.
So Pat, can you give us like your history and how'd you get into boating?
Well, I have a wonderful picture here in the office, actually, of my father having a 60-foot sailboat, a ketch, in Hawaii. It was actually a Transpac boat, and he's holding me in his arms, standing by the mizzen, and I was 1 year old. So that's my first real sailing experience. We lived in Hawaii. I grew up there till I was 5. Throughout my life, I was in Mariner Scouts for quite a while, as an instructor and as a leader, and taught at the Balboa Bay Club, and then went into corporate world for 20 plus years, and didn't do any sailing at all, and realized that it was time to get back into it. That's when I bought the Catalina 470, and quickly after that, the company. So that's kind of the short story.
So it's interesting with Pat, when we started working together, we both have the same corporate background. Both of us are J&Jers.
Yes, that's right.
Spent a few years, so I didn't do a lot of sailing back then either.
Yeah, other priorities.
Other priorities. Michelle, are you on right now?
I am.
Okay, could you please give us your background and how did you get into sailing?
I got into sailing in college. I got a PE credit, 1 hour PE credit for taking Sailing 101, and just fell in love with it at that point. And so I graduated from college and bought a used car and a used boat. And I started with a Hobie 14. And when I bought it, I'd only been on a Hobie Cat one time before, and drove over from where I was living in Jefferson City, Missouri to St. Louis, Missouri, picked up a boat, brought it home, didn't even know if I had all the parts. Luckily, boat people are great people. So I had exactly the number of parts I needed to put that boat together the first time. And I had that boat. And then since then, I've had about 11 or so other boats that I can count. And just love boating, love it in every single way, which is kind of what brought me to.
It's great. So I didn't realize you started that young and you actually started in college. Quick check, is Margie in?
I'm here, but I'm not visual.
So Margie, could you please give us your background and how did you get into sailing?
Hello? Yeah.
Well, I got into sailing sort of accidentally, very late in life, well, 28 years old when I met Peter. I don't think I'd been on a boat maybe one or two times in my life. And I realized by the second date that there wouldn't be a third unless I got expressed an interest in sailing. So of course I did. And I learned how to sail and learned how to race. We had a Pearson 26 for several years in Puerto Rico, and then bought a J24. A few years after we got married, Peter announced that he'd always wanted to sail around the world. And I said, oh my God, I bought into that too. But once again, we made it happen, and it was the best experience of my life.
Oh, that's awesome. And you guys cruised for 9 years, right?
We did. We left Miami January 5th, 2010. And we
hitting the
sailed around
start
the
video
world
button, it
in
doesn't work.
5 years, and
It says you cannot start your video. It says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
left boat in Panama, thinking maybe we would sell it. Went back to Miami for a couple of months and said, no, this isn't our life.
Okay.
So we jumped back on the boat, went through the Panama Canal a second time, and up the Pacific coast of Central America, and into the Sea of Cortez for a couple of years. And then we made our way up to San Francisco, November of 2008.
Archie, did we lose you?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm really sorry.
No, that's okay. We'll keep going. We can hear you. Sorry we can't see you, but hopefully we can fix that.
My technical assistant is working on that.
Okay. So a little bit about myself. I got introduced to sailing, I think when I was in middle school. My mom and my stepdad purchased a Dufour. So when I came out to visit from Minnesota, land of 10,000 lakes and more, we came out and saw the bay. At first I didn't like it because you couldn't water ski behind the sailboat. So it took me a few years to really learn to love sailing. And then I started to follow the Maiden, America True, and I saw all these women out there doing, team building and all this fabulous racing. I've always been into sports myself. So that really got me interested and started racing, and as a volunteer with crew with Tuna Yacht Club and the beer can races, weekend races. And eventually the Johnson & Johnson, the typical career, no time. And then about 2011, I was able to get back into it.
That's great.
So Pat, do you have any, when I first wanted to get into sales, I guess it was around 2011, 2012, I was discouraged because it's pretty much a male-dominated industry, told that it probably wouldn't be successful. And can you tell us a little bit about yourself, any challenges, and how you became one of the most successful brokers in the Bay Area?
Well, thanks. Well, the minute someone tells you you can't be successful is probably my big hot button. It's an automatic after that, And I think, women have always had challenges in, moving in a men's world. What I found was that, the more experience I got, the more I could speak from experience, the more successful I was at boat sales. A big reason why I did the Transpac was people would come into the office and say, it's just my husband and and I don't think we can handle a boat that big. And, Catalinas aren't really seagoing Class A boats anyway. So I thought, a couple of old women, we were both AARP at the time, took on that challenge of the Transpac from Los Angeles to Honolulu. And it took my experience level up a bunch, and it helped me relate to the customers better, because when they asked about, what happens in a knockdown, what happens, all the different experiences that you have. So I found that to be really helpful. And, I think women get challenged, just like you were saying, you have somebody say you can't do it. And, then you hunker down, you work harder. Um, you want to be the best. And so you build the skills to make you the best. And I've watched you, and I think you're going to be very successful. You've got the right attitude, and I think it's relating to the customer and just kind of hunkering down and working hard. It's not a part-time job. It's not you're learning the hard knocks. It's 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. And just when you sit down for that cocktail, the phone rings and you're answering it. That's part of it.
Well, I appreciate the mentorship. I know Michelle and I both have learned a lot from you and look forward to working with you in the future. Eva, how many years have you been a captain?
Maybe 2 years ago, I renewed my second time. So 7, 8 years that I have my license.
And what made you want to go from just a casual sailor cruiser to get your captain's license?
The curiosity. I've always been someone that wanted to, maybe competitiveness, if I could say. It was primarily people that I knew were always males that had that position. And I felt I needed to be equal in knowledge and understanding what I was getting into. Safety and personal satisfaction came with that, knowing what the reality is.
Right, and I think that's, and what are some of your experiences, places you've been, deliveries that you've had as a captain? Can you share some stories with us?
Well, there's a couple of them. One of them was when we were cruising to South America. We were in Mexico, and we had my husband and one male crew. We came in to check into the port, and the authority came and instantly looked at the two guys and said, Capitan, looking at one of them, and then they looked at each other, and then they both pointed at me and guys laughed and said, "Oh, El Capitana." Realizing it's a male-dominated society there, but it happens here as well. We were boarded by the Coast Guard at one point, and one of the fellows looked down the cockpit, the companionway, where I happened to be, and he said, "You would know what kind of an engine this is." "Oh, that's okay. I'll ask your husband." Not so hot with me. The Farfagnugan. So he sort of looked at me a bit stunned, and I said, "Farfagnugan stands for Volkswagen. It's a Pathfinder. And by the way, we have a bell." He was sitting right on the side where my bell was. I was so mad, I rang that bell, and I said, "Our sound device also." But the assumption that a woman does not know is a wee bit tender for me. Yeah.
Right. Thanks for sharing that.
We had a funny experience, to interject into your story about who the captain is. We had a funny story. We were taking the Stevens down to a Bar Navidad, and we stopped in Turtle Bay to pick up some lobsters, and they said, "Oh, go around the corner," because you kind of have to do it on the sly. And the Pongas came up, and the guy says, "Well, where are your husbands?" There were 3 captains, all women, and the guys on the Ponga said, "Where are your husbands?" And one of the gals went. It was kind of because their eyes got big, and we did get 12 lobsters for a dirty T-shirt, some M&Ms, and a case of, or not a case, but it's a 6-pack of Pacifico.
Oh, nice. Michelle, what made you want to, could you talk about a little bit of your experience? I know you're a captain as well. What made you want to get into sales, and how have you been successful in bringing or helping women buyers, prospective women buyers that you have?
Yeah, so I got my captain's license 3 years ago. And I have to say, even after going through college, that was one of the hardest tests I've ever taken. And it was a pretty intensive training as well. But that's really why I went after it, is I wanted to learn more. And that was my goal, is to learn as much as I had. And at that time I didn't have another goal. I just wanted to learn more about boats and how could I be better at managing my own boat. And so it was a great experience. And then just last year, I guess now it's been 2 years ago, a friend of mine said, you know a lot about boats, and you are really good at talking to people. Why don't you try selling boats? And I'm like, really, you think? And he's like, yeah, I'll train you, I'll help you. And I ended up working with Patty and AJ Gust, and learned as much as I could. And I really do enjoy helping people find the right boat for them. And that usually means being a good listener, really paying attention to what are they saying, what are their fears, and what are their dreams, so that if they do have fears, like Patty said, if you've got a female that isn't as encouraged to buy a boat, you help them figure out why they don't like it, and maybe you can get around that. So it's really about helping people find a good boat. And I have to say, I've sold almost to as many women as I have men, and I think it's easier for a woman to relate to another woman in the sales experience. They don't feel like their questions are being pandered and put down or whatever. They're not, they feel more comfortable asking the questions like, why does the head smell so bad? Can we do something about that? Maybe they wouldn't ask the man about that, a man salesman. But anyway, I really do enjoy relating to my customers and helping them and getting them into a boat and making their dream come true.
That's great. I noticed that in sales, especially when you have couples, as soon as the male goes into the engine room and they're looking at all the electronics, the engines, the generator, water maker, and the woman is just not interested.
Yeah, eyes glaze over.
Yeah. So
I have a good experience with that recently, though, is that I had 2 pilots that I met, 2 women pilots in their 30s, and they were looking for a boat, and they were very hands-on and very active in getting into the engine room and looking underneath. And they were telling me stories too about somebody had worked on their car and said, well, I don't want to go into too much detail and go over your head, but here's the simple story. And she's like, I just trained on all the electronics on a 747, and he's telling me that I don't know enough about my car.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, you do have some people that are really knowledgeable. It's probably women like us, right?
Yeah,
that
exactly.
have mastered their boat, learned how to fix things on their own versus hiring somebody. And to me, that's one of the best things about owning the boat, is being able to fix as much as I can on my own. I usually have 1 or 2 lifelines, either my mom or Wayne, since they're in the same neighborhood. But there is a nice satisfaction knowing that you could take the boat on your own. If anything happens, you could fix 70% of it on your own, at least diagnose it and know where to go next. And I think that's really important. Margie, are you still there? Did we lose Margie? Okay. So Pat, what are some great stories that you can share with us with your Transpac?
Oh gosh, there were so many stories. I guess at the very beginning, Diane, Captain Murray, who also works at Farallon, her and I did the Transpac together. And so we both had fears that we didn't share with one another. My fear was that we would never make it to the start, or that we'd have a horrible start. And Diane's fear was that she would hit a whale. But we didn't tell one another this. So of course, as life would have it, or how we create our own lives probably, we go to the start of the race, and just as we're coming around to Point Furman, where the race starts, you leave from Rainbow Harbor. I get a phone call from my brother that says my little dog, which you guys all know, the second little dog, but it's so part of my life, had run away when they shot the guns off for the start of the race. So I just had a nervous breakdown, basically. Diane looks at me like, oh my God, we can't go to sea with you like this. So we turn around, we go back and we find the dog. and we get back in our boat, red line it to the start now because we kind of got behind and everything. We check in at the start, the committee boat, check in. We make the turn around the committee boat to the start line. The gun goes off. We raise our sails and we're the first ones over the line. Which was like so awesome because we had practiced everything. We'd practiced flying the chute, every point of sail, all the downwind stuff, but we never practiced the start. Diane kept saying, it's 2 weeks. What does that make if you're, off the start? But I didn't want to be the last one off. And then we're about 10 days out, and I'm down below charting, and Diane screams, "Come up, come up, come up!" And I come up, and she hard over to starboard, and here, basking in the sun, were 2 like 70-foot sperm whales. And if she hadn't been right on it, we would have hit the whales. So, just on so many great experiences. If you ever have a chance to do Hawaii, it's really one of the best sails. Coming back's a little trickier, but going is really a hoot.
So how'd you get into, or how would someone get into something like the Transpac?
Well, basically there's a couple of 3 races that you have to qualify, long distance offshore. And then probably the biggest challenge was getting the boat ready. I think there were 50 pages of regulations, things you had to do for weights and balances, and emergency out of a complete replaceable rudder system. You had to have backup lights, backup hand pumps. Everything had to be labeled with the name of your boat. So if it flips over upside down, they can see that it's Charmed Life is the boat. But yeah, I think the biggest challenge is in the preparation. And then once you qualify, you go for it. I suggest maybe one person on board that's done it before.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. So has anybody else sailed to Hawaii that's on the panel?
Yes. I did.
So is that Eva?
Eva, yes.
Could you tell us about your experience?
It was a little bit of both. I did not do the race, but we sailed to Hilo and from San Francisco. And as we pulled out of the slip-in Sausalito, it was a passport 57 or something like this, 52. Somebody just for fun said, "Yeah, I hope your water tanks are filled." And we realized, no, they were not filled. And we had to go back into the slip. The whales that were sleeping, and I was on the bow. And the only thing I recall is that we were going very slow. They were not offended. That awful smell that you got, that breath when you were there. And then by looking backwards, I just saw, they're still hanging out, and we didn't offend them. Of course, we had to haul out, making sure that everything was fine once we got to Hilo.
And how many days did it take you?
I believe it was 19 days because we hit the high and spent prolonged times there. Then we had some issues with the main. We couldn't use that. So we basically ran a reefed spinnaker, meaning that we used a suck. It was not very comfortable when you had a gust of wind coming through and so on, squalls coming and so on. The lines are not prepared on a spinnaker to have that kind of stress being reefed. It was not the nicest thing at those moments, but it was outside coming from Africa. It was absolutely an incredible trip. I love passage making much more than inside the bay.
Yeah, it really is a wonderful experience.
Yeah. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, Eva Tanner is actually my mother. So when she did the passage from Cape Town, South Africa to Florida, I was really envious. And that was probably the thing that drove me the most to get my captain's license. It's like, okay, I want that opportunity.
Oh my goodness.
I want to be able to go out and do that. Not necessarily be a captain because I don't have that experience for that type of passage to be a captain, but definitely crew.
Neat.
Knowledge, that's what you get.
So Margie, are you on?
I think I am. Can you
Great. So nice to have you. And do you have video also?
Yes.
All right, nice to see your smiling face. So can you talk, yesterday you talked a little bit about giving back to the community and mentorship when we were talking with you and Peter. Let's talk a little about mentorship and mentoring other women in boating or sailing, power boating, captain. Can you share a little bit of experience that you have?
Yeah, before I was able to get on here, and I'm so sorry that it took so long, but one of the things that I wanted to jump in on was when you were talking about women who are maybe less enthusiastic than their partners. And I've spoken at a couple of conferences from time to time, and one of the things that I inevitably hear is, well, I'm only here because of him. You know, this is his dream. And one of the things that I like to do is try to encourage women to find their own dream on a boat. You know, I'm a living example. You don't have to grow up sailing to be a cruiser, to be a sailor or a yachtsman. You just have to embrace it. And what I always try to tell women is, you know, find your space. If you're a photographer, make that your passion. There's nothing better. You know, you've got endless opportunities. If you're a craftsperson, make that your passion. If you're a writer, if you can work remotely, and then claim your space on the boat. You know, I have a space where I write because I was in PR, so I was able to, even though we were traveling around the world, I was able to pick up a few jobs, and so I had my space. And you know, if you have, you know, claim it, and that will make all the difference. And the other thing in terms of volunteering, when Peter and I were sailing in as many ports as we could, in every port, we tried to find some way that we could help in the community, whether it was volunteering at a school. We would just walk into schools and say, hey, we just got off a boat, we're traveling around the world. Would you like to talk to the kids? And they were always thrilled. We did beach cleanup projects. We one day in Vanuatu, Peter volunteered to fix a generator, and the next thing we know, there were 5 generators lined up. I mean, we did reading programs at schools. There's so many opportunities to get involved, and I think you know, this it appeals to both partners, obviously, but I think this is something that does appeal to women, and it's something that you can do and make a real contribution while you're cruising.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Lots of many ways to give back to the community, no matter where you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So does anybody have any specific female events, activities that they like to host, or take women out sailing, or any?
I've participated in the Island Yacht Club Women's Sailing Seminar for the past 6 years, and it's always such a wonderful experience. It's put on by Island Yacht Club by all women for women. So every single class is taught by a woman, whether it be diesel maintenance or flying a spinnaker, just even learning the basics from another woman. And it's so well received, and there's so much camaraderie with that. And as an extension to that, then at my yacht club that I'm a part of, I do a ladies cruise out every year. And so the ladies get a chance to practice and being in charge and getting the boat out and taking over. And that was the whole purpose of getting it started. It was started by somebody else besides me. And the point is to get women out there and get them using their boat. And so we've had some women that really have come into their own just because it's like, well, I want to take my boat next year. So I'm going to practice and I'm going to learn what I can so that I can do that. And I can go with a group and feel safer about it. Somebody will be there to help me dock. So
that's awesome. What yacht club is that out of, Michelle?
It's Oakland Yacht Club.
And so how would other women find out about that?
Well, we have a website, oaklandyachtclub.com. And if they would just drop a line to the general manager or call. If you call the office, you'll get usually either Adam or Ben, and they know my name. They'll tell you if you just say, hey, I'm interested in ladies sailing, they'll say, oh, we'll get you in touch with Michelle. So you can email them or call them and we'll get you involved.
I guess I'll have to join you because you don't have any power boaters, right? Sailors.
Gelly, can I give a shout out to 2 Facebook pages?
Yes.
2 Facebook pages that I think are invaluable is one is Women Who Sail. WWS, just go on Facebook, Women Who Sail. This is, this site exploded. It's only been up for a couple of years and they have, I don't know how many thousands of followers, but someone talked about, you know, I think Michelle, you know, there's no stupid question. And there's no question that they can't answer. And it's the most wonderful source of information. I go there almost every day. I participate when possible, and really, really helpful. Women Who Sail. And the other site for those families out there is Sailing Totem. There's a Facebook page, Sailing Totem, TOTEM. It's run by Bean and Jamie Gifford, and they wrote the seminal book, Voyaging with Kids. So anybody who's interested in taking their family cruising, that's a great source.
That's great. So that's Women Who Sail, WWS, and Sailing Totem.
Yes.
Those are great recommendations, Margie. Again, for everybody who's just tuning in, this is the women's perspective. And we have 5 women from the Bay Area that have volunteered to speak on this panel. So do we have any questions?
So Gailey, I have a group that I would like to also put a little plug in for, and it's the Alameda Community Sailing Center. They're located on the east side of Alameda over by Encinal High School, just behind Encinal High School. It's a kind of a startup. They've been at it for about 7 years, I think now. And they have a woman director. And if you get in touch with Alameda Community Sailing Center and you have 3 or 4 women that would like to take lessons, they'll put together an all women's class for you. They're a great group. They're very flexible. Emily is one of the best teachers on the water, whether it be male or female. She's just fantastic and she's in charge of it. Emily Zignoni. The lessons are a little cheaper than what you might find at some of the big names like Club Nautique and OCSC or Tradewinds. They're a little bit cheaper and they're just very hands-on. And like I said, they'll put together a women's class for you. They may not always advertise it, but they'll do it. And you learn in small boats, which is always what I've said is start in a small boat and it's so easy to move up to a bigger one.
Right.
But check it out, Alameda Community Sailing Center. It's sailalameda.com.
And do you need a membership for that, Michelle?
No, absolutely not. At Oakland Yacht Club, you would need to be a member, although we welcome a lot of people on the side just to try us out. But at Alameda Community Sailing Center, it is a community sailing center. It is a nonprofit. And so they're also accepting donations. But they're a great little group. They don't have a lot of money behind them yet, but they've got a great little spot that's been reserved on the east end of Alameda to grow into.
That's great. Thanks for sharing that.
There's also a pretty fun group down in Newport Beach at the first Saturday of every February. And they do a couple hundred gals, and it's at the Bahia Corinthian Yacht Club in Newport Beach. And we've taught there for years. It's 20 years. But it's a real fun group, and it's a fun little adventure to go down for the weekend, down to Newport. So
yeah, I love Newport
February.
Beach.
Yeah.
Especially I went into, what is the Duffy boats?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I could spend all day down there.
It's a good place.
Yeah.
Good weather.
Right. Perfect weather. Doesn't rain in Southern California.
No.
So Eva, can you talk about some of the women events that you've hosted?
Women events that I participate. If I get the question right, what I take annually out. This has been, I would say, I think 30 years now, a group of women that started on our 31 foot to 4 30 years ago, just going shopping from Emery Cove to Sausalito. Those were co-workers. For 31 years, I worked in the medical profession. And it turns out that the same women, after 30 some years, we are still going out, except nobody wants to go shopping. We're all sailing and
Perfect.
and just totally enjoying ourselves. And some would like to learn more about it, and others are just enjoying being out on the bay and the camaraderie, because our topics are very different than if you incorporate a male conversation into it. Um, it's a different atmosphere.
So what happens to, like, where does dad go on those days?
Yeah, I'd have to go to the movie or go out with another husband. But he's basically boatless on that day. And he gets to come back and enjoy whatever is left over from the food, because we have a huge spread that we either heave to or drop the anchor, or whatever the weather conditions are. Sometimes we can't eat because it's lively, because when we set the day, that's when we're going to go, if rain or shine.
It's like fun.
Kelly, can
I
I-
didn't get invited to that.
We sort of grew. Somebody's sister wanted to come, so it started off with 6, and then I think we're almost 9. And it's getting a bit tight. I have to sometimes turn down somebody else's sister, because even if my own twin sister comes, it's just like, do I have enough space? Because I need to have life jackets, I need to have this, and I need to move around. And we have a spacious boat, but you do have to keep a crowd control.
Absolutely.
Right.
It won't happen this year with social distancing unless that eases up.
Yeah.
Well, they're talking about easing it up a little bit, so we'll see. Hopefully we can continue to flatten the curve. I know that's on everybody's minds right now, but it's great if you have a boat or have access to a boat. It's I think Michelle was talking about yesterday how she went out and was able to take a friend of hers, and they were able to social distance and spend a day out in the bay. So it's nice to be able to take your home and get out there.
Absolutely.
So one of the
sailed over to
stories,
Sausalito last weekend.
Pardon me?
We sailed over to Sausalito last weekend. It was lovely. It was so great to be able to take your home and move somewhere else and get a different perspective. Wonderful day out. Screamed all the way back. 8.5 knots. It was amazing.
Wow. And what kind of boat again do you have again, Margie?
We have a Tiana 47.
Tiana 47.
To chime in, you were asking about things you can do and what does the husband do? I'm here to tout cruising, and what I want people to know is in terms of women, when we were all around the world in the mornings, we'd get together on a net, and there was always some plan to go somewhere, whether it was shopping or going sightseeing or whatever. The women would get off the boat and we'd take our dinghies and we'd go and spend a day. And after a while, the partners and the husbands got so upset that Peter organized an event just for the men. It was
of course.
And all the guys got together, and this was in Mexico. They all got together and they made arrangements with a barber, the old time barber that does the razor thing, and they brought a bottle of tequila, and they all took turns. They gave the barber only one shot, but they all took turns having a shot and a shave. And so we would go out, we'd do our things. Sometimes it would be something luxurious like a spa. Sometimes it would be just hanging out and having a drink, or going to a museum. But I'm here to say that there's a lot of camaraderie and in the cruising world, and women hold their own.
That reminds me, when I live on the Grand Banks 42, and when I first purchased it about 5 years ago now, I started bubble night. So that's not out in the middle of the bay, obviously, because you need to be safe. but it was just women. We did it every Wednesday. That's the middle of the work week. And we started with just bubbles, but we quickly realized we needed to have food as well.
Thank you.
So we went to cheese and crackers. Then eventually one of the women said, you know, we probably should have a full meal. So then everybody started rotating and cooking meals. And we did that for about 3 years, every
How
Wednesday
fun.
for about 3 years, saved the courts. But similar story to you, Margie, where one of the men felt left out and had a card party on his boat, but it never quite worked out. We were separate. We ended up doing either women or the couples, but it was fun. And the bubbles changed to cocktails when it was with the guys, but it was still fun.
Sounds great.
So do you have any questions from people who joined? Any other interesting stories to add? Margie, Michelle?
When I was preparing for this seminar, not knowing exactly what I was going to be asked to say, we have stories. We have 44 countries and 42,000 miles under our belt. So I've got stories from all over the place. But I thought that what I wanted to say most is I think I was really impressed by the book Sheryl Sandberg wrote, the chief financial officer of Facebook, and she wrote a book called Lean In. And the message I always want to give to women is to, really to lean into this idea of cruising. And you don't have to, you don't have to start out big. Yeah, of course we want you to drive the boat, but start by learning how to drive the dinghy. I have to tell you, I met women around the world who were cruising and didn't know how to drive the dinghy. It horrified me. But start small. Learn how to drive the dinghy. Learn how to change a spark plug. Learn how to use the VHF and the SSB. These are really important, really simple. But you can be the communicator. Learn how to change a Raycor filter. These are simple things. I can't repair the engine, but I'm there to help. Watch everything. But the first time someone says to you, well, I've shown you this, you've seen me do this 1,000 times. I always say to Peter, yeah, but I got to do it first. You could show me 1,000 more, but I have to do it in order for me to learn. And take charge of your boating experience, your cruising experience. The more you learn, the more fun it'll be.
Right, that's a good point, is getting in and learning how to do it yourself, being hands-on, asking the questions. I think that's one of the things that when I was crew on a delivery from San Diego or Ocean Beach to Emeryville, the weather forecast was off. And so I had to watch, I think it was from 12 to 3 in the morning, and the winds kicked up. It was a little tiny 32-foot boat, no bimini, no autopilot. Thank goodness my mother was there because I needed that moral support afterwards. but you couldn't see anything. All of a sudden, everything was pitch black. Couldn't see the lights on the right. And the boat just felt like it was going to Nebraska or Hawaii. And I felt like we were going more towards Hawaii. And I opened up the hatch. We didn't have a GPS. So I opened up a hatch real quick to take a look at my Navionics, which I had on my iPad. And the wind was so strong, so I couldn't have that in the cockpit with me. And so I opened up the hatch. I grabbed it to look just to make sure we were still on course. And my mother said, "Oh, Gailey, is everything okay?" I said, "Yeah, fine." And I should have just said, I need help. So, Muti, you want to take over from there? You can finish the story.
It was a small boat, and you couldn't have anything out on instruments, your iPad, because it was raining to boot with. And I just felt, I woke up because as you said, we went from east to west and too often. And so I came out, and the first thing that is Gailey, slow down the boat, collect yourself, slow it down, because it was just like we were under the engine, we had the wind, we couldn't raise the sail because it was in such bad shape, this kind of delivery. But we needed to slow down the boat, get control, and reassess everything. And she did fine. It's just a panic button. So I just felt like it was really cool. You teach a kid how to walk. So not just only did I watch her take her first steps, but I also saw some of the other parts of slowing down.
And that's a lesson I think that stayed with me. All it's docking, anytime out in the bay, anytime there's any uncertainty or whatever, it's just slow it down. So that was a life lesson, because usually you just, in my nature, you just want to go. Running a manufacturing plant, you're just the soldier out in the field, you drive forward.
Right.
So you can't really do that on a boat. You gotta take a different approach.
It is a really a great source of, I think, accomplishment. You know, feeling good about yourself when you get in a really difficult situation and you pull through it, and you realize I can do that. You know, we got caught in a gale coming back from Hawaii, and you know, I had a ditch bag under one arm and the EPIRB under the other arm, doing my Hail Marys, acting contrition, hoping that we would make it. But you know, once we got through it, 45, 50 knot winds sustained, 25 foot seas for 36 hours. And you get through it. And I think I'm never going out the gate again. I'm never getting on a sailboat again. And then you live through it, you get back and you think, I did that. I survived. And I can do this again. So in fact, we had a group a few years back of brand new Catalina owners. They all bought brand new boats and they were going cruising. And there were 8 of us, and we went down every year in July. Catalina has a rendezvous at Catalina Island. So we took a group of 8 boats, and a lot of them had never been out the gate before, husband and wives. And we all made the pact that we weren't going to bring anybody else. It was just going to be the couples that were going to go cruising. And a lot of the gals, you know, never been out the gate and were really very fearful. But once we got out there and we made it to Catalina, they felt so good about themselves. And it was a life-changing experience for them, because they did something that was out of their comfort zone, but they accomplished it. And you realize, I always look around the marinas and you see, 1,000 sticks sitting out there. And I think all those people can't be smarter than me. So, and that's what they learned. They learned about their boat. They learned being on their own with their husbands and wives. And it was a wonderful experience, and they're out cruising still.
Right. You just reminded me, there's a couple of, 2 couples actually that came to know in the last 5-7 years, and they were scared of being at sea overnight, like that first night watch. What do you expect? And so their husbands would stay in the cockpit with them, so they're right there. And to me, that's my favorite part.
Mine too. Yeah.
It's just, you're by yourself. You can hear the boat cutting through the water. There's no Facebook, Instagram. Nobody can call you. Nobody can email you.
Nobody can tell you what to do. So
you had to make the best use of those 3 hours.
Yeah.
But it was nice to see those women that went out and they hear their stories as I was following them on Facebook and Instagram as they gain their confidence. So after the first week, they got down to Half Moon Bay. That was a big step. A monumental step was to Half Moon Bay, then to Monterey. Okay, now we're going to go down to Southern California. Okay, now we're going to go back to Emeryville. And then 2 years later, they left.
Yeah.
And they went cruising. So it's great to see that their experience grow, their confidence grow, that they enjoyed it. It wasn't just their partner's thing. It was their thing as well, as Margie touched on earlier.
Yeah, that's great.
Gailey?
Yes. Margie?
Talking about the watches. I'm more of a night owl, so I would always take the 10 to 2 watch, because I can't sleep anyway. So, and I loved the night watches. But, but when we first started out, I think Peter maybe was more nervous than I was. And so we'd be sailing, and, you know, I'd be sailing between 10 and 2. And, you know, his head would pop up through the hatch. He'd be in the stateroom and aft, and, you know, every little thing, if I'd make an adjustment to the sail, you know, his head would pop up. And I felt like it was like this whack-a-mole thing, you know, and you know, I'm fine, you know, and so, but you know, it takes time. The night watches are terrific, and people always say, oh, you know, I don't want to sail at night. We want to find an anchorage before we have to do a night sail. And I agree, it's one of the most pleasant experiences. And and the other thing a little is that what we did with our boat, especially, you know, for me learning sailing, cruising, we would always practice what ifs. You know, if we're sailing along and nothing's happening, you know, what if I fell overboard? You know, I mean, certainly practice a drill, but just talk through it. You know, just talk through it. What are you going to do now? What if you see a storm? What if you see something? You know, well, you reef down. You know. I mean, practice those things. What if this happens? What if that happens? You know, it just helps your confidence grow. That you're gradually knowing what to do. And hopefully you never have to use it. But you know, do you know how to deploy your life raft? You know, what if this happens? What do you do? Makes you feel much more confident.
Right, good point. So always, again, the asking, what if?
Right.
What
So
if?
I had somebody come to the women's sailing seminar, an older woman, slight build, and she and her husband had a boat for just a few months. And she came to the seminar, and as we went through, what did you want to learn? She said, well, my husband sent me to this so I can learn how to save him in a man overboard. And I'm like, do you know how to sail? Do you know how to do it? She's like, no, I just go along, and, you know, he lets me drive sometimes. And I'm like, and you think you're going to learn that in one weekend, right? In 2 days. And I just looked at her and I said, you know what? That I cannot even begin to give you those skills in one weekend. I said, what you're going to learn is how to stop the boat and how to use the radio. Those are the 2 things, the minimal that you need to know to save yourself or somebody else, is because you're not going to have the skills to turn around and do a man overboard drill when you don't know the boat. Just stop the boat, get some help, know how to use the radio. And it's amazing how many women don't take the time to learn how to use the radio, which is the most important thing on a boat. If you're not a sailor, or if you're not in charge of the boat or know what to do, know how to use the radio if you can't do anything else.
That's a good point. I think about that when I'm out, you have somebody with you that's not as skilled, you know, so you got to think ahead when you're docking if something happens. What's the best way to communicate to that person calmly, you know?
Calmly.
How to throw the line, right? And actually practice before you leave the dock. How do you throw the line to a person? What happens if the engine fails, you know, and you have to leave the helm? Can they maintain the position? You know, do they know how to, I have twin engines. Can they maintain that position? Do they know how to get the boat into neutral? You know? So key points. So we're almost out of time. Is there any more questions? I guess we're asked to keep going.
I actually have a survey that I need to leave. Right. So it was wonderful meeting with all you guys, and to the audience, I hope that you have the opportunity to get out on the boats and learn as much. The more equal partners you are in boating, I think the better it really is. You know, it makes it more fun and more empowering if you learn to do all aspects of sailing, even though we tend to want to start off slowly. I think if you take it on and when we sell a new boat, we always include lessons with that, 2 or 3 lessons with both the husband and the wife together. And when during those lessons, we always work very hard at communication, because that's always a challenging part of learning to sail, for couples especially. But we really try to empower you, the women, to take every aspect of the sailing experience and learn it. And you'll find that it's more fun. The more you know, the more fun it is, and the more you share together, I think the better experience you'll have, and you'll probably be out solo sailing in no time at all. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry I have a survey, so
Thank you,
I'm
Patty, and good
dart
luck
out.
with your survey.
Gailey,
Yes.
can I just say before I say goodbye, and this was really fun, thank you for organizing this. I want to give a plug for anyone. Tomorrow, my husband and I or Sunday at 12:30, we're going to do a presentation on our circumnavigation. And there's a lot of good information for women specifically, or couples, or whoever would be interested in long-term cruising. And we do have a number of segments which apply to the communication between partners. So I hope to see a lot of people on Sunday at 12:30.
Excellent. Look forward to seeing on Sunday with you and Peter. Eva, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
I would just put a plug into learning the self-reliance, and those are available classes. I took classes from KKMI, for example. They gave at one point diesel maintenance. Nigel Calder has excellent books and seminars that I have attended, electrical as well as diesel. I think you get more comfortable the more you expose yourself to do experts like that. And of course, then hanging out in the bilge or over your engine with your own mechanic, if you got a good relationship, and just have your hands in there and
Good point. Yeah, stay involved and take advantage of any learning opportunities as you can. I want to thank everybody for being a part of the Women's Perspective panel. Again, that was Pat Garfield, Margie Benziger, Eva Tanner, and Michelle Leonard. And hope you guys can stay on for the rest of the boat show. And thanks again for joining us. Now we'll turn it over to a video of Catalina with Jerry.
Get that ring around any repairs, and it's pretty well impossible to do a repair.
About that?
A stained
Unless you resurface
the whole thing.
panel.
And then again, it's like trying to touch up a piano. You're going to see it. But if you have all of our interior varnishes a satin finish, and many of the hardwood pieces are high gloss, like the tables. So we use a very durable hard gloss varnish. It doesn't. You can leave cups on it. It doesn't leave rings. It won't water spot.
And why do you use satin varnish?
Because one's a little bit softer looking, and it's easier for customers to touch up. You know, you go to the all gloss inside, and you feel like you're inside of a glazed donut.
I know, you gotta talk to Wayne.
It doesn't appeal to me personally.
My wife might like that.
You want now? He wants to be on. You want to be on now? You want to be on now?
Okay, so the corners you can fit.
That's feedback. Someone's mic's on, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it was feedback through the phone.
So we're going to the Tuna? First, are we going to the
That was what was scheduled, yeah.
So we're ready?
Yeah, that's what he said.
No. Oh, Bruce, you gotta get your phone for a second. Wayne's gotta make Is this video working?
He's calling back.
He's there. He is. There he is. Okay, you're on.
Hey, everybody. Wow, am I ever humbled? That was quite a discussion. All those women are acclaimed sailors, and it's just amazing. They have probably between all of them gone around the world 2 or 3 times. So that was great. I really enjoyed listening to that, and we got some really accomplished women in that talk, and I hope everybody enjoyed listening to that. We are now on a Tiana 48, a 2005 Tiana 48, and we're over in Grand Marina. So we're going to do a little live showing today on,
Yeah, it does.
as well as 2 other boats. We're going to do a 2004 Fibercraft Pilot House motor yacht and a Dayliner 3988 after this boat. So let's start. We're gonna hop off the boat, go down the dock so we can give you a nice view of this boat, and then we'll take you through the Tiana 48. All right. If you know anything about cruising boats, or you've been looking for cruising boats, Tianas are right up at the top of the list for quality and and sailability. This is a Robert Perry design, and he's done a great job with it. And the Tiana yard builds really top quality boats. Pacific Yacht Imports, who Atomic Tuna bought the beginning of the year, actually the end of last year, is the Tiana importer. They have been for, I don't know, 20 some odd years. So this boat was actually sold by Pacific Yacht Imports back in 2005 as a new boat. And now we got it back to resell. So if you're looking for a nice, really sturdy cruising boat that will take you anywhere in the world, stay tuned and watch this video, because we're going to go through the whole boat and give you guys a really good look on this boat. All right, let's walk down the boat. You can see the hull is really bright and shiny. Moderate freeboard. Got bulwarks here, so it keeps you on the boat. And one of the things I really like about these Tianas is the stanchions. You can take these things and really yank on them. They won't move because they're double supported. You have this outer support here as well as the inner support. So you got really nice strong stanchions. The lifelines on these are also they're a little bit higher. The stanchions are a little bit higher, so you got really good protection. Really important if you're going offshore to stay on your boat. Kind of goes without saying, but I'll say it anyways. In fact, when I skipper a boat and I have crew on board, I say there's only one rule, and all my crew know what that is. Anybody that sailed with me knows what that is, and that is stay on the boat. So this Tiana will definitely keep you on the boat. You still have to be careful, of course, but nice lifelines, nice stanchions. Let's go aboard, and then we're going to start from the bow of the boat and work our way back. So we'll start up at the pointy end of the boat. It's got double bow rollers with a really beefy Delta anchor on it. It's about probably a 60-pound Delta anchor. And they have 300 foot of chain rode with a Maxwell vertical windlass. So with all the chain going below deck. really nice. The fair leads for your dock lines, let me point this out right here, they're also really beefy. They have rollers on them. It's a little hard for you guys to see maybe, but there's rollers on them to minimize chafe on your dock line. And also when you're putting the dock lines out, this is a little bit tight, but you can just drop it in the slot so you don't have to feed it through. So they really thought about how to use your dock lines. Working back, we have our foot switches for the windlass. And we have a removable inner forestay. So just move this ring up and then pull the lever, and then you can take this forestay off and move it back to the mast. And then clip it back up if you want to use it. That way you can clear the removable forestay if you're going upwind and they're tacking a lot, and you don't need the forestay unless you're running a reef boat. So nice to have it. You can run a staysail on here, a storm sail on here. So you bring your sail areas down and in, reduce the height of your center of effort, get it down lower. So the boat will stand up better and sail better. So really nice feature on these cruising boats. The hatches on these boats are main ship hatches or van ship hatches, all stainless steel, heavy duty hatches. You can see you've got a nice big one here over the forward berth. And then one here in the guest stateroom. And then a couple in the back that are a little further back that are over the salon. So good ventilation, nice big hatches, offshore hatches, no problem. Take a beating in a storm, and nothing to worry about. Coming up to the mast, Tiana's been doing this for a long time, and they put these mast pulpits on. So if you have to work up here at the mast, you got something to lean against, and it really keeps us safe and secure. So this boat has one of my favorite sail handling systems on it. It's a leisure furl, in-boom furling. So you don't have to leave the cockpit to raise and lower this. And it's infinite reefing. So you can reef it at any height. And it's a full batten mainsail. So you get to get really good sail shape. You get a nice roach on the sail, and you have ease of use. So these other winches up on the mast are for your halyards, for your jib and your spinnaker. And in my hand here is a staysail halyard and a spare jib halyard. And over on the other side is a spinnaker halyard. So you've got all your halyards right here. And let's see what else we got here. Another winch on this side. And then on the cabin top, we have what do we call it? Track for the staysail, so you can adjust the sheet angle for your staysail. That comes back through the turning block and up to the secondary winch back there on either side. And then on the mast also, take a look on this side. A nice solid boom bang with about a 16 to 1 purchase, so you can really crank down on the downhaul on the boom, so you get really nice sail shape. You can really tune that sail, get the best performance out of this boat with nice tuned main. The Dodger on this boat is built in the last year, so it's fresh canvas. The windows are polycarbonate, so nice and clear. stay that way probably for 10 years, as long as you don't use paper towels or some harsh chemicals. So really nice, gives you good visibility. You got a handrail on the side, so when you're getting out of the cockpit or you're moving forward, you got a handrail to hold. And then along the cabin top, you have these nice handrails as well. On the back end of the Dodger is a handrail that goes all the way across. So when you're in the cockpit, you have something to hold on to. And we got our bimini. So the all important bimini, when you're in the tropics, you're going to be looking for shade wherever you can. And again, this bimini was built in last year or so. So canvas is really fresh, really nice. And there's handholds on this bimini frame as well, walking around. Primary jib winch, secondary winch for the staysail or for running spinnakers. As we come back, we got really nice dough raids. Diana's been putting dough raids on their boat for forever. Nice stainless steel dough raid with stainless handholds to protect it, so you don't get any of the main sheet wrapped around it. It's really nice. This boat has a fishing mount here, so you can put your rod here and go catch some fish. Last time I was on a Diana 58 from South Africa, we were fishing, caught fish every day. We caught fresh fish. So it was really good, healthy, and should definitely make sure you have your fishing rods and lures on board and go catch some fish. The Genoa track on this boat is really long, so you can adjust the jib or the Genoa and get good sail shape out of it. It's a little unusual on these boats to have such a long Genoa track, but this one has it with adjustable cars, of course. Get your big turning blocks, these cheek blocks here, really hefty. Bring your jib sheets back here, or your spinnaker sheets or guys. Turn them, bring them back up to the winch so you get nice nice runs. Got a life sling here for your protection. And then one of my other favorite things on this boat are these pulpit seats. And so they just sit down here and hang out and watch the world go by as you're sailing along, nice and quiet, and just enjoying the sun. So yeah, these are great seats. There's one on either side, so you can choose your side depending on which tack you're on, and hang out and enjoy it. Coming down next to me here is the split backstay. So you do have a split backstay here. It's got a single side band integrated into the backstay. And this boat does have a single side band. So when you're out cruising, you've got long range radio already on this boat. So you don't have to worry about that. With split backstay, you don't have a backstay in the middle, so it opens up the middle of the boat to get on and off the boat. There's a little swim step down below, nice little place down there where you can get in and out of the water with a nice swim ladder that's easy to deploy. And then you have this radar arch here, or this arch, that has three, I think they're 150 watt panels, solar panels, fairly new. So you have nice, good solar coming off this boat, keep your batteries charged up. And this nice hefty radar arch. that integrates your davits for your dinghy. This is I think it's a 10-foot Avon, 10-foot Zodiac inflatable floor with a little 5-horse Mercury outboard. You have your blocks, your 4-to-1 blocks to make it easier to raise and lower this dinghy. You can put a bigger dinghy on here if you want, maybe a hard bottom. If you're going to go long distance cruising, it's always nice to have a hard bottom rib. Go use it as your little sports car. Nice little Magma barbecue. We can barbecue all that fish that you caught, or the steaks that are sitting in your freezer waiting for a little break from fish. Let's hop in the cockpit. At the helm here, we have the autopilot, Raymarine, and this is upgraded. This is a newer autopilot, and again, one of my favorite things is bow thruster. So this boat already has a bow thruster, nice to have. Great for maneuvering these single engine sailboats. So yep, this boat is all equipped with that. The steering wheel is a nice teak steering wheel with a brake. Single lever engine control on the side of the binnacle. And a cockpit table. Leg that folds down and then folds out. Nice shiny varnish. All the varnish on this boat's in really good condition. You hang out here and put your beers down, or your Mai Tais or margaritas, depending if where you are. There's cockpit cushions on this boat. They're all in really good condition. No tears, no soils, looking really good. Forward, we have our halyard winch. It is electric. The electric's not on right now, but this is used for raising and furling the mainsail. So it all comes back to here. And then on the other side is the boom bang and another line, which I'm not quite sure what it is. Have to track it down a little bit. And then we have a nice 12-inch hybrid touch Raymarine, which is an upgrade from the original. The clutches they use on this boat is Lumars, and I don't know if you ever use these or not, but really nice. You can release a line even if it's under heavy load. So nice clutches on this. And then forward, we have our instruments. We have our depth, wind, and speed. So you can sit in the cockpit and see these from anywhere in the cockpit. All right, let's head below deck. All right, so now we're down here in the below deck on the Tiana 48, 2005. And I don't think I had mentioned the price on this boat. So the asking price on this boat is $329,000. Boat show special is $319,000. So give us a call if you're interested in that, and we'll get you on this boat. It is a super boat. I know a lot of us are sitting at home with this shelter in place directive and thinking about going cruising. Well, if I'm thinking about going cruising, I'm thinking about this boat. So you should give us a call. We'll go through the entire interior here, but if you want to see more detail and ask questions, give us a call and we'll give you a virtual tour on the boat. On the port side of this boat is a nice L-shaped settee with a big table. The upholstery is cloth upholstery in really nice shape. There's no soiling, no rips, no wear on it. It's all in really good shape. Teak table with fiddles all the way around. So if you're eating down here underway, you're not going to get your plate sliding into your lap. And then they have nice handholds on this end. On the other side, we have another L-shaped settee. This one's smaller than the port side. Same upholstery, same condition. And then we have a nice little table here with handholds and fiddles. So everywhere you look on this boat, you'll see handholds. And Tiana does such a fabulous job on their woodwork. It's just really pretty. So you got handhold here. You have handhold on the companionway ladders, a couple places. You have handholds overhead. So when you're underway, it's a really safe boat. Plus, everything is close enough where you can go from handhold to handhold to handhold, and never be moving around without being able to hold on to something. There's the business end of the boat, nav station, Ray Marine chart plotter, hybrid touch. This is a 9-inch, I think. Kind of cool. You can either do it with your fingers with the touch, or you can use the controls. We'll start up here. This is our single sideband. ICOM. You got your ICOM speaker, your ICOM VHF, mic for the VHF, mic for the sideband. This here is the battery gauge, and then we have our Pioneer CD player stereo, and there are speakers throughout the boat. Got your Northern Lights genset controls, and can you see the hours on that? I don't have my glasses on. I think it says 235. Xantrax inverter controller and Xantrax battery monitor. And your circuit breaker panel. And they do a nice job laying it out. All your lights are on one side, all your navigation equipment's on the other side. And then various other lights and things are here. Actually, it's the other way, sorry. All your lights are here and here. This is all your navigation equipment. And one of the nice things about Tiana is the quality of the wiring. So let's open that up, take a peek inside. Wiring's nice and clean and labeled, and there's extra space in there. So if you decide that you need to add more electronics or some other electrical items, you have all the extra space, and everything is run nice and neat. Okay, storage space. So good space to store your captain's log, which comes with the boat. Nice little captain's log. Not much in here because they didn't really go very far with this boat. So you can start new, iPad, or whatever you have. So our trip from South Africa to Florida, we actually used an iPad the entire way, and it was great. I wouldn't really do it any other way. It's nice to have these chart plotters, but iPad makes it easy as well. Underneath the chart table, we have some drawers and a bigger drawer for files, or they have manuals in here. Lots of manuals. On the other side, underneath, is access to the generator. So this comes up, gets out of the way, and you have generator access. Northern Lights, I believe it's a 5 kW. And then we have gauges for water, fuel, and actually that's fuel, water, and waste. So you got your gauges right here. Up above us, you got an EPIRB. You see our GPS fix, so one of the newer EPIRBs, and a fire extinguisher. And we'll see those throughout the boat. Most of the lights on this boat are LED, so it keeps your energy usage down. Okay, let's go forward. As we walk through, you'll see all this really nice teak, satin finished teak that Tiana does. Inside this closet is access to the mast. It's a deck or a keel set mast, and it's covered with this really nice solid teak. Tiana is known for their teak on the interior, especially. Moving forward is on the port side is a guest stateroom with bunks. Nice little hanging closet there. And then forward is the lever. Nice big hatch. Hanging locker, lots of storage space. You get behind me and put the storage over here as well. Oh, there's a mirror. So this is the 3-cabin layout on the Tiana. So you have on the port side, you have the double bunks. You have the V berth up forward, and then aft, you'll see when we go back there, you have the big queen, centerline queen that they have on all the floors. On the starboard side is the bathroom, forward bathroom. Use this for your day head and for your guests. So you have a nice separate shower in there. So your guests can use this for taking their showers and not getting the rest of the head wet. One of the things I should point out is the woodwork on this. When you look at these doors, they're all solid teak doors, all really nice. The whole boat's like this beautiful teak woodwork. All right, let's go to the galley. Let's cook something up. This is a great offshore galley. No matter which tack you're on, you have something to lean against. There's a guard around the stove. So even if you're on starboard tack and you're leaning this way, you've got something to lean on. So great underway galley. On the inboard side, you have twin stainless steel sinks and a microwave. So easy to get to your microwave. It's at a really good height, so you can actually see in there. You got some storage here. I think they have, this is their dry storage. And then outboard side, you have your 3-burner propane stove with oven. Fridge and freezer. You have access, top access, as well as side access for both of them. And this is a Gruner refrigeration freezer system with holding plates. So it's really efficient and it's good for use offshore. Outboard here is storage. These do lock, so you have to lift them a little bit. Oops. To lift them and slide them. You have port lights, opening port lights into the cockpit. So if you're cooking down here, you can hand some food out, as well as outboard. There's a couple opening port lights here. So you get nice ventilation in, one just about above the stove. And there's a little exhaust fan above the stove as well. Okay, let's go into the master stateroom. This is one of the great features of this boat. You have this nice centerline queen bed. You can sleep in here on either tack. You can get into the bed from either side. This model has a little settee here for sitting and putting your shoes on or your clothes on or off. And then there's just storage all over this aft stateroom. A nice big closet back here you're looking at now. There's storage underneath. These are huge storage areas, both here and here. You put sheets or dry goods or whatever. Storage outboard. Nice storage all around the this boat in the aft stateroom. A nice overhead hatch and port lights, opening ports. There's 2 on either side in the stateroom with the opening hatch. So lots of ventilation. This boat does have air conditioning. So if you're really hot in the tropics, you can turn the air conditioner on. And then we're going to do a little dance here, but the camera's going to come over here and show you the head. With the separate shower. And on the forward wall of the stateroom is more storage. Nice big storage here. And then drawer storage as well. All right. I'm gonna open up this access door, and this gives you access to the Gruner refrigeration system. The wet exhaust muffler and the dripless shaft seal. And then your inlet with the with your water strainer. So easy access. Back of the engine. Under the sink is engine access. And this is a Yanmar engine. I think it's a 75 horse, but I would have to confirm that for you. You can access this engine from the other side as well. And then forward, in front of the engine, is the generator. And you can access the generator from underneath the stairs. So there is a panel that comes off under the stairs and gives you full access to the generator. We'll do just a quick peek in the bilge for you guys. Nice and clean down there. This boat did have a fuel tank in the bilge here that was compromised. That was removed. The tank that is down there now has 150 gallons capacity. The current owners felt that that was enough, but if you wanted to add another tank, or if you want to put a bladder in there for longer trips, there's space to do it, as well as the manifold to hook it up. Okay. I think we pretty much covered this boat. She's a beauty. If you're thinking about cruising, think about this Tuna 48, 2005. Asking price $329, boat show special $319. And if you're the first one to buy a boat from Atomic Tuna or Fairline Yachts during the show, then from Trident Funding as well as from Atomic Tuna, we're going to cover your title costs, so you'll save $600, which is a nice thing. Every dollar counts. But this boat also was just surveyed, It was a Randy Sharp survey. If you know Randy, he is a very thorough surveyor. And they went through the list and did pretty much everything on the list. So boat's pretty much ready to go. Give us a call, Atomic Tuna Yachts, 510-759-8481. All right, thanks for joining us on the Tiana 48. We're going to take you over just down the docks for two other boats. So I'm not sure if they can queue up a little video for you while we walk down there, or you're going to just walk with us. So we'll take you down there now. Thanks.
One, two, three.
Catalina 425. What's your next boat?
I'm blown away by the 545, the new one that just won all these Boatable of the Year awards that just came out of the plant. It is the big sister to this boat. If you squint, you'll see this boat when you see the 545. The hull shape is this boat extended. It's a little wider, it's a little longer, but the hull shape is the same. The interior, the layout of the interior is the same, that all the rooms are bigger. The staterooms are much bigger. The galley is much bigger, and it's got more amenities than this boat has. It has both a bow thruster and a stern thruster. The 545, I think, is
The Lost Soul dropped her dock lines and we were heading for our first anchorage of a new voyage. Excited? You bet. The same feeling that I felt the first time I set sail over 30 years ago was inside me. Pulling out past the breakwater, I couldn't help but wonder, what would I be feeling if and when I sailed back in? Would it be a few months? Would it be years? Would I ever sail back in? Those were real questions passing through my alleged mind. No matter what happens, I know I can sail her in. If the motor stops, who cares? I have sails. If the DVD doesn't work, so what? I can fix it when I get into port, or do without. But cruising as a lifestyle is more than that. You want everything to work, and if it doesn't, you have to fix it. When I last left to go cruising, I was in fairly good shape. Round is a shape, and I had no trouble getting around. But now I'm sneaking up on 70, and I don't feel a lot different. But after a couple of days out there, I realized there were quite a few things I used to do I could no longer do. No, I don't mean things like set sail or drop anchor or steer a boat. Those are no problem. But I find myself asking for help when something goes awry in the battery room. Oh, I can still get in there, but it's a lot harder getting down on the old knees, or more importantly, getting back up. But I realized something else a lot more important. When the wind is starting to howl at our first night's anchorage and we were hoisting the hook and setting the reef sail in the middle of the night, I felt alive. No, I don't mean I felt just alive. I mean I felt alive. There was a spark inside me as the sail set with 25 knots of wind blowing us south, and I found myself smiling. Not a big deal, you say? I can't remember the last time I had a big old grin on my face like that. The bounce was back, the feeling was back, and we were alive and well. Sitting there with my life partner, both of us just taking in the night, was like old times. As the wind slackened, without word I would start easing the reef, Jody would ease the sheet lines. When the sails were right for the winds again, we sat in silence, both of us lost in our dreams and our reverie. No words were needed or wanted. We were where we belong, cruising. If something breaks, we can do our best to fix it. If we can't fix it, we can do without. If I can't get in the battery room, Jody can.
You want to start here? All right. Hey, thanks for joining us on the next boat we're going to show. This is boat by the name of Ciao Bella. It's a 1998 Bayliner 3988. If you guys are looking for one of these boats, this boat's in really nice shape. Typical Bayliner 3988. Get a lot for your money. This boat's asking 119. Boat show specials 109. And again, first one to buy a boat from us gets the Trident funding $300 credit for title, and we're matching. So come aboard. Let's show you this 3988 Bayliner. First thing you notice when you step aboard, how easy it is. I didn't have to climb up any steps or anything. Just hop on this nice wide swim platform back here. People really like this style boat. It's a sedan, flybridge sedan, and you get this easy access. If you have a dog or you have mobility issues, these are great boats for you to buy. We got a door that opens up, and we just step in, and now we're in the cockpit with just a small step up from the swim platform. And the cockpit is a nice size. There's a couple chairs in here right now. I'm actually going to sit down and take a break. Maybe my voice will take a break too, but yeah, nice place to hang out. The canvas on this boat was redone a few years ago, so the canvas is in good shape. And it's a really nice spot just to hang out, enjoy the boat. You can be underway back here or just at anchor or even sitting in your slip and having a drink or having lunch or dinner back here is really nice. Entrance into the salon is, again, really easy. It's one step up. So let's go inside. If you haven't been on one of these boats, you'll see that they pack a lot into a boat, into a small boat. Not that small, almost 40 feet. But they really pack a lot in. You have a really nice L-shaped settee over here that'll seat 4 comfortably with a movable table. And then on the other side, you've got a chair, nice reclining chair with a footstool. And the necessary ice maker that every boat needs. Nice little flat screen TV, probably a 36-inch or 34-inch in the corner. So really comfortable back here. You'll also notice that there's good windows all the way around, so you have good viewing all the way around. So here I'm in the galley, and it's almost like being in the salon. You're one step up into the galley. It's open, so if you have guests, you can interact with them, you can talk with them while you're cooking. So we have a 3-burner electric stove with oven or princess. The cover comes down and a little cutting board. A nice size twin sinks. And then you have 2 fridges or a fridge and a freezer. You can make either one So you get fridge or freezer, so you got lots of space there. Lots of storage underneath. More storage. Underneath the sink, there's storage with a garbage can. Makes it convenient. And then some drawers. And the required beer opener. So on the forward side, you have this nice flat countertop for cooking. But if you are driving from inside, this does pick up. And now you have a helm seat. So you can drive from the helm seat from inside, or you can go up to the flybridge. Most people end up on the flybridge most of the time when this stays down. But if you're take the boat up to the Pacific Northwest, or it's just winter time and you're out, it's rainy, cold, come on down here and sit at the helm. At the helm, actually, I'm going to put this up and sit at it since we're just talking about that. At the helm, we have our shifters and our throttles. They are really easy to move, shift in and out, and throttle up. We have our radar, little older chart plotter. There's a newer one up on the flybridge, and our VHF. And another VHF. So you got two VHFs on this boat. Good visibility from up here. You can see the bow really well. Nice big windows. And then on the other side, I have a little settee, seat 3, and a little table. So if you're underway, you can sit up here and see out, or just hang out here. It's a little better view than down in the salon. But nice little settee with storage between the two settees. Okay, let's go forward. Up here, you got a queen size bed, access from both sides in a 39-foot boat. It's just awesome. You got a hatch overhead. And storage outboard. There's hanging locker on either side. And then the head, I want to show them the head there. You got a nice electric head. And one of the things you don't see on many boats at all, you got a bathtub, an actual bathtub. Pretty cool. So that's the owner's head, or the master head. I'm going to take you into the second stateroom. Show them the second stateroom, which is a double bed. With a hanging closet, big hanging closet. And for going to show you the head. There is access from the guest stateroom into this head or from the hallway. We walk back through the boat, through the gallery and the salon. And then we're going to go up to the flybridge. All right, nice big flybridge up here. Nice helm, good visibility, good seating. You could probably see, I don't know, 8 people up here, maybe more. Canvas is all in really good shape. Windows are a little foggy. The center window is a little foggy, but and at the helm, you can see that you got a newer hybrid touch Ray Marine. All your gauges, compass, trim tabs, throttle and shifter controls, all the normal things you would expect. Another VHF up here. All right. So nice place to hang out. You'll probably drive here, drive from up here most of the time. Have your little parties up here. Yeah, enjoy the view. It's a great location. It's fully enclosed. Some of these windows are brand new. Some of them may need a little updating. But you can take the windows off if you're up in the Delta and you just need the shade. It gets a little warm up here, but nice place to hang out. So 1998 Bayliner 3988. We're going to go down, just peek into the engine room real quick. These engines are the Perkins diesels. So this is a diesel engine, and they're 330 horse. So they are the preferred engines on these boats. So let's go down and take a quick peek into the engine room. Show you how to get in there. It's kind of unique, easy access. All right, find out. Take it. All right, we're going to show you the engine room access. And it's a door. Just open it up and head down in there. Great access. It's not a stand-up engine room, but plenty of room down there to get around the engines and get to all the equipment down there. It's all really clean. Fire extinguisher, generator. And easy in and out access. Okay, thanks for joining us on this 1998 Bayliner 3988. We're gonna hop off this boat. We're gonna show you one more boat today. Actually, during this session, we got another one in the afternoon. But one more boat this session, and that's gonna be a fibercraft. It's kind of a cool pilot house motor yacht. But this boat, 1998 Bayliner 39 to 88 sedan bridge. Asking price 119, special 109. Give us a call to Atomic Tuna or Pacific Yacht Imports also. And let's get you on the boat. Thanks. Let's go down to the next boat. Started. This is a really unique boat. It's a pilot house motor yacht, and boat was built to go cruising. Really, Pacific Northwest is a great place for this boat, but you can take it anywhere. It was built on the Delta fishing hull design, which most of the fishing boats use, and it's a really sturdy build. Built by Fibercraft in Washington, and it's just a really stout boat. It's a little utilitarian. It's not a fancy boat, but if you are a boater and you want a boat that'll really take you anywhere, you should really consider this. So we're gonna take you aboard this boat. It's a 2004, asking 249. Boat show specials 239. And again, with the Trident funding and the Atomic Tuna help out on the title work. So come on aboard. We're going to board from the back.
Okay, so
All right, so after the boat, there is no swim platform on this boat. The owner is a fisherman, and swim platforms tend to get in the way when you're fishing. So no swim platform on this boat. But a nice big cockpit back here. There's some folding chairs you can bring out and sit in the cockpit. No bimini back here either, again, because the owner is a fisherman, and that gets in the way of the fishing poles. So he really thought about how he was going to use the boat and how he's going to use it for fishing, and built it that way. There is a sink over here, easy access to the sink. So when you're fishing and you need to get some water, it's right here. Under here is just some storage. You can, I think you can use this as a bait tank. Pretty sure it's set up as a bait tank. He's using it for storage right now. And then one small step up to go into the salon. Okay, nothing fancy, just a really solid fishing boat. You got a little settee on one side. You got a table that opens up and actually folds out. Make a good sized table. There's a leg that comes down and extends. I'm not going to do it, but that's how it works. Get a nice little table here. You can sit at the settee, or you can use the folding chairs that he's got over here. There's 4 of these oak folding chairs. Little storage area here. And then right into the galley. Full size Amana refrigerator and freezer. And what else do you need when you're out? But a really nice size fridge and freezer. in the galley, great little galley, kind of C-shaped. So you're easy access and you're in here underway, so you're not going to go flying around. You got a 4-burner stove, Force 10, stainless steel. Looks like it's never been used. Microwave above the stove at eye height. Nice storage. More storage. Deep stainless steel double sink, really deep, so you get big pots in there. Nice big windows. Nice view all the way, all around. And storage. So let me show you the overhead storage. 3 big storage cabinets there. Drawers. More storage. More storage. Under sink storage for the cleaning supplies. And then more storage. Did I say there's storage here? Kind of cool. Put your cans in there, canned goods. Get a lot of storage in there. And then some storage under the stove. Some fry pans. Big stuff down there. And additional storage up here. Actually, they're storing life jackets up there. Let's get them out of the way. It's labeled. Okay, let's go up to the pilot house. Four steps up to the pilot house, and this is where the business is done. So really nice film seat, really comfortable. So when you're driving this boat, you are in comfort for sure. Adjustable height. Everything's laid out in front of you. You have the reverse angle windows, so the water sheds off them faster. We'll start at the top here. Is a VHF. It's your wiper controls, your trim tab gauges, your autopilot trim tab gauges, and this is an M127 radio. I think that may be a sideband, but I'm not sure. I think maybe. No, I think that's just another VHF, second VHF. Across the top, you got 2 radars and a older chart plotter. You got 2 Furuno GPSs systems, and then outboard is your throttle and shift controls, all electronic. This boat has 635 horsepower Cummins engines. Big engines for this boat. This is a really fast boat. The nice thing about it, you want to get somewhere with this boat, you will get there. In idle, you're probably doing 7 or 8 knots. You have great fuel consumption, but when you want to get up and go, you want to run at 23 knots, this boat will run at 23 knots. There are trolling valves on the transmissions, so you can actually run the boat slow at like 3 knots if you're out there trolling or you need slow speed maneuvering. That is built into the boat. But this boat was meant to go places. So let's get back to the controls here. You got a nice Ritchie compass, all your engine controls, engine gauges. These engines have about 240 hours on them. It's a 2004, but 240 hours on the engine. So these engines they're not even broken in. It's just getting started to get broken in. So it's just like brand new engines down there. Over here, this is your engine controls and engine switches for slow idle and increase the RPM. You got a windlass switch interior here, so you can raise and lower your windlass from inside. The Jensen CD player. And this is your circuit breaker panel. And then the aft end of the pilot house is a nice little settee that'll seat 3, maybe 4. Maybe you'll squeeze 4 in here. You can sleep in here. It's a little tight for sleeping, but you could definitely sleep back here if you're underway. Two of you, and one of you needs to be close to the helm, but resting. So great little pilot house, 360-degree view all the way around. Speakers. These Bose speakers. Are Bose? Yeah, Bose speakers. So good sound. Nice seat. Now we're going to take you into the sleeping area. It's a 2 stateroom and 1 head. So follow me. So we'll start forward. This is the guest stateroom. It's 2 bunks. This upper berth it's not a double, but it's really big. So you get a nice big upper berth, decent sized lower berth as well. And then one thing this boat does not lack is storage. There's just tons of storage throughout this boat. Lots of spares on the boat. More storage in the hanging locker here. More dock lines, fire extinguisher. All the wood here is a maple. It goes really light and airy. There's an overhead hatch and 3 opening port lights, 1 on one side and 2 on the port side. We go down into the master stateroom. And this is a true master. I mean, you got a queen size bed, walk around all the way around the bed. Great access. You got a nice little settee here for taking your shoes off or getting dressed or undressed. Really comfortable. And again, storage all over this boat, from behind the settee to drawers here. Nice big deep drawers. To the hanging locker here with the fire extinguisher. If you need more storage than is on this boat, you need a house. There's tons of storage. And then we're going to show you the head. So this boat is a single head. With a separate shower. Vacuum flush head. Nice separate shower. All right, so 2 staterooms, nice big master. Second stateroom is a bunk room with a really big upper berth. Single head with a separate shower. Did I just say that? But yeah, really nice sleeping accommodations up here for the owner and either a couple guys if you're going out fishing. So really nice. Accommodations are nice. The layout's really great. Really utilitarian boat. If you really want to go places, this is a good boat for you. Let's just run forward real quick, show you the front of the boat. So you have these nice solid rails, pretty high. They're probably about 32 inches or 34 inches, all the way around the deck of this boat. So safe boat. You can come up here and while you're underway and not have any worries. Got a CQR, 35-pound CQR anchor and a Maxwell vertical windlass with foot switches here, as well as an interior switch at the helm where you can raise and lower. So again, thanks for joining us on the Fibercraft, the 2004 Fibercraft. Asking $249, special at $239 this weekend at the boat show. We haven't shown them the engine yet. We got a few more minutes. Let's go down into the engine room. Take it down into the engine room next. Okay. I am going to jump down there and I'll grab the phone too. All right. So here's the engine room. This is the utility area at the aft end. Battery boxes. You can see all the cables are really nice. Nice big hot water heater. Access underneath to the steering gear, to the hydraulics and the tie rods in the autopilot. Fresh water pump. You can see if you're out in the middle of the wilderness, if you need to access things, this boat is really good for access. Here's your generator. It's Westerbeek 5 kW. Your exhaust. You can see this exhaust is really big. You have to remember it's 635 horsepower engines. So, you know, these huge engines for this boat. So you can really get up and go. Back here is the inverter and battery charger and electrical. And now let's go into the engine room. Actually, before we go there, that is the filter for the generator, fuel filter. And then engine room is next step forward. All right, look at these bad boys. They are some serious engines. On the front wall, you'll see the fuel filters, the dual Raycor fuel filters. Big alternators on these. Bilge is super clean. No corrosion on the engines. Just really, really clean. All right. And then back out. There's a nice door to seal the engine room up, keep the noise out, or keep the noise in the engine room, actually. Cool. All right. And we're going to finish up here. Turn the light off down here. All right, so now I'm out of the engine room. We've shown you 3 boats this morning: the Tuna 48, 2005, this 2004 Fibercraft, and the 1998 Bayliner 3988. Hope you enjoyed watching. If you have any interest in any of these boats, give us a call, and we'd be happy to do a virtual tour for you. Personal virtual tour, and then manage the purchase process. All right, thanks a lot, and let's see if we can queue up some prizes. So Kevin, can you, or Gailey, can you give away a few prizes for us?
Am I good? All right, so I hope you enjoyed the tour of the Tuna 48 and the Fibercraft and the Bayliner. Again, we have special boat show prices. So if you're interested in any of those 3, please do not hesitate to give us a call or visit us on our website, atomictunayachts.com. So we have some prizes that we are excited to give away. The first one will go to Captain Hap. Captain Hap, we have another Atomic Tuna hat for you. So congratulations, Captain Hap. We'll send you information so that we can make sure you get your hat. And then the other prize we have will go to Frank Bellchamber. Frank, thanks for participating in the walkthroughs. You have just won a free 1-year subscription to Latitudes and Attitudes. So you probably want to tune in tomorrow night for the virtual party with Latitudes and Attitudes. So again, congratulations, Frank. Yeah, so now we'll have Kevin queue up a video with Latitudes and Attitudes. Sorry, excuse me, it's incorrect. He will queue up a video on why Catalinas are better. You're going to hear a little bit more about Catalinas from Wayne at 12:30, and also a walkthrough of the Catalina 425.
One, two, three, four.
Catalina 425. What's your next boat?
I'm blown away by the 545, the new one that just won all these Boatable of the Year awards that just came out of the plant. It is the big sister to this boat. If you squint, you'll see this boat when you see the 545. The hull shape is this boat extended. It's a little wider, it's a little longer, but the hull shape is the same. The interior, the layout of the interior is the same, that all the rooms are bigger. The staterooms are much bigger. The galley is much bigger, and it's got more amenities than this boat has. It has both a bow thruster and a stern thruster. The 545, I think, is a marvelous boat.
Yeah, I took a ride on that boat a couple days ago, and it is a fabulous boat. And everything that they've done in this boat, they've done in that boat, and just made it bigger. And you know, it's really spectacular.
The one feature that boat has that I think is going to sell it, just like the wine cooler sells this boat, is the dumbwaiter in the galley.
Yeah,
you can mix your cocktails in the galley. Stick them in the dumbwaiter, push a button, and it lifts them up into the cockpit, and whoever's up there can just reach them out. You're not going to spill any cocktails going up the companion.
Well, that's important.
Darn right it is.
That's what, and I think that Catalina has thought that out, as well as all the other quality things that they've done on the boat and thoughtful ideas that they put into that boat. And yeah, these 425s are just super boats. I look around and, you know, it's just a really cool boat. And by the way, we're sitting on that 425 now. We're sitting on the 2017 hull number one 425. So yeah, it's really cool. So why did you buy a Catalina 425, especially the number one hull?
Well, I've always liked Catalinas. I've owned them most of my life, and I consider them an honest, strong, good sailing boat. Now I consider them also a very exciting design. I don't think they always were, but I think with this new generation, the 425, and now their new spectacular 545, I think they're in a new level of design and building. So I just think I like a boat that I can take offshore and know it's not going to fall apart.
So talk a little about the quality of this boat compared to some of the European boats, maybe.
Well, I loved watching this boat being built. I lived near the plant. I got to know the chief operating officer, Jerry Douglas, who designed this boat and engineered it. And he invited me and my wife, Mary Ann, to come visit on a regular basis while it was being built. So we got to see it from the mold on up. And every step of the way, I was impressed with the build. The fiberglass work is excellent. It's strong. The electrics, mechanics, the electronics, all of it is, I think, first class.
Yeah, and they have their own furniture building shop there. So
The cabinet work in Catalina's has always impressed me, and I never understood how they could do it until I got acquainted with the factory. They have their own complete wood shop. I mean, they do every piece of teak and mahogany work that's in the boat, and it's beautifully done. And they have an absolutely marvelous a varnish shop. They lay on a dozen or more coats of varnish on most of the pieces that you see in one of these boats, and it really shows.
yeah, so they start with just regular stock of teak, and they mill it and plane it and cut it and shape it and build the interior of these boats like it's real furniture.
I'm a bit of an amateur cabinet maker myself, and I've met some of the old guys, and most of them are old guys like me, in that cabinet making shop over there. They've been with Catalina 30 years, sometimes 40 years.
Yeah.
They, you know, the old term for a good woodworker was a wood butcher. Well, these guys are the best of the wood butchers.
The wood butchers.
Yeah, they are absolutely terrific.
Yeah, it's just incredible, right from the raw stock right to the finished product, and watching them make it, and some of the ideas like the corners on these boats. So you want to talk a little about that?
Well, all of the ends and edges are solid teak. They're molded and milled right there in the shop. They have special cutters that they're sort of planer and router cutters that trim all this stuff to their specs, and it's just beautiful woodwork.
Yeah, that's just great. Moving up to the deck, what do you like about the deck?
Well,
Cockpit deck.
First of all, the side decks on this boat are wider than you normally see on a 43-footer, which means walking forward and aft, especially for an old guy like me, is a lot easier. You're not trying to squeeze around shrouds particularly, and you've got a better stance as you're standing on the side deck. So, and it's a very clean layout. All the running rigging, the halyards, the sheets, topping lifts, outhauls, all these lines come directly to the cockpit. You can sail this boat without ever going forward most of the time. You can pull the sails in and out right from the cockpit. You can trim the sails right from the cockpit. You can do almost everything. And it's a very safe cockpit. It's a deep, what I consider a deep well cockpit. Even though it's high in the boat, you have great visibility from this cockpit. You've got deep sides to the seats. It feels very secure. We've been in some pretty sporty weather in this boat, going out to Bermuda and other places down in the Yucatan Channel, going to Mexico, and I feel very secure in this boat.
Yeah, that's great. You were talking about the shrouds being inboard,
yes.
And right behind your head is a stainless steel rod that is part of that structure. Right?
Yeah, Jerry Douglas some years ago invented this ball joint tie rod arrangement. This is a tie rod. The shroud is right above this. It's attached through a plate that goes to the deck, but the tie rod goes down to the grid in the bottom of the boat. It's tied directly to the sort of superstructure of the boat, and I think it's a quite marvelous design because boats flex, especially in the sportier weather. They work. Doesn't matter who made it or what it's made out of. Every boat works. I imagine battleships and carriers work if they're in the right kind of weather. But this ball joint allows some flex at the deck that doesn't break the watertight joint, which is so common in many, many fiberglass boats where the shroud is connected through the deck into the hull. That joint works, it breaks the seal, the bedding, the caulking seal, and now you got leaking shroud terminals. This allows for that. That ball joint allows for that, which is quite a wonderful idea. I think Jerry invented it, but it's a terrific idea.
So you've never had a leak from that?
Not from these, no. This boat doesn't really leak. It's a new enough boat. Now, every boat eventually will develop a few leaks.
Yeah, going through the factory, Jerry was showing me how that arrangement works, and it pretty much makes it a keel step mast anyways, the way that they attach it.
Yes.
At the deck, so you get the best of both worlds.
Well, I think that's true. There, you look at the way the flanges are through bolted.
Yeah.
It's very, very solid. So
Yeah.
I have the feeling, I don't know what Jerry would say about this, but I have a feeling that because he's an engineer, he looks at what the loads are, and he goes a step beyond, or maybe a couple of steps beyond what is called for, because I see that all over the boat. I see things that are beefier and stronger than I would have anticipated.
Yeah. So you've had the boat for 2 years?
3 years now.
3 years.
Well,
3
we
years.
took delivery in late 2016.
Hull number one.
Just as it was winning Boat of the Year that year.
So won Boat of the Year 2018, 17?
That was, it was Boat of the Year 2016.
2016.
And it was, because it was hull number one, it's the one that all the boating editors came aboard. So I had a wonderful experience taking these guys out sailing with people from Catalina as well.
Yeah.
But because I'd already taken delivery of the boat, they let me go along, and it was a lot of fun meeting guys like Peter Nielsen and others who were, running these magazines.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. So you put 10,000 miles on the boat. That means you spent some time kind of living on the boat.
Well, when we do the cruising, we usually do about 2 months at a time. Yes, we live on the boat. Mary and I live on the boat. We have crew live with us too. I mean, whoever's with us, we usually have anywhere from 1 to 3 or 4 people joining us for various pieces of our cruises.
So talk about the things you like about the livability of the boat. Maybe the table or this arrangement over here.
Well, I would have to absolutely start with the refrigeration. Now that sounds funny, but we basically have 4 refrigerators on this boat. We have our regular refrigerator that's in the galley, and then over on the outboard side of the galley, we have a deep freeze. And I never thought I'd ever see a 0 degrees deep freeze on a boat that's 12 volt.
In the tropics.
We keep ice cream in our deep freeze, and it's hard as a brick.
Well, that's a good enough reason to buy a 425 or buy a Catalina.
The third refrigerator, if you want to call it that, is right behind you. It's a little 9-bottle wine cooler.
And that's really important.
It's essential. Absolutely. It sells the boat.
Yeah.
And then the best one of all really is up in the cockpit. The cockpit table has a regular refrigerator cold plate in it. It's the same cold plate that is in the deep freeze. And it keeps about a case and a half of drinks cold all the time. I don't have to buy bags of ice and try to keep it in a cooler or an igloo or something. We have all the cold stuff you want. And when you live in Florida, as you said, the tropics,
that's important.
Cold is really nice. The other thing about the boat I like is the galley. It's a very nicely set up galley. It's secure in a seaway with a sea strap, which I use when we're out offshore. You're always right in front of everything. It's the stove is gimbaled. The microwave works even offshore. It's everything. Everything works. We like the forward stateroom a lot. The master stateroom has a bed that tilts up and down.
So the head of the bed tilts up?
Yes, and it's got a very nice head that's ensuite. It's got a shower. All that works very, very well. I like the electric toilets. I mean, I've been around boats for a long time, but it's really quite nice to just push a button instead of the old pump.
Yeah, and I'm sure your wife appreciates that too.
She doesn't.
She actually comes along with you now.
Right, she usually gets to demonstrate how the electric head works to our newcomers.
That's great. And where we're sitting, this is two separate seats.
This is the nav desk area can be built in several different ways. I've seen one boat, Andrew Seligman's boat up in Baltimore. He's another fellow that I demonstrated the boat to early on. He had them build this so this would drop down and create another berth.
Oh,
now,
interesting.
I didn't do that. It's a modification I could do, but I'm happy with the way it is.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable to sit back here and sit back in the corner and have a little table here for your drinks or eating. How about this table over here?
Well, again, the design of this is quite novel. It can be a cocktail table at any height, or you can open up the wings and it'll seat about 6 people around the dinette. And then when you want to use it this way, you can drop it down. There's a cushion that goes on top of it, and that dinette becomes almost a king-size berth.
Wow.
And I use it, well, we have used that as a sleeping berth when we've had a lot of people on the boat. And it's very, very comfortable. I use it when we're offshore as a sea berth, as a quarter berth, because I put a lee cloth across it lengthwise, and I've got a little cocoon sea berth there.
All right, cool.
All right. Well, I just made a mad dash from Grand Marino back over to our Fairline office in Marina Village, and here we are. And I think the first thing we're going to do is give away a gift, and that gift is a pair of binoculars. So let's pick one out, and here's the binoculars from West Marine. West Marine donated these to us to give away. So we really appreciate that from West Marine. And we're going to give these to Deanna Landers. So Deanna, thanks for joining. And you get a nice pair of Coastal 100 binoculars, 7x50, center focus from West Marine. All right, thanks, Deanna. And we'll send those out to you. Make sure we have your address so we can get those to you. All right, so we've been talking about Catalinas and why they're better. So when I started selling yachts, Catalinas were always kind of the Chevrolets in my mind. I thought they were okay. I thought that, you know, they made a decent boat, but I was never head over heels over a Catalina. I mean, I would have bought one if the time was right. But I went down to Florida in February after acquiring Fairline Yachts. And in the Largo factory down in Florida, Catalina builds all of their yachts. They used to be out in Woodland Hills. They still have some admin functions out there. But all of the production now is down in Florida. And I went to Largo, and you've seen some interviews, I'm sure, with Jerry Douglas. I spent, I don't know, 4 days with him and was overwhelmed with the quality and the thoughtfulness that goes into these boats. And now I wouldn't buy any other boat. Everything about that boat, about these 5 Series boats, is just incredible. Starting from the bottom of the boat, starting from the keel, where they use lead instead of iron, cast iron, and tons of advantage with the lead. And I was impressed that not only are there all these advantages, but Catalina didn't cut corners on the cost. So if you look at the difference between the cost of a lead keel or a cast iron keel, the cast iron keel is going to cost about 2.5 cents a pound. Let's put a little question out there. Does anybody know how much lead costs? About 20 a pound. You got any answers? First one that answers wins a hat. I'm going to tell you here in about 5 seconds. Okay, it's about 10 times the cost, 20 times the cost of the iron, cast iron. It's about $2 a pound. So, no, I'm sorry. Cast iron is $2, lead is $20, so it's 10 times. And it's significant. It's a significant part of the cost of these Catalinas. And Catalina decided that they weren't going to cut any corners. So now you have a lead keel that, number one, helps the boat sail better because it's heavier, so the boat stands up more. Number two is, if you hit something with it, it will absorb a lot of the energy rather than passing it all through the keel into the hull and maybe cracking the hull, which happens often with some of our competition. And number three, you don't have to maintain it. So if you scratch it, you're not going to get a rust spot on it. So with the cast iron hulls or keels, anytime we do a survey on one of the boats with a cast iron keel, there's always rust on that keel, and it just costs more to maintain that boat. Doesn't really hurt it, but it definitely costs more. So yeah, they start right from the bottom of the boat and then they go up from that. I think Jerry in this discussion may have talked a little about the rudders. The rudders are better. The way they build them is better. Not just where they use not asymmetrical instead of symmetrical. So you get the leading edge is one piece. It's a nice rounded leading edge. So if you hit it, you're not going to split it open. To the way they attach the stainless rudder post to the rudder itself with the frame inside. It's welded and it's kind of like a ladder. So you get more strength from the attachment all the way up to the rudder post, where the rudder post is stainless steel, and it's a good inch thick stainless steel, except where it goes through the hull, where the high load area is, where it's solid stainless steel. You're never going to bend the rudder shaft on a Catalina. I'm sure if you've walked around a boatyard or been around a boatyard enough, you've seen some damaged rudders. Sure, if you run into something hard at 7 knots, hit that rudder, you're going to do damage. If you hit it on the bottom's just going to shear off, and you're still going to have 2/3 of your rudder that you can use to steer. So right from the bottom of the boat on the way up, it's all better. Let me show you a piece of a hull. This was a piece of the hull that was from a 445 that was cut out for a bow thruster. And I don't know if you can tell the thickness of that hull, but it's about 1 inch thick, and it is solid. So the construction of these boats is, the fiberglass is overbuilt. you won't get any flexing in these hulls. I've been on boats where you're sailing along and you can actually see the hull oil canning, and it's not good for the boat. The boat doesn't sail as well because you're not transferring the load into the into forward motion. You're flexing that hull. Not going to flex. So you get a nice, solid, stiff boat, which is a huge advantage when you're out there. Also, if you're in heavy weather, this boat does not flex. It does not shudder. So lots of reasons. Let's go to the woodwork on the inside. So Catalina has their own wood shop. They have their own high-end furniture makers. These guys have been doing this for 30 years. Solid teak doors. They don't have tape around the edges of the doors where you bang them up and all of a sudden you see the exposed plywood. All of the corners, all of the high wear areas, they're all solid teak. And it's not just thin little teak, it's heavy, solid teak. So if you bang it, which you're gonna do if you're out there really using your boat, to refinish it, you just sand it out and then just lay on some matte finish varnish and it'll blend right in. Now they don't put any dye in their varnish, so that when they do a repair, you don't have to revarnish the whole piece. You can just do a little repair and it'll blend right in. You won't even see it. So that's a few things. Let's talk about water intrusion into the boat. So one of the major issues with keeping a boat nice is the water intrusion. And we see it in a lot of places. In Catalina, I noticed that stanchions were a major problem with water intrusion. So the way they secure their stanchions is they put a backing plate below the where the stanchion goes, and they glass it in. And then they drill from the top down, tap it, and seal it. So even if that seal breaks, which shouldn't, it's not going to go into the boat. It cannot leak. The other thing they do is they actually put a pad, about a 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch pad above the level of the deck. So if there is water, you're not going to get water intrusion or water sitting there getting ready to go in. The water's just going to shed. So they've really thought about all these little things. How about the the mast? The mast is deck stepped on all Catalina boats. So I've heard bad things about deck step. I've heard good things. What's a good thing about the Catalina deck step? Well, Catalina looked at the issues that you have with deck step masts. And the biggest issue you have is you have a compression post on the inside of the boat to the bottom of the deck. And then you have the deck, and then the mast sits on top of the deck, and you get compression in the deck. And then when you get compression in the deck, the rig loosens up, everything loosens up. It's a bad thing. And the fix on that is major. So what Catalina said was, why don't I, rather than putting the top of the compression plate on the inside underneath the deck, why don't I put it on the top of the deck? And that way there's no deck compression. So that's what they did. So if you look at the Catalinas, the 5 Series Catalinas, the plate for the compression post is on top of the deck, and then it's sealed. So guess what? That's not going to leak either. And then On the inside, there's a pipe that comes up that stands about 6 inches above the deck on the inside of the mast. So if there's any water that does get into that mast, it's not going to go down the pipe into the boat. So dry boat, good thing. The way they attach the deck or the mast to the deck plate secures the mast to that deck plate. And then you essentially have a mast that is from the top of the mast to the keel, a keel step mast, even though it's a compression post, because you attach that mast to that compression post in that deck plate. You go through these boats and it's one thing after another like this. It really is incredible. Let's see, Kevin, you were, are you on, Kev?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. So we have Kevin with us. Kevin went down to the factory with me and he was filming it. And Kevin, have you been to a boat factory before?
No, that was the first one.
That was his first one. What was your impression coming away from that factory?
I was really impressed with the people, especially Jerry. You know, Jerry is like probably one of the smartest people I've ever met in my entire life. You know, I think that guy should be making spaceships, not sailboats. You know, but he was really impressive, and he's obviously thought about everything, right? And then some. So the attention to detail that he has and his engineering mind was really impressive. And then it goes on down from that. And you have, you know, Pat, who does marketing and sales. Then you have Jamie, who's a production designer. Then you have design engineer with Julian, who's a newer guy. And it's really impressive what that plant's done. Then you have Mike. Mike has been the head of production for 40 years.
40 years.
And then you have a couple other people there that have been there a long time. Some foremans. He's got 7 foremans. And the boat is just incredible. And then we took that ride over, took the 545 to Palmetto from Tampa Bay. And that was a really cool ride. And it's just really impressive how spacious that boat is. And then especially how you can see everything. You know, I've noticed with other sailboats, you might not be able to see as well from the cockpit, but the Catalina and the way he thinks about it is really impressive. And that's probably what I took away the most from that factory was the people.
Yeah. And, you know, not to diminish the sailing characteristics of the boat too. You know, it's a moderate displacement boat. It's not heavy displacement. It's not light displacement. It's right where you want it to be comfortable. So you have good motion. They rarely slam because they don't have that big flat forefoot sticking out there like some of the boats. They may not be as fast as some of the boats, but there are no slouches at all.
Well, especially if you want to buy a new Catalina, you know, compared to the European competitors, we can actually go to Florida and watch the boat being built.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages. In fact, we're working with a buyer of a 545. We're trying to get them scheduled to go down there, do a factory tour, get on the 545 that's down there. And I can guarantee you, if you're thinking about a Catalina and you go to that factory and you're comparing that boat to other boats on the market, and I don't care what other boats you're comparing them to, you're going to buy that Catalina. I am absolutely sure. So, you know, the thought or the prevalent thought on Catalinas that, yeah, they're nice boats, but they're really not offshore boats. Well, that's for people that really don't know these boats. And Kevin, who was his first factory visit, he walked out of there and he was like, oh my God, why would anybody buy anything else? Right, Kev?
Yeah, there's so many reasons. And, you know, I'm not as big of a sailor as you are, but I really like that True North. And they kind of put the same detailed into that. And that is really impressive, you know, cruising fishing boat. And but everything they do is just top notch. And anything, you know, I believe anything built in the United States is to be better. And that factory is certainly a reason why. And so.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, it is U.S. built, and especially going through this COVID issue right now, it's nice to be able to keep people employed and Do you recall how many people they have at the factory? I think it's close to 100 or over 100.
Yeah, I think they have 96 or something. Like
96 people that they're employing down at that factory. And they're putting out the small boats. I think that there's a 22 sport. I think there's a 28, then the 315, the 355, the 385, 425, and then the flagship 545. They're putting those all out of that factory, and they just do a great job. They got a little test pool there. They drop each boat in before they ship it, make sure everything's right. They have a quality control guy that checks everything, make sure that everything's working. The warranties on these boats, I think it's a 5-year hull. I'd have to check, but there's virtually no warranty on the boat because everything works. Now it is a boat, so there could be a light out or a pump could go out or something. But as far as the build of this boat, we haven't really seen anything wrong with these boats when we get these new boats. And these older boats that we get in, they're in great condition too. Catalina's being a really quality boat, you'll notice on the market that they hold their value a lot better than our competitors. So when you're buying a boat, Catalina's may cost a little bit more, not a lot. They're pretty competitively priced, but over the long haul, you'll save a lot of money by buying a Catalina because they just don't depreciate as much. They hold their value. So you should take that into consideration if you're thinking about a Catalina. Kevin, what else did you like about the boat?
Well, you're saying the boats hold up. We were on a 95 with Bill's doing that cooking video, and that boat looked amazing, and really stood the test of time and the design and everything. And that's a big thing. I think Jerry is like the confidence I get from that. I know how smart he is, and you guys have heard the interview with him and how he thinks about things. Like if I'm offshore and I'm cruising far away, I'm going out of Mexico, I feel pretty comfortable that I know Jerry Douglas was the one that designed and did everything with that boat. I think that's a really big deal, and being able to talk to him on the phone about maybe how things work. And I thought some of the things that was really cool with that 545 was the all the pots and pans will fit in the galley because Jerry's wife made sure of that, and got the dumbwaiter, and you have the galley that's set up really well, and everything's thought out really well. And then you have the soundproof front stateroom, and everything is really well thought out. And I think if you're going to be living aboard or just enjoying the boat, that stuff's going to just keep over the years, just going to go up and up and up, and like, why is this so much better? And you'll realize it, and it's really cool. And I really like that 545. That's an awesome boat.
Yeah, it's a cool boat. Yeah, one of the things you get when you buy Catalina is the history of Catalina, and the fact that if you need something for that boat, even if it's 20 years old, 30 years old, they have it. If they don't have it, they'll make it for you. We walked through the molds for the rudders. How many rudder molds were there, Kevin?
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
So if you have an older boat and you bang up a rudder, you need a new rudder made, call them up. They'll go back out in their mold yard, and they'll pull out those molds out, and they'll make you a new rudder for a boat that's 30 years old, 35 years old. If you need a part for your boat, call Catalina Direct, and they'll answer the phone, and they speak English, and they're customer oriented.
Mm-hmm.
So I know we had an unnamed boat here that we were trying to get some parts for, and we couldn't even get through to them. They were in France, and they're just uncooperative. And Catalina is the exact opposite. They'll go the extra mile to make sure that they satisfy their customers. Yeah, we were talking with Pat yesterday, and she was talking about how many customers come back and they buy their second Catalina, their third Catalina, their fourth Catalina, even their fifth Catalina, because once you have one of these boats, you know how good they are. So yeah, it's just great. And it's fun selling a product like this because I know when I take you down to that boat or I do a virtual tour with you on that boat, that you're going to just be amazed by it. And the quality and the thoughtfulness. One of the things I really like about these 5 series is Jerry thought about how people would use the boat when they're going offshore or just, you know, using it. And he decided that rather than having to open up an engine hatch or pull things apart or the engine's buried and you can't get to it, and you can't get to your dipstick or you can't get to your fuel filters, that he put them all in a cabinet that you just open the cabinet and everything's right there except for the oil dipstick. But your fuel filters, your strainers, your overflow, coolant overflow, they're all in one little locker. It's easy to get to. All you have to do is open a door.
And we'll show you that on the 425 video.
Yeah.
So you'll see all this stuff that he's talking about in the next video that's going to come up.
Yeah.
It's really cool how much detail it is.
So the oil dipstick I talked about. So you know how it can be a pain to get to your oil dipstick. You got to, you know, pull the engine compartment apart to get to it. And therefore, guess what? You don't check it. And that's a bad thing. As we all know, we should be checking that oil every time we start that engine up. And we would if it was easy. If it's not, you know, maybe every second time or fifth time or 10th time. With Catalinas, they put a door in. You open a little door, there's your dipstick. How hard is that? So those are the type of thoughtfulness, thinking that has gone into these boats. So yeah, it's really exciting, and we're thrilled to be the Catalina dealer here with being able to leverage Pat Garfield's knowledge of these boats and having the customer base that she built up is really great. But yeah, if you're thinking about a cruising boat, you should be thinking about a Catalina. So Kevin, what do you got to add?
Yeah, just like we said, if you're thinking about, especially a new boat, and going down and watch the process of that being built, that's really cool. And any excuse to go to Florida and fish, that's a good one.
Any excuse to fish in Florida.
Yeah, any excuse to fish in Florida. But yeah, I think it's just really impressive what they've done. I really like that 545 and the 425. I've kind of said that enough. What they're doing with True North, the True North 38's coming out. I'm excited about that. I think those Suzuki outboards makes it really easy and fun. So they definitely think about everything a lot. And I think if you have a chance, please go to that factory. They will open the doors for you. They will give you a tour. I think they have 5, 6 buildings, Wayne.
No, I think it's like 7 or 8.
7 or 8, and they just bike around like the Sandlot. They just bike around with their little bikes and you know, talk to each other. And they're in such good relationships with each other, which is really cool. So yeah, if you are thinking of a sailboat, don't think any further. Catalina is really the only choice there is.
All right, cool. Well, our next showing is going to be the Catalina 425. We're gonna key up a video we put together, a walkthrough video for you, and then we'll answer questions at the end. Do we have any questions now? Let's see. Let me take a quick look. Any questions sitting out there? I don't see any. Let's give away a 1-year free subscription to Latitudes and Attitudes. All right. How about Schubert and Stacy Sarkis? Hey, Schubert. There you go. Free 1-year subscription to Lats and Ats. We will send you electronically the gift certificate, and you will be able to read about about Bob bitching and latitudes and attitudes and cruising and having fun out there. So hope you enjoy it. And we're going to get you on the 425 here in just a second. Thank you. We're here today in Alameda at the Fairlawn office, the Northern California Catalina dealer, and we're going to show you a 2018 Catalina 425. These boats are absolutely gorgeous, and if you're looking for a cruising boat to go around the world, you couldn't get a better boat than this Catalina 425. So follow me down the docks and we'll go ahead and get on the boat. Okay, first thing you note when you get on this boat is that you got a nice handhold right here at the entranceway, and it's sitting on top of a hard dodger. So we spec all our boats to have these hard dodgers. We think it's the best way to have a cruising boat. You've got these polycarbonate windows that are really clear. They'll stay that way for 10 years. They're just really, really nice. The hard dodger is really nice. You can put some solar panels on if you want. You can walk on it. There is a window in it so you can see your mainsail. And when you get inside, you'll see that there's plenty of height for standing in the companionway when you're out underway and you're doing watches. Up here at the pointy end of the boat, you'll see that you got a nice stainless steel double bow roller. You can attach your asymmetrical tack forward. That's what that's meant for. You've got a Furlex furling system, and this is a self-tacking jib that's on there now. So makes it for easy sailing, easy short-handed sailing, couple sailing. This jib makes it so when you tack, all you got to do is turn the wheel. You got nice sized cleats here, and under my feet is the anchor locker. We open the anchor locker, you'll see you've got a vertical windlass. You've got a split anchor locker, so you can keep two rods of chain and or rope rode separate and carry two anchors. Easy access. There's a really deep fall, so the chain doesn't pile up. You don't ever have to knock it down. It'll just tend itself. And you've got some cleats on the inside here as well, so you can tie off your anchors after you deploy them, or anchors. Another nice little feature that a lot of boats don't have, but Catalina has really thought about how you're going to use this boat as a cruising boat. There's a pad eye here, so you can tie off the bitter end of your anchor rope, which you can see they've done right here. So really nice little touch, nice thinking, thoughtful. Here we've got the remote for the windlass, up and down remote. It's a quick windlass and a quick remote, so you can stand here and you can walk forward and watch your anchor going up and down, control your anchor with this little remote. On this Catalina 425, you've got molded in non-skid. It's a gray color, so it's easy on your eyes, and it's got really good grip. So you got nice non-skid. And then all the hatches on this boat are flush hatches. So when you're walking around, you don't have to worry about kicking the hatches and breaking your toe. They're set up so, of course, the water drains off and drains out. Really nice look as well as functionality. It's a good thing to have these nice flush hatches. Further, and these flush hatches open opposite of each other, so one opens forward, one opens aft. So if you've got wind at the anchorage, or when you're motoring, you can open one or the other to get good flow, or both, of course. This is a deck step mast. And Catalina has done something special with their deck step mast. Rather than having the plate on the top of the compression post on the inside of the boat, and then the mast on the top of the deck where you get deck compression, they have put the plate on the outside of the boat. So when you put the mast on it, there's no deck in between, and then they bolt the mast to the plate. So you have no leakage because there's plenty of surface area to seal the plate, and you have effectively a keel step mast with a deck step mast. So quite ingenious, works great, and it eliminates leaks, and is actually just as strong as a keel step mast. If you look at the attachment for the boom vang, it's really hefty. It's probably, I don't know, probably an inch aluminum plate here, all anodized. All of your halyards and lines coming down are led aft. They use Garhauer blocks. And what Catalina has done throughout this boat is they've checked the engineering on the size of the equipment, including blocks and winches, and they've upgraded to the next size up than the one that's recommended. So you're actually getting oversized equipment on this boat, from the turning blocks to the winches to the shivs. Everything is oversized. Jerry Douglas at Catalina is the designer, and he's really thought through these boats and has put a lot of features into the boat that you probably don't notice just by walking around. But he's seen a lot of failures on all sorts of boats and has figured out how to eliminate a lot of those failures. One of the big failures you get is leakage, either at the chain plates or at the stanchion bases. And what we've done here at Catalina, or I should rephrase that, what Jerry has done and designed is any place that you have the chain plate or the stanchion base, they're raised up about an inch off of the deck. So water never sits here. They're also big flat plates, so you have a big surface area to seal. The other thing that Catalina does is they put in the backing plates inside the fiberglass. They actually bond it inside the fiberglass. And then they have a template that they use, and then they drill the holes for the fasteners, and they fasten them from up above. And they are glassed in so they can never leak. So now you have stanchions and stanchion bases that will never leak. Same thing goes for the chain plates, and these are really unique also. So these chain plates are a ball and socket system on the inside and a solid stainless steel plate on the outside. So this stainless steel plate gets attached to this little raised area, and on the inside is the ball and socket that attaches to the chain plate. The chain plate being with the ball and socket allows it to align perfectly, and you don't get any movement here, so you never get any leaks. The other thing that their design allows is, rather than putting the shrouds and the chain plate all the way outboard, they have them inboard. So now you have a nice clear deck to walk fore and aft, and you don't have to do acrobatics around the shrouds. Really nice feature, especially when you're offshore, especially at night, so you can just walk up and down the decks and you don't have to worry about getting around the shrouds. There's handholds all the way along the cabin top, nice stainless steel handholds, and you can also see that there is no wood on the exterior of this boat except for the beautiful table, and we'll go show you that in a minute. But the maintenance on this boat is minimal. All you need to do is come hose it off and get a brush and with some soap and do a light brush on it and hose it down. You'll never have to do any varnish on the outside of the boat, except of course if you get the wood, the teak wood table. This boat and most of the boats that we spec out have this Schaefer in-boom furling system. We really like it. It makes it easy to raise and lower the main, and it allows for infinite reefing no matter what sail position you're in. There's an electric cabin top winch to raise and lower the main, so it's pretty effortless, and these things work great. We've never had anybody have a problem. Notice as I step into the cockpit, there's a little cutout right here. That's naturally where you're going to put your foot, and the other foot goes inside at the same height. So it's a real easy transition to go from the deck to the cockpit. Get a great view forward. The carbon fiber wheels on this boat are a gray color. They're really pretty, really nice. There is a lock for the wheel, and there's a Edson steering pedestal that was designed specifically for these Catalinas. A nice seating area back here on either side, whether you're on one tack or the other. And then you've got the pulpit seats back here, and these are where most people end up sitting. Back here in the pulpit seat, you can see down the side of the deck and relax, and it's always a really nice perch for hanging out. This boat has a bimini and a insert that connects the bimini to the hard dodger, and you can leave that up when you're sailing. If you're in the tropics, it's nice to have the shade, and it's easy to use and leave up. You can put some solar panels on top of the bimini if you want. It's got room for 2 big propane tanks. You'll notice that you have this nice stainless steel rail back here, and it actually goes all the way up to the gate. So when you're going in and out of the cockpit or anywhere back here, you have a solid stainless steel rail for safety. Nice thing to have when you're offshore. Over on this side, you've got storage. You can throw your dock lines in here or what have you. Nice easy storage access. It's also got the ELCI for the shore power coming in for protection. Whatever helm you're sitting at, you can just swivel it so you can see it. Below that is the engine gauges, and this is a Yanmar 75 horsepower. Is that right? 75 horse? I think it is. And a fuel gauge as well. And fold up. You can seat 4 people out here easily. You've got a cooler here, an ice cooler that you can keep your drinks in. You'll notice on Catalinas that there's not much wood. This is the only exception on the outside of the boat. It is an option. It really makes the boat stand out. It is just a beautiful piece of work. The workers down in Catalina spend hours and hours and hours just varnishing this. There's upwards of 20 coats of varnish on these nice high gloss varnish. So nice feature on these boats. You've got 2 winches. This winch on the starboard side is for raising and lowering your mainsail, and then there's a little snubber on this side. I'm not sure if you can see that or not. Can you see it, Kev? Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a little snubber on this side, so when you're raising the main, you've got the furling line around the snubber just putting a little tension on it, and vice versa. When you're lowering the main, you've got the furling line on the electric winch and the halyard on the snubber. Another feature that you've got that you can see here, how clean the line storage is. You don't have lines hanging all over the place. If you just lift this up, there's all your line storage down there. So it's nice and easy. You just throw, when you're done, just throw all your lines down into the line storage. Put the cover back on. So let me show you the companionway hatchboard system. This is really cool. To close it, you just grab a hold of this and you just pull it up until you get to that point. And then you slide the hatch back, and if I wasn't here, it would go all the way back, and then you just lift it up till it locks in. To open it up, you just grab the little loop, push it down, push it the rest of the way down, and then put the teak threshold over the top of it. So out of your way, no fuss, no muss. If you're under sail and it's really rough out and you're concerned about getting pooped and getting water in the cockpit, you just raise it halfway. And that'll protect you. It allows for ventilation inside as well. Really nice, nicely done. The window in the hardtop, so now we're inside. I can look up and see the sails here. I'm about 5'8", so there's probably about 5'10", 5'11" clearance here. We did a custom boat for a basketball player that was, I think, 6'10", and they raised this up high enough so he could stand under it. So if you're really tall, you want to do a little customization on the hardtop, we can. As I come down the steps, you can see there's lots of handholds. There's a handhold here. There's a nice big post here that you can hold on to. Anywhere you go, there's handholds in this boat. Jerry, again, thought about that when he was designing this boat. How's a sailor going to use it when they're underway? So the other thing that I want to talk about on this boat that is really spectacular is the fit and finish in the woodwork on this boat. This is not an IKEA boat. This isn't just some veneer slapped over some plywood. All of the edges that are high wear are solid teak. So you see this edge here, this is all solid teak. This corner here is solid teak. The steps are all solid teak. And everything is satin varnish. So if you bang this up, which you will at some point, you can sand it out and refinish it with satin varnish and you won't even notice any damage. Unlike some of the other boats that, that have veneer and tape they're using for the edges that don't hold up, this boat in 2 years down the road, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, it'll look beautiful. That you have a flat spot to step on the way down. Galley is right at the base of the steps. So you can be cooking down here in the galley and handing food up to the cockpit. And you get really good ventilation here. Corian countertops. There's a little splash guard. And you got a nice deep stainless steel double sink. So you got plenty of depth. You can get big pots and pans in here. Unlike most boats that have these small, tiny little sinks, this is a very adequate sink, of course, with the faucet that comes out. In this back corner, there's a freezer, and it locks up real easily and then drops down. Storage behind the cabinets here. Plenty of storage for silverware and dishes and cups and things like that. And we've got an espresso maker in this boat. Microwave with more storage. And then we've got a cutting board here that slides away for the stove.
And you got a nice 3-burner stove with an oven. Nice Force 10 stainless steel gimbal stove. Back here is just some dry storage. Pretty easy access. Hanging out on this Catalina 425 is really comfortable down below. There's a C-shaped settee over here and a straight settee on the starboard side. Over here we got this little square table. Again, highly varnished, really beautiful finish. And it folds out to a full-size table. That swivels, and now you can seat 4 people around here easily. You'll notice on all the woodwork in this boat that all the grains match, and the woodwork is just like high quality furniture. Even when we put the leaves back, you'll see that all the grain matches. So throughout the boat. What Catalina has done to really make this boat feel like it's a lot of open area is that they haven't built any cabinets up high. So that where the windows are and the maple walling, it's all the way out to the edge of the hull. So we get a feel of a really wide boat here. It's really important to get that feel. You don't feel enclosed, and they use the maple as a contrast to really lighten it up and make you feel really comfortable here in the salon. On the starboard side, and it makes a second table where you can have 2 more people sitting here for dinner, or you can just use it as a desk. So really nice feature, or you can just leave it as a settee, a single settee. These berths are a little over 6 feet long, so you can sleep here at night. If you're underway and you're on a port tack, you can sleep on this side. Same thing on starboard tack on that side. Behind the settee is some electrical items on this side. Starting at the front, we have our Fusion stereo with a dock for your iPhone. We've got your generator panel, start panel here, and an electric plug, and the generator switch, shore power generator switch. We have a battery monitor here, air conditioning switches here, although this boat does not have air conditioning, I don't think. Yeah, sorry. Air conditioning switches here. This boat does have air conditioning. It's got 2 air conditioners, fully cool this boat down. A couple other circuit breakers, one for the engine ECU, one for the Lumar winch, and then your battery switches. All easily accessed. Another thing Catalina was thinking about was how do we access things, or how do you access things when you're actually out working on the boat, cruising the boat. These little lights, these reading lights are nice. You just touch the end to turn them on. Outboard, you'll notice that you have a vent here. This is your air conditioning vent. So Catalina thought about where do you put the cold air out. It should be up high. Heat sink or heat rises, cold sinks. So you put your cold air up high. And then behind here is wiring and conduit. So Catalina has thought about what the buyer will do years down the road with electrical, where they may have to run more wiring, they may need to replace a wire, so they've made it really easy to do that. Sit here.
So back here you have your VHF and your propane controller, and here's all your circuit breakers. And Catalina thought through how you use your circuit panel. So when you come on the boat or you leave the boat, you want to turn off or on all the lights. It's the top three. They kind of group everything. So the next set is for your steaming lights and navigation lights, anchor lights, and then down here is all your navigation gear. So they separate the switches, so it's really easy to open this up and figure out which ones to turn on and off. You've got your gauges, 12.7 volts and 8 amps. We got a lot of lights and things on right now. And your bilge pump controls here. Above us are the hatches. We mentioned there's two of them. They open either forward or aft. There's screens, ocean air, and shades. So really nice system. All of the LED, all of the lights are LED, so it's really low electrical usage on the boat. So here we are in the owner's cabin. You got a queen size bed up here. Really spacious owner's cabin, and you got a really cool feature here. So press this button and the back of the bed goes up. So if you want to get away from the kids or whatever, your guests, or just sit back here and read a book, the bed comes up and allows you to sit there and read a book. That they have the light maple wood on the hull sides, again to give you a feel of more openness, and also by doing it on the hull sides, it gives you that bigger space here. There's air conditioning up here. There's a overhead hatch, again with the ocean air shades and screens. Stand-up shower with a door. So, got lots of room in here. And you keep the bathroom nice and dry. It's not fully enclosed, so you get good ventilation. There is a port light in here. And then outboard of the toilet is your holding tank. Gravity fed holding tank, which is a big advantage. The door is made of starboard. Here, decent head height. There is a port light up above. You got this nice big window here to bring light in. You got good storage here. It's shelves in a cedar lined closet here, and you've got hanging locker here. Again, cedar lined. Is what they call their filter locker. This is where you can get at your engine fuel filter, your generator fuel filter, your strainer, your overflow for your engine, and also your strainer for your generator. So rather than having to pull engine covers apart or standing on your head, this allows you to do all your work on your main maintenance items right here, really easy. You don't have to pull apart your engine covering to get to it. All you need to do is open a little door, reach in there, grab your dipstick, and it's going to make it easier for you to check your oil. So you will be checking your oil more often, which is a good thing. The port guest stateroom, and again, this is a double, decent sized double. The outboard side with the maple walling is really light and airy, and you also have a window. You have a port light here, and it's got the same storage area as the other side. It's got shelves here and forward. It's got a hanging locker, and they're cedar lined. And then what Catalina has done was thought about how you're going to access all your mechanical items. So all we do is we move the cushion back, we raise the bottom of the bed, and then on this side we open up access. Most of the through hulls on this boat are Marilon. A few of them are bronze, but most of them are Marilon. As we go back further, continue to open doors, we have access, easy access to the generator. This is a Fisher Panda generator. And then all the way back, the last door gives us access to the hot water heater, the battery charger, and the steering gear. So again, Catalina thought through how you're going to use the boat, and they've given you easy access to all the mechanical equipment on the boat. Really nice. Would look really pretty. So they went through all their teak stock. They put together a wood teak and holly cabin sole, and then they took high quality photos of it, and they had this teak and holly vinyl floor covering made specifically for Catalina. So underneath the floorboards, you have access to the bilges, and it gives you complete access to everything that you need to get to. It's got a high water alarm, bilge pump, your water system, fresh water system pump is down here, as well as the manifold. Your air conditioning pump is down here. So nice easy access. Your start battery, as well as the house bank, which is back here that I will show you. You'll notice that these are in their own boxes. They are AGMs, and they are made for easy access, and they're separate from the bilge, so you don't have to worry about getting bilge water into your batteries. The board is your house bank, again Lifeline AGMs, and you'll notice that the cables run through a channel underneath the floor. If you ever need to add more cable or change cable, all these floors do come up. So they leave a trough in the floor, so you can just run more cable through it. Access to the engine is really simple. There's two latches, one on either side of the steps here, and then the steps just lean forward, and you get full access to the front of the engine. You can take the steps off if you need more access, but nice easy access to the alternator and the belts and anything else you need on the front end of the engine. And as we saw before, you have full access. Thanks for joining us today on the tour of the Catalina 425 2012 here at our docks in Alameda. You should come by, take a look. If you're thinking about a used boat, this is barely used, or a new boat, we can get you one of those as well. But come on down, take a look. It's a great boat. Hope you enjoyed the video. Hey everybody. Hope you enjoyed that video on the 425. That is one of my favorite boats. And that particular boat, they're asking, I think they're asking $410 on the boat now. Boat show specials $399. Even more important though is that boat is in an LLC. So in California, if you can find a boat that's in an LLC, you buy the LLC and you don't end up paying sales or use tax. So you'll save yourself $40,000, close to $40,000 on buying a boat in an LLC. And this boat is in an LLC. So if you have any interest in these 425s, this boat is like brand new. They sailed it down to Oxnard and back, and that's about all they use the boat. They just had other things going on in their lives, and now it's time to sell the boat. but the 425 is just a great boat. You saw me go through the entire boat, and you may have some questions. So does anybody have any questions? Wait a couple seconds, and while we're asking that, let's give away another prize. So let's give it to Don Mooney. And Don, you are going to get a free rig evaluation from Panda Rigging. One of my favorite riggers around here. Panda's been around for quite a while, and he's a great rigger. He's usually pretty busy with the race boats, rigging on the race boats, but yeah, he's a great guy, great rigger, and you just won yourself a free rig evaluation. So thanks, Don. Really appreciate you tuning in. How about another one? How about another subscription to Latin Ats? And who do we got? Who's the next winner? First person that that sends me something on the chat will win. Or how about Clay Duke? Hey Clay, how you doing out there? You just won a free 1-year subscription to Latitudes and Attitudes magazine. So we'll get that out to you by email. Clay Duke. All right, thanks for joining. Yeah, if you guys hang out longer, we're going to try to give away a lot of prizes. We got a whole bunch of them here. So they're listed on the website. Svensson's Bay Marine, 50% discount on bottom jobs. Mount Beautiful Winery, we're going to give away another set of red and white wine. Twin Rivers Marine, they really stepped up to the plate, and Gary Clausen's going to be here later. He's giving away $100 gift certificates to KKMI, and there's 5 of them over the next 3 days. More Latin hats, more Atomic Tuna hats. Raise your hand if you want an Atomic Tuna hat. Well, anybody that's on that wants an Atomic Tuna hat, if you let us know, you'll get one. West Coast Canvas up in Stockton, they're giving away a set of 4 custom fenders. Hey Schubert, yeah, you'll get a hat. Francois Ramsey, one of our surveyors, she's giving 10% off a survey or $100 on a free inspection. So that's a great little prize. Emery Cove Marina is giving 2 free nights at Emery Cove, so nice place to go, hang out. I actually live there, so I don't need a free night, but I pay every night. Twin Rivers giving away another KKMI $100 gift certificate. Mount Beautiful, another set of sets of wine, red and white. AAA Hull Diving. AAA Hull Diving, we're going to have a 25% discount on the bottom clean. Marina Village is giving away 2 more free nights at Marina Village. Oakland Yacht Club, free initiation and dinner for 2. So go over there, have a nice dinner. They've got a great chef over there. Although I'm not sure if they're serving now. I don't think they are, but after the stay at home is lifted, you can do that. A couple more Atomic Tuna hats. Mobile Tech Marine, he's going to be talking to us here in a little bit, and he's a free hour of his labor, which is great. He's a great guy. West Marine, 2 Porta seats. So those are really comfortable. In Svensson's Bay Marine, 50% on a bottom job, 50% off on a bottom job. So lots of good prizes. We're going to try to get most of these out today, and we got the same number for each of the next few days. So Let your friends know, get them online, and we'll give out these prizes over the next 3 days. Does anybody have any questions? Watching from Mexico. Hey, Jessica. Yeah, Jessica bought a boat from me maybe 6 months ago. So I hope you're on that boat. She bought I think it was a Beneteau 43, sweet little boat down in Oxnard. So yeah, glad to hear from you, Jessica. Who else we got? Chuck, great job. Thanks, Chuck. All right. Back to the 425. I got about 5 more minutes to talk about the 425. We are going to be giving away a free ride on the 425. So if you're interested, we need to know that. We don't want to give that away to somebody that may not be interested in going out for a sailboat ride on a great boat. Linda and Mike are the owners of that boat, and they bought the boat I think about a year ago. They cruised for many years on an island packet, and they are now on the 425, and you're going to hear from them. We're going to interview them on Saturday or Sunday, but you'll hear from those guys and how much they love the boat. And we have another 425 owner here in the harbor that were not boat owners before, and that was their first boat. But yeah, these 425s are just really sweet boats. They're great sailing boats. The layout's great. The construction is great. The thoughtfulness is great. They're really super boats. If you need more information, you can contact us. If you want to come down and see that boat with the social distancing in place, we will get you on the boat. But look through the videos that we showed you and get excited about it, because they're great boats. I look forward to selling more of those boats to you guys, and you guys going out and cruising on those boats. So let's see what else we got. Any other chats or questions? Okay, let's give away one more gift. How about let's do $100 gift certificate to KKMI. Yeah, this is a good one. Who is local? Russell, are you local? If you are, you just won a $100 gift certificate to KKMI. So we're gonna mark this one for Russell. If he's not local, we'll find something else for him and give this to somebody else. But $100 gift certificate from Twin Rivers Marine Insurance. Those guys are great. Gary's going to be joining us this afternoon for a talk. Gary Clausen, he owns Twin Rivers. He's been in the boating business for 40 years. And you'll get a lot of information from him. So yeah, Russell, give us a shout, text us or email us, and we'll try to get you this $100 gift certificate at KKMI. And we do a lot of work at KKMI. All the yards in the Bay Area that are left are great yards. So Bay Marine, Svenson's Bay Marine, the yard at Grand Marina is great. But if you guys have questions on yards or service people, give us a call. We can help out with that. We kind of know the industry around here, the good ones and the bad ones, and I can't say enough good things about all the yards. We're down to a few yards now, 2 KKMI yards, one in Richmond, one in Sausalito. The Svenson's Bay Marine Yard over in Richmond, San Francisco Boat Works in San Francisco, the boat yard at Grand Marina, and in the Central Bay, I think that's about it. So we're kind of limited, but we're lucky. They're all good yards, and they're good to work with. All of them have given us prizes. So over the next 3 days, we'll give you guys prizes from each one of those. So next one coming up is going to be our maintenance talk. We've got Ed Martinez with us today. He's in the studio. Hey, Ed.
Hey, how you doing?
All right. And we've got Sonia and Jack Patton that are going to join us from a video feed. And then we will have interviews with them and you guys can ask questions. So definitely ask these guys questions, and they've got a lot to offer. Ed and Jack and Sonia have been working in the marine industry for quite a while. Jack and Sonia work as a team. The name of their company is Spirit Marine Services. So this should be a fun little seminar. It's going to last till 4 o'clock. No, I'm sorry. It's going to last till 3 o'clock. So we have in about an hour, and then we're going to go into quizzes with Peter. And that's a lot of fun. Yesterday's quiz period was fun. You're going to learn a lot of crazy things about nautical terms and win some prizes. So yeah, we're ready. Mobile Tech Marine, Ed Martinez. Welcome, Ed.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good, good. You want to get them set up? You want to slide this way just a little bit, Ed?
Where to?
Oh, hold on a sec. You gotta. We got to get Ed situated here. Where do you want him? No, move back. Back. Okay, so we got Sonia and Jack on?
Yep.
We do. Hey, guys.
Hey, guys.
Hey, there you guys are.
All right. So Sonia and Jack, it looks like you're on your boat.
We are comfy.
Hold on a second. I need to put my headphones on. All right. Yeah, now I can hear you. So you guys are on your boat.
Can you guys hear us okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. We were worried about the connection here, but hopefully it works out okay.
Yeah, no, it's good. So you guys work together as a team. You want to tell us a little bit about Spirit Marine Services?
Yeah, so we do detailing, monthly washdowns, and yacht management for all of our clients. We go by once a month for a service plan to wash the boats down, check the interiors, start up the engines, check on your dock lines after storms, that kind of thing. And then we deal with the yards getting bottom jobs scheduled, making sure the divers are on their schedule to come down and service the boats. Pretty much finding everything that an owner might miss or is concerned about, we can come down and check it out.
And I understand that if you find things that the owners have missed, or if there's a problem, that you guys can fix it.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, anything that you find, we can fix it, or we have a contact that can do it as well. You know, we'll be upfront with you if we don't know how to do it. We're not going to open a can of worms if we're not completely confident in fixing it for you. But we have a good contact list of people around the area to make it happen.
And Ed is one of them. We call him when we don't want to tackle a big engine job.
Yeah. So Ed, Mobile Tech Marine. How you doing, Ed?
I'm doing great, thanks. How about you guys?
Doing good, good. So tell us a little about Mobile Tech and Ed Martinez.
Well, Mobile Tech, I've been working on boats since 1987, and work on anything from small powerboat to an outboard to big diesels, anywhere from service and repairs to your annual yacht maintenance.
So Ed is more on the heavier mechanical side, and Sonia and Jack are more on the maintenance of the rest of the boat. I guess you would say that, right?
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
for the
great.
most part.
So let's start off with this question here. What's the most frequent issue you find, Ed?
As far as engine wise?
Yeah, let's do it on engine work.
Lack of maintenance on the engine.
Okay, so I don't use my boat. Why do I have to maintain the engine? Or do I?
You should, yes.
What happens if I don't?
You still got a lot of corrosion around the engine, saltwater buildup, overheating issues, growth on the bottom of the boat, poor performance of the engine, which can cause several issues out on the water, as we all know.
So how often should somebody change their oil?
On an annual basis is anywhere from 50 to 100 hours. But at least once a year, I do recommend, and especially depending on the load of the engine that's being worked at the time.
So I've heard on an engine that it's just as bad to not run it hard as it is to run it really hard.
It's actually probably worse not to run it hard.
So what's your recommendation? I go down to my boat once a month and I start it up.
I bring the engine up to normal temperature, engage the running gear, and run it for about 15, 20 minutes on an average at dockside.
And I've heard something about mixing elbows. What is a mixing elbow? What do you do with a mixing elbow? And how come it's always a problem?
Well, mixing elbow is part of your exhaust system. And that is when the water is introduced, the exhaust that gets discharged out the back of the boat. Well, what happens with them is the lack of maintenance and water flow. You get calcium and iron buildup, which restricts the fittings, which of course restricts the water from going out the back of the boat.
So is that like a maintenance item?
Sure, absolutely.
How often do you change it?
Well, once again, it's as often as you run the engine, where you're not allowing the buildup to create. But on an average, it could be running from 5 to 10 years.
Okay. Jack and Sonia, what's the most frequent issue you guys see?
Biggest thing we see recently is bilge pump float switches and head issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Float switches. When are they going to build a float switch that doesn't go bad?
I don't know. I should have gone to engineering school.
Jeez, it seems so simple.
Yeah, someone needs to figure it out because it's a constant issue. It's hard to know that your boat is safe when you aren't there if you can't trust that system. So, that's one of the things we check when we do our monthly checkups on boats that aren't used all the time, just to make sure that everything's up to par and working, and, make sure people aren't staying up at night worrying about their boat, and the head issue, it's also kind of like Ed is saying, the more you use your stuff, the better they'll stay. A lot of the boat systems that we encounter, it's usually a lack of use that really makes them fail.
Sure.
You can have a lot of buildup in the plumbing hoses going to and from your tank. Just valves going bad because they've been sitting for too long. A lot of people don't know what kind of products are okay to use in a marine toilet versus something that's not. And also just getting over the fact that especially new boat owners don't feel very comfortable talking about their toilets with strangers. So that's always a fun topic to encroach on people's personal bubble a little bit and, ask them all the uncomfortable questions. But those are both the main things we deal with on a regular basis.
Yeah, it seems heads are always a problem, and the smell. So you know, we get on a lot of boats, a lot of these older boats, and some of these boats you get on and the smell is just terrible. How do you resolve that?
We primarily try to stick away from salt water. We use fresh water for flushings, and keeping the head clean. Make sure you're on a regular pump out schedule, either with Bay Green or pumping out on your own. There's a product called Moflex that you can put in that breaks down chemically the waste in the tank to clear out everything. But mainly it's using fresh water. The salt water just doesn't like to sit for very long.
Also, you can add a little bit of white vinegar to the water flush, maybe once a night, like before you go to bed or something like that. That kind of helps keep the buildup from causing blockages and issues in the hoses. But also, you know, those hoses are not going to stay good forever. They're eventually going to permeate, and that's what really brings that terrible, musty, gross head smell. And that, unfortunately, the only way to fix that is to just replace all those hoses. So, you know, every 5 years or so, depending on the quality of hose they've used and the amount of usage, we usually find that after 5 to 10 years, depending on the boat, you want to start thinking about replacing those hoses.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big job. Do you guys do hose replacements, or do you have somebody that does that?
Yeah, sure do. Yep.
Yeah. So Sonia and Jack are, you know, right there for you if you need them. And it's something nobody really thinks of. How does a hose wear out? Well, these head hoses, they do. And, you know, we'll get on boats that are 20 years old and have the original hoses, and it's a problem. And you'll like your boat a lot better when you get new hoses in it. So that's a big deal.
Oh, for sure.
So how do I know if I should take my boat to the yard or call one of you guys? Ed?
Depending on the issue that you're having, actually. A yard thing is definitely a haul out for doing your bottom paint, working on the shaft, your rudder, your prop, the keel, anything like that we could not do inside the boat. Most of my maintenance can be done in the water unless the running gear has to be worked on, whereas a diver can't fix it there. We would have to haul it to a yard.
Yeah, so as long as you can do it in the water, they might as well be calling a mobile marine service, Mobile Tech Marine or Spirit Marine. Do it in the water, it'll save them money, and you do as good or if not better job. Sonia and Jack, how about you guys? What do you think on taking a boat to the yard?
I mean,
you guys do that. You bring boats over to the yard, right?
Yeah, we transport and care after the boats while they're in the yard, make sure everything is, you know, all the P's and Q's. You know, as far as stuff, if you see big cracks and turnbuckles and chain plates, like stuff like that, where the rig needs to be removed, that's a yard job. As far as, you know, running rigging and small stays, we can do that in the water. The through hulls, that's an out of the water job. You know, all the hoses go into through holes, that's okay. We can do that. We can replace handles on it, that kind of stuff. But you know, if it's preventing the boat from floating, then it's going to come out of the water. You know, we've replaced steering quadrants and steering cables, all that kind of stuff. That's an in the water job. But yeah, if it's preventing the boat from floating, then she's going to come out.
Yeah, cool. We got a question from Schubert and Stacy. How often does Ed recommend changing the freshwater coolant mixture in the engine?
Typically every 5 years on an average. There is some better coolants out there that will actually give you a little bit longer life, but about 5 years is about the normal.
So you should just put it on a schedule every 5 years. You got a reminder, hey, change that coolant.
Yeah, there's either a time frame, or you can actually do a test on the coolant to check the alkali glycol levels, and that will give you a determination. Or if the coolant is starting to turn color or starting to gel around fittings, kind of giving an indication that it is definitely time to change.
How about checking your coolant?
Well, checking the coolant is kind of one of the routine things that I normally do before I do take the boat out. It's definitely on my checklist before I untie the boat and go, is, checking your oil, checking your coolant, checking your belts, the amount of water that's coming out the boat, and making sure that the controls are working and the transmission is engaging in forward and reverse normally before untying and going.
Yeah, it's a good idea to know that your transmission's working.
Absolutely.
And we've seen things when it doesn't. So, cool. So Schubert, that should have answered your question on that one. So, Ed, you've worked on a lot of engines.
Yes.
Big engines, little engines.
I've seen it, been there, done that.
What's your favorite engine and the engine you like the least?
The engine I like the most is an engine that's running and well maintained. And of course, a lack of maintenance, rusty old engine is probably the least favorite.
Jack and Sonia, do you agree with that?
100%. Yes. Doesn't matter what brand you have. They're all well made and run just fine if you keep them maintained. So that's the main thing. And it can feel overwhelming, but that's what people like us and Ed are here for, to help you feel a little less intimidated. And Jack's got a mechanics background from working at BMW, so he feels comfortable enough to troubleshoot something, but once it gets kind of serious, we usually try and send it to Ed or send it to someone like that can really tackle it with full force ahead. But yeah, definitely keeping on top of maintenance is key for happy boating, happy clients, happy contractors, everything. So definitely.
Yeah, so for a new boat owner, we had a question. Do we have a list of things we should do? And I don't think Atomic Tuna has one that we can just pull up, but it's a good thing. We should do that. How about you guys, Sonia and Jack? You got a list of what owners should do? It's kind of probably a list of what you guys do for your owners, right?
Yeah, we don't have a physical list made, but it's in the back of my mind. We kind of just run through that list automatically. It's funny we don't, we probably should have a printout list. Yeah, all of our through holes, check all that kind of stuff. Corrosion X is key for keeping corrosion off of electrical components. Really getting into your lockers and opening them up and just getting an eyeball on everything. A boat can hide a bunch of secrets if you never explore the vessel. And components like to be used. It doesn't matter if it's an electrical switch, if it's a light, if it's a little air pump, whatever. Really just use them. Get to know your boat in the different seasons and the rainy times. Not just don't sit at home and think your boat's fine when it starts raining. Go down and hang out and turn the water faucet on, turn it off, get the hot water heater going. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Ed. Do you want to add anything to that? How about with your engine?
I would say safety is my biggest list, and engine is being on that safety list. As I said before, is checking your fluids, checking your belts, how your running gear is operating before leaving the dock. So I would make your checklist as small or big as you need to get yourself on a routine before using your boat. That's where I would be on that.
So service area, guys, we had a question on service area. Where do you guys go? I know you're both in the East Bay, but do you go over to Alameda? Do you go over to Sausalito, Napa? Where do you guys go? San Francisco, down to Redwood City?
Well, I do have my limitations because of the fact that the commuting and or parts locations for my merchants for getting supplies is difficult in other areas than from where I am at now.
Yeah, but hold on a sec, Ed. There's no traffic.
At this time, right? But my problem is having the merchants opens to get to the supplies to doing the job at this time.
And actually, that's a good question for both of you guys and gals. So we're dealing with this COVID thing in this shelter at home. When you go to work on people's boats, you're obviously there by yourself. So, and Sonia and Jack, you guys live together. So I guess you don't have to stay 6 feet apart. But what are you finding? How are people reacting in this in current situation with having you guys do work on the boat? I mean, it's essential to do work on these boats because they could sink, right? So what are you guys seeing? What are you hearing? Ed?
For the most part, most of my clients are on their boat at least once a week. So my biggest thing right now is having to arrange time when they're not going to be on board, and when I go do the job, that they're not going to be on board for a few more days after. So that's the biggest part, is the scheduling, and sometimes it's inconvenient for myself and or the owners of the boat, but you know, we have to do what we've got to do for right now.
How about you guys?
We're normal operations as far as getting down and doing all the checks and wash downs and waxing. But now it's more added safety with the gloves, masking up, doing more FaceTime calls with clients if they want to check something out, if we find something a little off. But you know, sadly, we meet with a lot of our clients on our boats, and that's just not happening these days. So more pictures, more videos, and then we're just trying to keep as clean as possible. You know, we haven't met with the client down on their boat since all this stuff happened. So we're all adjusting, but you know, people are receptive to, you know, we have to keep our distance if we want to get out of this thing alive.
Also, it's kind of funny because there's so many people that have all this free time now that they're suddenly discovering all these problems they have on their boat that they might have not realized before. So we've actually had a pretty big influx of work, which is great. But at the same time, we're trying to be responsible about it. And how do we still help them out, but not put them at risk or put us at risk? And how do we kind of navigate that weird new world we live in? But it's been funny to see all these people just showing up saying, "Hey, I found this that's not working on my boat. Can you come on down?" You know, so it's been interesting to see that change. You know, so we'll see what happens with it all. But you know, we're trying to be respectful of live aboard boats versus people that aren't on their boats all the time. We're kind of having to be a little bit more strict about what we're doing for people that are living on their boats. You know, how comfortable do we feel going down below or not, or things like that. But it's kind of just playing it by ear at the moment with everything that's going on.
Yeah, as you guys know, we're doing this virtual boat show just for that reason. You know, we're doing virtual showings and trying to adapt and figure out how to get this done. I think it's you know, different world. It's going to be different when we come out of this as well. So, but yeah, thanks for that input. So Sonia and Jack, I don't think we heard yet on your territory. Where do you guys like to go or don't go?
You know, pretty much the general Bay Area, north, south, east, west. The traffic, when it is normal, Redwood City and that type of area is more difficult to get to. We do have one solitary client down there, but we have clients in Alameda, Richmond,
San Francisco.
San Francisco, Emeryville, pretty much anywhere. If you can be at a marina, we'll be there.
All right. And Ed, I think somebody asked you if you would go to Napa.
Yes, and it also depends how big the job is also, because if I have to have a huge parts list that I have to gather before going, and going to this job might require more than just one day of work. When you have a schedule like that, it kind of overrides on the other jobs that are a lot closer. So it kind of will backlog you real easily just taking care of a job up out of the area.
Yeah, so with heavier mechanical work, diesel work, you have to buy specific parts for that engine. So especially like a Volvo, where do you get Volvo parts, Ed?
Well, the local Volvo dealer would be Helmets Marine in San Rafael. And they are the most exclusive Volvo dealer around the area. But there's other outfits that will have the smaller parts for the maintenance issues that you can still get, the oils and filters and impellers, belts that you can get elsewhere. But most of the specialized stuff you would have to go through the dealership.
Yeah, and for Jack and Sonia, most of your stuff is kind of general stuff, right? A float switch for a sailboat, for a Catalina, or a float switch for a Bayliner or whatever. It's the same float switch.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where do you guys do your shopping?
Mainly at Svenson's Marine in Alameda. They seem to have most of the things we need, at least on a regular basis. And then we do go to West Marine when we need to. We try not to have to go there just because it's a little bit more expensive and it's just a little bit out of our route and everything. But and then if we really can't find anything local, we try and buy it in an actual brick and mortar store if we can. But we do buy things online if we can't find them elsewhere. But yeah, most of the stuff we need is usually available at Svenson's.
And they carry all the 3M products that we use for detailing. So
Yeah, 3M makes nice stuff.
Yep.
So have you found that you can get what you need during this stay-at-home orders, Ed?
I would say for the most common items are readily available. Of course, the specialty items are a little bit harder to get it right now because of the shipping and most of the places being shorthanded or closed to get a specific item that you may need. But like as far as through holes, bilge pumps, fittings, hoses, clamps, that stuff is stuff that you can get it readily available from the most of the merchants around the area.
Jack and Sonia?
Yeah, that's unless it's a big ticket item, specifically electronic or getting a rig shop to do something or a sale being made. We're pretty much operational, especially Svenson's being open right now.
Yeah.
We have encountered a couple of suppliers that we've had to reach out to get more technical information, and it's been a little bit difficult just because they're on lower amount of people in the office. They might be working from home or something where it might be a little harder for them to get all the information we need. But it just takes a little patience and waiting for them to figure things out, just like we're figuring it all out as we go.
So West Marine, Svensson's, are those stores open still?
Yes, they are. Svensson's, at least I know that they're considered like a hardware store and a repair shop. So I think they're under the essential business title, which we're very thankful for, because I don't know what we would be doing if we didn't have them around. But yeah, so far we still have access to most everything we need.
Okay, Ed?
Yeah, I would say the same. You know, Svensson's, like I said, hoses, clamps, your fittings, zincs, your normal everyday smaller maintenance items are available. West Marine, I haven't really used them lately, so I can't say if they are open, but I believe they are. KKMI, some of the yards, I can get supplies there also. Some of your local hardware stores will have some marine application items in the area. Not all, but some. So I do, my local Ace Hardware has a lot of stuff that I need there for doing fuel systems and hoses and clamps, which makes it real convenient there.
So hose clamps, let's talk about hose clamps.
Hose clamps. What?
Tell me about hose clamps. And can I just go to a hardware store and pick out a hose clamp and use it? If it's the right
Well,
size?
you can, but some of them are going to be a steel worm gear and or a steel band, which you want a quality stainless steel worm gear and band. So the hot ticket now is the AWAB hose clamps versus the old Norton and Breeze clamps, which can cut into a hose versus the AWAB.
So what makes the AWAB different?
It doesn't have the slots in the worm gear on the bands where it would cut into the hose as much as a normal clamp would.
And
Just-
I guess they're also stainless.
Absolutely. Yeah, just better overall stainless, just better material.
Yeah, I've seen hose clamps that rust. Stainless shouldn't rust.
It depends on where the hoses were made.
Hose clamps.
Hose clamps.
So if they're made in China, maybe
Well, they're going to have a higher iron content versus nickel, which is the nickel is going to make the stainless.
and if that hose clamp rusts and breaks,
Well, you can have
could be catastrophic.
Could be catastrophic, yes.
So Sonia and Jack, do you see hose clamp issues when you're working on your boats, checking them out?
Oh yeah, the anything with that can get next to salt water, even into your stuff, even into your plumbing fittings, the clamp is the first thing to go.
And that's kind of part of what we do on a regular basis with our clients, is we kind of just pretend like it's our boat and we haven't been on board in a while, and say, okay, what would I be looking for? What would I want to check just to make sure everything's good? So we go through, open up every compartment, look under your sink, look in the head under the sink to make sure all those hoses are okay. Just kind of take a general look over everything, because that prevents things from getting catastrophic. It lets you catch them ahead of time and be able to actually manage it in a less chaotic way.
Yeah, so what you guys are trying to do is catch the little things before they become big things.
Yeah,
that's right.
Mm-hmm. The preventative maintenance.
Yes.
You see things along the way as you're working. I could be changing the engine oil, but I'm visually looking at hoses and clamps along the way, and I see a rusty clamp. I'll just go ahead and change it, just because it'll save problem in the long run.
How about through hulls?
That's the same thing. It has a depends on if they're the plastic, nylon, brass, how the bedding is, the bonding system. That's one of the biggest issues I see on that too, is the bonding system. And if that is not correct, it creates a lot of corrosion, and you have failed through hole valves, clamps on hoses get deteriorated a lot faster, and hoses deteriorate a lot faster.
So what's a bonding system?
Bonding system is a wire that bonds all the fittings to a zinc plate throughout the system to prevent corrosion.
And if a wire is broken, is that bad?
Well, that wire, or where the wire is broke, it is not going to protect the through hole or fitting, whatever it's protecting, and it might not continue on to the next from there. Usually they're like a jumper. They continue, they make a continuation.
So Sonia and Jack, do you you check out the bonding systems on the boats?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just you can usually tell when there's a through hole that's problematic just because they'll change color, they'll get really crusty, and you'll kind of really tell that they don't look good usually. So that's usually a good telltale to know that either something isn't bonded properly or it's time to replace the through hole. So that's definitely something we check just on a general, you know, look over everything.
Oh, I'm just losing you a little bit there, Sonia.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there
Can
you
you
go.
hear us now?
Yep. Is there a difference between land and marine electrical? That was a question we got from one of our viewers.
As far as the wiring is concerned, the like on the battery system, the 12-volt system, the wiring, a lot of it is tin copper wiring, and it has a different sheathing on the wiring also for what they call it burn time, and for temperature rating and flexibility. And they have a higher strand content versus your normal household. So yes, the quality is a lot better and higher in the marine industry. And they also help prevent with the corrosion with the materials that they use.
Yeah, so the tin copper, that prevents the copper from turning green, right?
That is another reason, yeah.
Yeah.
Plus you have better continuity with the tin copper.
Interesting. So you would recommend don't put any non-marine wire, non-tin wire on the boat?
Not if you can help it.
Okay, cool. Jack and Sonia, do you see non-marine wires on boats? I know you guys would never use that, but when you're checking out all these boats, you must see some pretty interesting things that may not be right.
Yeah, from the factory, a lot of these manufacturers are pretty good about not putting non-marine wiring. A lot of the retrofits that we've seen owners do, sometimes the switches aren't marine grade. So all the gaskets that connect through holes, light switches, you know, the toggle switches.
Butt connectors.
Yeah, butt connectors that don't have the correct heat shrink on them and everything like that.
Just the other day, we were trying to fix a light in a boat, and we took the light apart to figure out why it wasn't working. And there were just two wires hanging with what looked like leftover electrical tape. And, you know, obviously they weren't creating any contact. It was just exposed. It was definitely not something you want to see on a boat where there's a lot of possibility for that to go wrong. So, you know, little things like that, mainly after market, you know, modifications or upgrades that people have done.
So you wouldn't recommend somebody
What
that
the right
doesn't-
product is to use for that and how to do it safely. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You know, a
So you
fuse
would
holder
recommend
that
somebody
has
that doesn't really know about marine electrical to install their electronics or add a fan or a light or something like that? I think that answer's no.
Yeah. But at the same time, you know, we love seeing owners working on their own boats. You know, we pride ourselves in doing all of our own boat work on our vessels. So we definitely encourage people to learn and to do what they feel comfortable to do. But we hope that they get the right guidance and the right knowledge behind all those projects so that they're doing it safe.
It just froze again.
Uh-oh.
There you go. So you wouldn't recommend somebody that is a house wire that uses solid core copper wire and wire nuts to use the same material on a boat?
No, definitely not. You know, we love seeing owners working on their boats themselves, and we encourage that, but we just hope that they get the right knowledge and the right help to make that a safe project. You know, definitely research and talk to people like us or like Ed or anyone out there that's done it before that could tell you definitely what not to do.
Hey, Ed, oil change. So that's kind of a normal maintenance thing. You know, you're going to change the oil once a year. Sounds really simple. Seems to me that there's a lot more to it than just pulling a little oil out and then putting a little oil back in.
It is. I think probably the oil change is one of my biggest nightmares. It could be the easiest thing, but just the easiest thing to make a big mess. So you have to be really careful. You know, you have to cover up the boat, prep for everything for the oil change. You have to get inside the boat, run the engine, check things out.
Why do you run the engine?
Well, you have to heat up the engine oil before changing. Otherwise, it'll come out like molasses and you'll never get all the oil out.
And then what do you do with oil?
Well, you suck it out and hope you take it to a disposal facility.
And
along with the oil filter. If you
along
can.
with the oil filter.
Yeah, most marinas nowadays are supplying a disposal facility for engine oil and filters. Most are not taking any diesel or gasoline filters anymore, but oils.
And you certainly don't want to get any of that oil in the bilge.
No. You know, you come prepared with blankets, towels, rags, as much as you could possibly do to contain every bit of oil that you can, because you cannot catch everything as you're changing the filter, changing oil. There's always going to be a drip here and there, but you're prepared and ready for it when it does happen, and especially the cleanup. And then, of course, after I'm done with the oil change, I wipe everything down, clean out the bilge as much as possible, and install oil absorbent rags under the engines.
So you put the oil absorbent rags under the engines to catch any oil, and that way you can also see if there is any oil leaks.
Well, that's the main thing is after I'm done, because I already know the engine is sound before I even walk away from it. But is to really, if the engine had a small oil leak, whether it be in the transmission or the valve cover or by the water pump, who knows? But at least it'll give you an indication that something is going on when you see the oil on the oil absorbent towel.
Yeah, cool. Hey, we got a question for Jack and Sonia. I have a Sealand vacuum flush. I guess they're talking about a toilet. Is it okay to put vegetable oil in it for seal maintenance?
We've had mixed reviews. A lot of people swear by that. I don't know. It's kind of hard. It's one of those boat things where everyone seems to think that their answer is the right answer and everyone else's answer is wrong. but we haven't heard of any terrible failures due to putting vegetable oil down toilets. You know, if as long as you're not putting anything down the toilet that didn't go in through your body, and you aren't, you know, pouring bleach down your toilet, then you shouldn't have any problem. What the vegetable oil is trying to do is just to lubricate the valves in the toilet, so that kind of helps keep the rubber happy. So any rubber pieces in that whole toilet system should be getting a little bit of lubrication. But honestly, we don't have like I can't prove that that's the reason their toilet runs better than a different one, you know.
That's a first for me. I never heard of vegetable oil. I heard of glycol, but not vegetable oil.
I mean, if a rubber seal is dried out to the point where you're trying to put lubricant in it to save it, the rubber component should be replaced.
Yeah.
Those duckbill valves, you know, they're if they're not closing, oil's not going to make them close. A Sealand vacuum flush system can be serviced pretty easily.
So the rubbers would get harder, wouldn't it?
4 days ago.
Sorry?
I said the rubbers would get hard in there, right? Like you were saying about the duckbill.
Yeah.
The rubbers get harder.
And they'll even get distorted just from the chemical, you know, I mean, our body waste is pretty abrasive too. So it's definitely a harsh environment for those rubber pieces to live in general. So mainly just keeping that fresh water going through them as much as possible and pumping out frequently. And then, like we said, there's things like putting a little bit of vinegar down the toilet, or we also really like the No Flex powder. I think it's called No Flex Digester. And it's just a little powder that you can buy, and you can put about a tablespoon of that into the toilet and flush it through. And that's supposed to help keep the buildup from happening. So that definitely helps with the general maintenance.
All right. Jack and Sonia, somebody asked earlier, what kind of bottom paint do you guys recommend? And that's number one. Number two is, what bottom paint did you guys put on your own boat?
We like Petit Trinidad Pro.
It's a hard epoxy paint versus ablative paint. So kind of depends on where you are. Here in the Bay, it's pretty cold. So we've heard that the hard epoxy paint tends to work a little better in colder environments. Also, it kind of depends on what you're using your boat for. If you're living on it and not moving a lot, then you don't want to have to depend on the mechanical anti-fouling of the ablative paint. So the mechanical, the chalky finish of the ablative paint definitely works best when you're using your boat frequently and moving it, you know, through the water to get all that growth off. So we recommend the Petit Trinidad Pro, like Jack said. That's what we have on our boat, and we seem to like it. So we'll see. I mean, there's always new upcoming trends of different bottom paints coming out. So we'll see where the whole eco bottom paint goes, and hopefully they can figure something out that's a little less toxic. But so far, the Trinidad Pro is our favorite.
Yeah, good. Okay, I got a question. How does somebody like my wife learn the basics of engines so she can help when something goes wrong?
Oh, this is tough. How does
wrench?
Yeah.
I personally have learned everything. I know from working with Jack. So just following along and being attentive to what's going on and watching someone else do it really, really helps.
Well, that's
at least
kind of how I learn, is on hands training.
Exactly.
You know, just getting down there and doing it and getting familiar with something and asking questions. What is this and what is that? And, you know,
honestly, Sonia finds more smells and sounds and leaks than I ever do. She is on point with that. Oil drip is not supposed to be there. That that knocking sounds like we're low on oil. You know, she's, you know.
Which is a blessing and a curse, because I was the one who found our leaking diesel tanks, which is now a huge project. So I don't know, but
Well, my answer
you
to
know,
that
it definitely
question-
makes me feel a lot more confident about being on a boat, you know, and feeling a little more confident about being able to tackle something, even if Jack is held up doing something else, or, you know, we want to go cruising. So our whole idea of like, if something happens to Jack, I have to be able to man the vessel and operate all of our all of our systems and our engine and everything. So, you know, just getting confident in any way you can, whether it be through a friend who's really knowledgeable, or a YouTube video, or you know, there's Nigel Calder has a ton of great books on really simple, basic engine maintenance and all that kind of stuff. So I would say a combination of everything is good, you know.
I also recommend an owner's manual.
Yeah.
That's
definitely.
the owner's manual. You have it in hand and you can read it over and over and over and know what this is and that is. And you can go back to it if needed without having to have somebody around and go, what is this? Well, you have it right there.
So you guys don't know my wife.
That's why I didn't answer these questions.
I think I would have to beat her.
No, but I feel that anybody who can know as much about their boat as possible is a great asset, no matter what you do. You know, whether it be at the controls or at the engines or you know, tying a line, anything on the boat is a great help.
Yeah, for sure, Ed. Let's see, what other questions do I have here? Tell you what, let's hear a story from each of you guys. What's like the crazy thing that's happened to you guys that you never would have expected?
As far as
Jack and Sonia, how about the possum story?
Oh.
Yeah, so we went down to Berkeley to fix a bilge pump, of course. Of course. It was a boat that hasn't been used, you know, in over a year.
The owner lives somewhere far away, so she called us up and said, I'm just worried because my neighbor said that the boat was taking on water. And we went down to the boat. The first time going to the boat, so we had no idea what to expect. And we start poking around, looking at all the systems, looking at, you know, where could this water be coming from and how do we fix it? And Jack is in a cockpit and he opened up one of the cockpit lazarette seats, and
yeah, and there was the drain from the cockpit through the lazarette to the through hull. So I had to move a bunch of life jackets and the floorboards in that lazarette, and I found the hose loose. I was like, okay, that's pretty easy. I can get down there, get another stainless steel hose clamp on it, and I heard this deep hiss. And Sonia's talking, and I'm like, well, she's talking, so she's not hissing at me. So I try to be quiet, and the hissing stops, and then she starts talking again. I'm like, Sonia, stop talking. That you know, rattle around some stuff in that lazarette, and yeah, it was a big raccoon and babies. So we called the and he wouldn't even do anything with it. So we left the boat open, all the cockpit lazarettes open. So hopefully that raccoon will leave. It wasn't a possum would be easy to deal with. The raccoon, no.
They can be mean.
Yeah. Animal control didn't even want to deal with it. He said, you know, if that mom has babies on board, she's not going to go without a fight. And he said, they're feisty little critters, so we're going to let them, you know, do their thing.
Be back in a couple weeks.
Come back in a couple weeks and see if they've left. So, you know,
So did the boat sink?
No, well, we pumped out all the water and you know, it seems to be okay now. So we'll come back in a little bit and see what the status is. But that was definitely a first for us. Never had that experience before.
That's funny. Ed, you got any crazy stories?
No, not really offhand right now. I mean, I've had some situations, but nothing as fun as
Nothing
that.
you want to reveal?
Not really.
I feel like one of the first times we met Ed, he was working on a boat just like 1 or 2 down from our boat that we were living on. And I remember you were there for like over 24 hours. I think you slept on board that night because there was some
Oh, you're talking, yeah, somebody's
issue. I think it was
shaft
like
packing.
packing gland or
The
something.
packing, he had a ceramic dripless packing gland, and for some reason the thing decided to start leaking water, and one thing led to another, and I found there's a crack in the ceramic. Well, I moved it to check it, and water started gushing in. A chunk of the dripless packing or ceramic piece just flew off. And of course, now there's just water gushing in the boat. Unbelievable. So now I'm like done with the job, ready to go home. Now this is happening. So, this guy is in another country. He's hard to get a hold of. And, it's one of those first times I'm working on his boat. And of course, it was a recommendation. And
I remember.
But
Yeah, I
anyways,
remember you said you slept with one toe in the
What'd you
bilge
do, Ed?
to make
Well,
sure it didn't leak on you.
So I actually called around various merchants to see if they had this part in stock, and which I did find it. And then I called the diver and to see if I can have him on hand under the boat as I attempt to slide the coupler off the shaft in the water to remove and replace the shaft packing in place without having to have it towed to the boatyard or haul it out. And, so he wasn't available to the next day. So of course I had to stay on the boat, tend to it all night, because I don't know if this bilge pump is going to fail or not. I know it'll keep up with the water, but if the battery goes dead, shore power goes out, or the float switch decides to take a down, right? So I stayed on the boat all night until the next morning when the diver showed up, and he stayed there, and I was able to slide the shaft back and change the part and slide her back in. Yeah, that was a fiasco. So they were, Sonia and Jack were asking me, well, so how did you sleep with knowing all this water came in? I said, well, you tie a wire around your toe as you're sleeping and attach it to the battery. So when the water comes up above the battery, you get electrocuted. You get a shock, it'll wake you up.
Sounds
that
like
never happened, of course.
it's the perfect boater's alarm clock.
Yes. Oh, for sure. Yeah, that was kind of a stressful situation, but it all worked out, and I was actually kind of happy the way it turned out, because I was actually able to do it in the water without having to do an emergency tow to the boatyard. So I know I was capable of doing something kind of cool.
So if somebody wanted to get a hold of you, Ed, how would they do that?
You can reach me via email, text, or just give me a call, leave a message.
What's your contact info?
You can reach me at edmart2004@yahoo.com. Or you can reach me through you or 510-613-5424.
Yeah, we'd be happy to give you Ed's and Sonia and Jack's contact info if you contact us. Sonia and Jack, how about your contact info?
We have our website. It is spiritmarineservices.com, and our email is spiritmarineservices@gmail.com.
Oh, that's easy enough to remember.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. And again, we would be happy to pass on their info if you guys can't write it down, or you forget it. Just give us a call and we'll let you know. How about availability? I mean, you guys got to be busy.
Constantly, all year.
So if I needed something done on my engine, Ed, when could I get you on the boat?
Well, it depends on the time of year. The earlier in the season, the better. So I would say after the holidays, in springtime, I could probably get on your boat within a few weeks.
Few weeks.
During the summertime, it could be a month and a half easily.
Wow. And Ed or Sonia and Jack?
Yeah, we're fully slammed operational right now. It's two weeks to 2.5 weeks. You know, our waxing jobs take a couple days at a time. The repairs, sourcing parts, getting down. That's it's not just a one fell swoop. Sometimes we strike it out of the park and get it done in one day. But yeah, somewhere around 2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah. So if you need any of these mechanics or service people in the marine industry nowadays, it's normally a couple weeks out. So plan ahead so you can get them on there so you can enjoy your boat, especially during these times with the shelter in place. So yeah, I heard if shelter in place on the boat's the best thing to do. So make sure that boat is maintained, and think about Ed and Sonia and Jack. Ed at Mobile Tech and Sonia and Jack at Spirit Marine Services, and give them a call. Anything else, guys?
I think that's
Happy
good.
boating.
Happy boating.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Thanks for joining us. That was fun, and maybe we'll have some more of these as we go forward. The next thing up is going to be nautical quizzes. And if you were here yesterday, you probably learned some things, some really cool, interesting things like what does toe the line mean? Where did that come from? We're going to have more of those here just in a minute. Peter Benzinger, one of our sales guys, he's an expert in nautical trivia, and he's got a bunch of questions for you, and he's going to be giving away prizes too. So here we go with Peter and his wife Margie. Thanks, guys. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Atomic Tuna Nautical Trivia Quiz. I'm Peter Benziger. I'm a salesman with Atomic Tuna.
And I'm Margie Benziger. And I help Peter when he has clients that are looking for a cruising boat. I try to provide a woman's perspective.
Well, Wayne mentioned prizes, and it's a pretty good time to start, I think, because we have 2 bottles of wine. Wonderful wine from the Mount Beautiful Winery. So that's our first prize, and we'll have one later also. Thank you very much, Mount Beautiful Winery. And the winner is Don Mooney. So we will get
Don Mooney.
Okay, Don, you've got 2 wonderful bottles of wine, and we'll get a hold of you after the show and figure out how to get that wine to you. And if you can't come down and get it, we may drink it ourselves. So we'll see what happens here. I'm very interested in nautical trivia. I took a course in etymology in college, which is the history of the meaning and origin of words. And because I've been sailing my whole life, basically, I started realizing that a lot of the terms that I heard actually sounded a little nautical. So I started doing some research on them and became a big fan of nautical trivia. Most of the words we use come back from the old sailing days of the English sailing ships. Margie, we had a little quiz in the Pacific.
Peter and I did a circumnavigation, and when we were on the Pacific Ocean, we had a sailing cruiser's net every night at 6 o'clock. And on Thursdays, we had a trivia night. And sometimes we had sailors as close as 10 miles away. Sometimes they were 1,000 miles away. But we really enjoyed our Thursday night trivia.
So hopefully the polling function will work. And there'll be about 10 questions. Each of them will have 4 answers. A small warning is that 3 of the answers we totally made up. They're absolute fabrications. And your challenge is going to be to try to figure out which one is the real one. So let's see if we can start and get the polling function going. Hopefully it'll work. Here we are, and we're going to launch it now. Okay, let's see. Yep, here we are. Good. The first question is, and if you want to get a pencil and a paper, you can even keep track of how you're doing on this, but it's where did the expression chew the fat come from? Marge?
Okay, so answer number 1. Sailors who gossip had no meat or truth in their stories. 2, eating salty cured pork gave sailors time to talk. Or is it 3, after killing a whale, eating the fat was a delicacy? Or is it 4, if a sailor was underweight, he was told to chew more fat? So we're going to give you about 10 seconds more. And what you want to do is mark your, register your vote, and then hit submit.
Okay, we can see the answers coming in. Okay.
Coming in.
There's now
Three out of 4.
Votes on 3 out of 4. And pretty much everybody now has voted. So we'll go ahead and end the polling, and I'll share with you what everybody else said. And now you can see what everybody else said here. And the answer is number 2. And what happened was the seamen used to eat this salty cured pork. It was stored in barrels, and it was very tough. They actually had to wash it several times to get the salt off. But because it was very tough, they had to chew it for quite a long time. And while they were chewing it, it gave the sailors time to talk. So talking became known as chewing the fat. Okay, our next question will come up in just a sec here. So let's find out how to get that. Okay, end polling. Sorry, it's going to take me just a second to get back in the swing of things here. Okay, the next question should appear on your screen now. And it's, where does the expression "to be brought up short" come from?
Okay. Is it number 1, if you were not raised all the way up the top of the mast in the bosun's chair, were you brought up short? Or number 2, if you had poor nutrition as a child and you didn't grow tall? Maybe it's 3, a sailor cheated you in a card game. Or 4, an emergency stop in a sailing ship. So we'll give you a few more seconds to register your vote and then hit submit.
Okay, we have voting coming in on 2 answers. There may be more. Okay, let's see what, there's a couple votings coming in, but we're going to move on here and we'll share the results with you. Well, it turns out that the correct answer is number 4, not the first one.
Aha.
Aha. A sailing ship underway could only be brought to an emergency standstill by dropping the anchor. It was not a pleasant experience. Used today, to be brought up short means a person who is brought to an unexpected standstill by a sudden change of fortune or circumstances.
So we fooled a lot of people.
So we fooled a lot of people there. Okay. All right, we'll go on to the next one. Let's see. Yep, well, we can do this one here. Jumped a little bit, but some information that is a derivation of the word port. There's actually several stories, but I'm going to give you the one I like, and your challenge will be to figure out which it is. So here we go. Okay, Margie.
Where does the sailing term port come from? Number 1, sailors used to drink port liquor. Sounds good to me. Number 2, port was another word for a gangplank. 3, Odysseus made reference to port when passing the islands of the Sirens. Or is it 4, the ship had to dock on the left side because there was a steering oar on the right side? Okay, so take a few more seconds, mark your ballot, mark your questionnaire, and submit.
Okay, here we go. Aha. The term originally used for the left side of a boat a long time ago was larboard. Given its similarity in sound to starboard, they needed another word, and the term port became preferable over time. Starboard actually comes from an Old English term because they used to steer a ship by having a board on the starboard side. So that was a starboard, steering board. Because the steering board was on the right side, they usually put the left side against the port quay where they could unload all their merchandise. So people started just calling the left side the port side. Okay, we'll go to our next question. This one, we missed this one. This is a good one. Okay, here we go. This has to do with coffee. And we've often heard coffee called a cup of joe. Why is coffee called a cup of joe?
Joe is the Jamaican name for a coffee bean. Cup of Joe, named after the Secretary of the Navy. People named Joe were often big and strong. Or was it for? Joe Louis the fighter drank lots of coffee before a fight. Okay, you have a few more seconds. Register your vote and hit submit. Oh, there's a lot of changes going on here in the voting.
Oh, this is a close one. Okay, let's see what happens here. Here we go.
Every category here.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, I hope you can see that. I guess you can now. And the answer is number 2. And it goes back to 1862. And there was a man named Josephus Daniels, who was the Secretary of the Navy. And he abolished the serving of wine to officers and ruled that the strongest drink on Navy ships would be coffee, which therefore became known as a cup of joe.
How are you doing, Marco?
Very popular.
Not very popular. Okay, we can hear some other mics going, but here we go. Let's do this one. This is a fun one. We'll launch the polling now. And sorry, it takes a little bit of time. Okay. When someone does not follow instructions, it is said that they turned a blind eye to orders. Where does this come from?
All right, our 4 choices are: number 1, Admiral Nelson put the telescope to his blind eye. Number 2, written orders were often kept covered or blinded in rainy weather. Sailors with a patch over their eyes turned to view the captain with their good eye. And finally, number 4, in a storm, the crew often did not follow orders because they were blinded by the salt spray. So what does it mean to turn a blind eye to orders? We'll give you a few more seconds. Register your vote and hit submit. All right, we have 2 votes coming in here.
Pretty strong.
2 questions, 2 answers.
Okay, I think, well, we've got more than half the people and the rest are voting. So we'll show you the answers as they are now. And here they are. Okay, well, the actual answer is number 1. I guess we fooled you. We had a lot of fun making up these fake answers. So every once in a while we did fool you. In 1802, Admiral Nelson deliberately held his telescope to his blind eye, he had a patch over it, in order not to see the flag signal from his commander ordering him to cease fighting. And I remember this.
In Trafalgar, right?
He was at Trafalgar, and basically what he did, I remember this story.
Were you there?
I was almost there. He broke the French line, which means that he actually sailed right through 2 competitive warships, and that's called breaking the line, and it allowed the English to win the battle. He won the battle, but he was reprimanded by his Commodore, and likewise, I remember he was also deemed a hero in England, though. But when his commander said, "Why didn't you follow my orders?" he said, "Well, I never saw them." So that's turning a blind eye to orders. I hadn't shared those, I guess. I'm sorry about that. But anyway, there's the answers. Okay. This one you should be able to get. So, well, let's see. You never know here. In giving directions, we often say it's about 5 miles as the crow flies. Where did that expression come from?
And our 4 choices are, number 1, crows fly straighter than any other kind of bird. Or is it 2, ships release crows to indicate the direction of land. 3, crows are black, which makes them easy to spot. 4, crows drop feathers frequently, making it easy to see their trail. So, which is the right answer to as the crow flies? We'll give you another few seconds. Register your vote and hit select. Submit.
Submit.
Okay, we got a 50-50 going here.
Here we go. It's the close one. Let's see how we did. Okay, well, the answer is number 2. And often in England and other areas, there's a lot of fog or rain, and this is way before GPS. And of course, you couldn't use your sextant if the sky was overcast. So ships would carry a crow, and the crow unerringly knew exactly what was the fastest way to and most direct route to land. And they would let the crow go, and they would follow it. So they would sail in the direction as the crow flies. We've also heard of the crow's nest up at the top of a mast, which is a lookout. And who knows, maybe that's where they kept the crows. Okay, and let's see, our next one. This is a little tough one. I actually wasn't quite sure of this myself. So, where on a sailboat, actually, or a motorboat, might you find an angel? Marge?
All right. You have 4 choices. Where would you find an angel? At the top of the mast? Hanging from the anchor rod? At the navigator's chart table? Or where the cooks use to bake an angel cake? Take a few more seconds, register your vote, and hit submit.
Okay, we've got some differences of opinion here going on.
Nobody's falling for the angel cake.
Yeah, but the angel cake is not a winning fabrication. Well, an angel is another term for an anchor kellet or a sentinel. This is a weight that is suspended from the anchor rod some distance from the bow to lower the angle between the lower part of the rod and the sea bottom, thus increasing the holding power of the anchor. So this is something that I really didn't know, but now you know where to find an angel.
Is that the catenary?
Yes, it allows the catenary to develop a bigger angle, and that keeps the ship from jerking back and forth when it's at anchor. So let's see if I think I shared these results, but there they are. And now I think we're up to 15 minutes, aren't we?
Yeah,
okay.
My
so
alarm just went off.
We're back again. And we have another prize winner. And we're in Peregrina now, our Tiana 47 at Marina Village Yacht Harbor, which is a great, great marina. And we have 2 free nights at the marina at Marina Village Yacht Harbor. And that's, we thank Steve McFessel, owner-manager, and also the marina for that. And the winner for that today is James Landers. So congratulations, James. Get a hold of us or we'll get a hold of you. And as long as there's space available, call the marina office and go have a fun night up there.
Awesome.
Okay, we have another quiz coming up tomorrow. We also, Sunday at 12:30, Margie and I have a presentation on cast off the dock lines and cruise. And you won't see our faces that much because it's a compilation of slides from our trip around the world and actually
and videos.
And videos.
Fun videos.
So it's a fun video. So it's a real life. We welcome you aboard Peregrina to go around the world with us. We also on Sunday night at 4:30, I have a brief presentation on my favorite tools. And I hope this doesn't sound too boring, but my guess is that you may not have even seen
Some of them.
3/4 of these tools. They're kind of strange tools, but I found them eminently valuable to me. So thank you for joining us on Nautical Trivia Quiz, and we will see you tomorrow for the next version of the quiz. Goodbye.
Bye-bye, thanks.
With Bruce Nelson. Bruce Nelson works at West Marine. He was over at Sausalito store. He's now at the Richmond store. And Bruce is the electronics expert. So Bruce is going to kind of bring us up to speed here on some new things going on in the electronics and battery world. So welcome, Bruce. How are you doing?
Thanks very much. Well, I'm really excited about this topic. I learned to sail when I was in high school, and then in between, I was in deserts a long time. So over the decades now, my wife and I are living on a sailboat, and we're really enjoying things. And you know, when you're on a house, you often don't think too much about the wiring and the plumbing and the other systems. But on a boat, especially if you're traveling, you kind of become responsible for taking care of them. And for me, this is one of the interesting things about being on a boat, is to learn all about the systems and even planning to set them up. So the first thing that I'd like to talk about are the batteries. Batteries are, you know, used to be really considered old technology, although there's a lot happening. And for a boat owner, there's basically two types to think about. One is the start batteries for starting your engine. And then the second type is the deep cycle batteries, which are used to keep the systems up when you don't have shore power or a generator running. In terms of chemistry, we have several different types. The one that's been in use the longest are the flooded batteries, and especially a type called traction batteries, of which Rolls might be one of the old time versions, are still a good choice. They last a long time, they do the job well, they are heavy, and they're not inexpensive, but I think they're still worth it for keeping your systems up and running. A newer type is called a gel battery, and I no longer really recommend the gel batteries for most boaters anymore. They didn't used to require as much maintenance, but there's a new type now called absorbed glass mat, or AGM batteries, which are sometimes even cheaper than the gel batteries, but they can do very well in both deep cycle and start applications. They tend to be somewhat cheaper, and they're not nearly as sensitive to the charging technology as AGMs. Gel batteries, if the charging current is too high, which could often happen for a number of reasons, if you have solar panels, for instance, and they're not well controlled with a voltage regulator, you can get enough voltage that hydrogen bubbles start coming off the plates, and those bubbles push the gel away, and the battery loses capacity and may never recover. So they're quite sensitive to their use. So my recommendation for most people now is to go with AGM batteries. There's two types, general types, depending on the chemistry of the battery. The ones that have been most widely on the market have either calcium or antimony allied with the lead in the plates. And there's another kind that's called a pure lead battery. Just to give you a little history, these were developed when they were looking for a battery system for the F-16 fighter. And at the time, none of the current lead acid batteries could maintain the G-forces that were imposed on the fighter. And so a company called Gates Rubber got a DARPA contract to do the research. They got the idea of putting fiberglass plates between the battery, fiberglass plates between the lead plates, and have the electrolyte absorbed in the fiberglass. And that actually turned out working really well. But somebody was thinking, normally pure lead can't be used because it's too soft. And of course, in the plane, it would bend. And it's soft enough that even in normal use, it would bend and not be dimensionally stable. So what they decided, maybe that's not the case if we put it in the fiberglass, and they would squeeze the plates into a solid block. And that ended up not only working mechanically, but pure lead has a much lower resistance than the lead alloys. And so it turned out making a better battery. Several reasons for that. One was it could deliver a lot more amps into a load because of the lower resistance. So it makes it an even better starting battery than what the previous batteries had been. And it also turned out it would cycle deeply more times than the standard lead alloy batteries. So if you're cycling the battery down to only 20% of the remaining capacity and then recharging it, you could do about 400 times with a battery like this. If you took a standard flooded dual purpose or deep cycle battery, you might only be looking at 100 to 200 times. So the amount of service of a battery like this in that application is much higher. And because of the low low resistance, it can actually deliver thousands of pulse amps into a starter if your battery cables are thick enough, and do a really wonderful job of starting your engine even after they're old. Now, for all of these battery types, the length of service of the battery is quite dependent on the temperature that the batteries are stored at. So if you have batteries in right next to a diesel engine where it's hot all the time, the life of the battery is going to be significantly shorter than it will if it's in the bilges where it's more cool. This also makes a difference for somebody keeping their boat up in Sacramento, where it's in the hundreds during the day, compared to down in Sausalito, for instance, or down here in the Bay, where it's exposed to much lower temperatures. And this can either lengthen or shorten the battery life by 3 or 4 times just based on the temperature they're stored at. So one of these types of batteries would be my recommendation normally. There's a trope about batteries that kind of says you should use the largest battery bank that you can afford, so you're cycling it down less and the batteries last longer. Well, that's kind of true in terms of the number of cycles you get. But if you look at the life of the battery over its use, if you're cycling it deeper, you're using more of the battery capacity. And if you look at the number of amps that the battery is delivering over its lifetime, you actually might be getting a lot more amps out of your battery bank over the time you've used it with a smaller bank that's cycling more deeply. And this is especially true of the AGMs. And because using fewer batteries is going to both cost less and weigh less, in some cases, if you're replacing a standard bank with an AGM bank, you don't need 2 different types for your start and your deep cycle batteries. And this may be a way to save some weight, some cost, and increase the performance over the life of your battery system. Of course, the battery systems are going to be directly tied to the methods that you have to charge. In the old days, the primary way of charging the batteries was to use the engine when you would run it. The biggest issue with that is that if you're out cruising and the batteries will charge fairly rapidly up to about 80% of charge, but then the charge acceptance of the battery begins to level off. And that means for that last 20% of battery charge, you'd be using a great deal of extra fuel and also putting a lot of wear on your engine. But if you don't bring it all the way up, then when the battery sits, these are the lead acid batteries, when they sit at partly empty charge, calcium sulfate tends to form on the plates, and they form, it's insoluble, and the battery life goes down. So battery sitting around with no use will self-discharge and eventually go bad, even if it was never used. So one of the answers to this dilemma is adding solar panels. And the solar panels, of course, are probably putting fewer amps in than a engine charger at full speed, but they can top up that last 20% without causing damage to the engine. So coupled with the engine runtime, solar panels are a good choice. If you're in an anchorage someplace where you don't want to run that engine at all, then having either a genset or a wind generator, or if you're passage making, even a tow generator would be other ways of getting those amperages to keep your batteries charged. The other thing I should mention about sizing your battery bank is that you need to understand how much power you're going to be using from the batteries in a typical day. And the way to do that is look at all the systems that you have on the boat, add up the number of amps per every hour that it's used, and then size your batteries to be able to meet that kind of need. Nigel Calder has a couple books on battery systems. You'll also find a number of other books on battery systems, which have worksheets that explain how to work that out. And there's also a lot of the local system engineers can also do that for you. But it's kind of fun to put the pencil on the paper yourself and work out those sizes. And it's certainly, with the help of a book like that, is something that you could do. So there's a new technology that's starting to become almost to the mature point, and that's what Tesla is using in their cars, and now some other car makers, and that's the lithium-ion battery technology. There's some really good things about lithium-ion. One is it's starting to hit the mass market, so as they're being produced in quantity, the price is dropping very quickly, and they're also very light. There may be, it depends on the packaging, but maybe a fifth of the weight of lead acid batteries.
Wow, that's significant.
It's really significant. If you're a racer, even at this point, that's almost a no-brainer, because you'll see the amount of weight that you'll save will add significant speed to your boat, especially if you're passage making. The small caveat I have is that because this technology is new, and especially cheap lithium-ion batteries have been a fire risk. You may have heard about some of the hoverboards and other cheap products, or even in the cell phones, which are made in big quantities. A fire in a cell phone in your pocket is no good. But if you have it in your battery system on the boat, then that could be a disaster. And even on some of the new Boeing aircraft that were relying on lithium batteries, they've had some fire issues with those. So we're just about there, and I'm pretty sure we're on the way to getting those problems solved, but it's still a caveat that I have. One of the makers that uses a lithium phosphate technology that's quite fire safe is Torqeedo, I believe their batteries are probably 24 volt. They may have some 12s now as well, but a lot of their batteries are 24. The cost is still relatively high, but because of the weight and the fact they can also deliver lots of amps, and they don't sulfate if they sit in a discharge state. So there's a lot of potential advantages to these lithium batteries, and I think they're worth considering, and maybe very shortly, even in a matter of months. Now, we don't know, because the economy is not suddenly in an unpredictable state. It's hard to know what's going to happen with prices, but it's definitely something that you might want to consider on your horizon. Another factor on voltage is we're starting to see DC to DC converters. So you could use higher voltage battery banks, maybe even into the hundreds of volts, which means all the wires in your boat can be much smaller. So you're saving cost and weight in there. And then if your devices are using 12 volts, you use another DC to DC converter to bring that power back down. We're certainly seeing it on some newer boats. A lot of them will keep it to 48 volts to stay intrinsically safe, but it's another thing I would watch for if I'm planning a new system on a boat. So that's a quick overview on the batteries. By the way, if I think you can let us know if you have any questions as I go along, and I would be glad to try and answer those here during the talk if any are forwarded. So the next thing I want to talk about is, now that we've got all this power, what do we use it for? Probably the most important thing would be the safety systems. Safety on a boat, it's pretty hard to enjoy your experience if it's not safe. And we have a lot of modern electronics now that are adding to safety. The very first item probably would be a VHF, in the electronic terms, would be a VHF marine radio. Now we're going to get into a whole lot of alphabet soup here, and you don't really have to remember it, but I'll try and tell you what these things mean. VHF stands for very high frequency, and then you have UHF, which is ultra high, that goes above that. But the typical marine radios that we have are designed for short range communication between boats. You can, with a handheld, you can expect to go maybe 3 or 4 miles to another boat on the water, to perhaps as much as 25 or 30 to the Coast Guard, which has very tall antennas. For a masthead antenna that's up high, then 25 to 30 miles is certainly possible. Certainly to the Coast Guard, but 25 miles, depending on the height of the antennas, to other boats. So that's a VHF marine. There's another system where now you can get radios that have a GPS, which is the Global Positioning System, satellite information. So the radio knows what the position is. And there's a number called an MMSI number, which stands for Marine Mobile Service ID. And when you register your radio with the Coast Guard on the Marine Mobile Service ID, then when they hear a call, or especially an emergency call, they know who you are. And then there's a system called DSC, which stands for Digital Selective Calling. You press that emergency button on your radio, you don't even have to say anything, and all the boats in the area, and either the Coast Guard, or if you're on an inland lake, could be the Sheriff's Department, the local authorities will know that you have a marine emergency, and they'll know who you are. And if you filed a float plan or something like that, they'll even have more detail. So when you get those radios, be sure to go and register your MMSI number. And even if you're going out on a dinghy or a paddleboard or a kayak, something like that, that can be a life-saving device.
Hey, Bruce,
Yes.
we sell a lot of boats, and a lot of these boats already have a device, whether it's a radio or whatever, with an MMSI number already in it. How do you change it?
Okay, there's a couple ways. If you're going to Mexico or Canada, you need to contact the Coast Guard to get it taken care of. Within the U.S., Boat US handles those registrations, and if you're a Boat US member, which West Marine Gold members already are, then it's free to go in and get your MMSI number changed. In fact, in that case, you can just go online and do it on the website. You just put in your new information and your new MMSI number. And if you have multiple radios or multiple boats, the same owner would just use the same MMSI number because it's ID to him. So, good question.
Yeah, thanks.
So some of the other safety systems, another important one if you're going offshore is called an EPIRB. That stands for an electronic position indicating radio beacon. I believe they were first developed for aircraft, but they've been in use in the marine world for a long time. I've actually had two friends who've been saved by EPIRBs in the last, say, 3 years or so. One coming down the coast of California. She had gotten a catamaran, and her dad insisted that she not leave port without an EPIRB, and she didn't have one. So she found out she was able to rent one from Boat US and had it on the boat when she flipped off Fort Bragg. And that was the thing that without anybody being able to manually go and set off an alarm, it automatically activated, and they were able to save everybody on board. So that was quite a experience. I haven't.
How about using Spot or InReach? They do the same thing, right?
No, not exactly. So I was going to get to those type of devices as well. The Spot and InReach are also satellite communication systems. It is possible to contact emergency systems with either one of those. Spot uses TV broadcast satellites. And so since the market for the TV broadcasts is near the continent, if you're within a couple hundred miles of the shore, you're probably going to be able to make that work. As you get further away, the time length to get a text lengthens. You know, it might, even for a text, it might take, if you're out of the main footprint, might take, let's say, half an hour to actually even get transmitted. And if you're going to Hawaii, for instance, you're going to be in a completely dead spot where a spot communication device won't be able to communicate at all. The InReach system uses the Iridium satellites, and so that's usable everywhere in the world, but they still have to report to the same rescue systems once they get a message. And also, both of those, you're paying a subscription fee every month, whereas with the EPIRB, there's no subscription. Once you've registered it, it's good.
So you pay for that with your taxes.
Yes, exactly, exactly. So as a backup, especially if you want to do some two-way messaging, then I would say either the Spot or the InReach are well worth considering, but it certainly should not replace an EPIRB. Couple other items. There's a PLB, which uses the same, that stands for personal locator beacon. It uses the same technology system as the EPIRB, but they're smaller. They're designed to be worn on a life vest. And I have some friends who like to go skiing in the wintertime, and they will carry them in their cars. And if they're doing any off-roading and get stuck, that can keep them from being stuck in a snowbank for a couple days because they can still alert the satellite, and it's effective in situations of that kind as well. VHF radios, by the way, aren't allowed to, generally speaking, aren't allowed to be used in cars, for instance, or on shore systems. Although there is an out. If you have something like that and you're in an emergency situation and it can be life-saving, then you've got a free pass. You can use anything, any means you have available in any case. This would also be true if you had a ham radio that you weren't allowed to transmit on, that you just wanted to listen to ham nets. But in an emergency, if that's what you had to communicate with, it would be okay to use. So once you're in real need, they're pretty lenient about the systems that they allow.
Hey, Bruce, let me just break in real quick
Yeah.
here, just to reintroduce Bruce for anybody that just came on. This is Bruce Nelson from West Marine, and also he's a salesman for Atomic Tuna, talking about electronics. So back to Bruce. And hey, Bruce, maybe we can talk about some of the new multifunction displays and what you like, and is Simrad better than Ray Marine, or?
Okay, so the multifunction displays are the big screens that you see in the cockpits, and they call them MFDs or multifunction because they can do so many things depending on what they're hooked up to. The main brands that you're going to be seeing are B&G, Simrad, and Lowrance, which are all made by the same company. So the peripherals will talk to those. So if you had a radar that was a Lowrance radar, for instance, it would still talk with Simrad or B&G. This company has been in business for over 60 years. And as a result, especially for sailors, they're somewhat more developed. So for masthead sensors and also for radars right now, there's small advantages to those systems. Garmin is another good large company. They don't come from a sailing background. They're located in Kansas, and I consider the quality of the Garmin stuff really high, but sometimes the execution in terms of marine specific stuff can be a little lacking. The biggest problem there is proprietary nature of things like charts. Last year, there was a big difference. Garmin has purchased the Navionics charting system, which is a good chart database. So now the new Garmin charts are good, but you still have to buy the chip from Garmin for their systems. If you have an Navionics chip for a Ray Marine or a B&G, it's not going to work in your Garmin. The Ray Marine has been popular for a long time, since they came from Raytheon. They were purchased by FLIR, the night vision company, a few years ago, and they had a period where they were floundering a little bit, and some of their customer support wasn't maybe the best it could have been. That's been pretty well fixed for a couple of years, but I understand they might be on the market again. So I'm a little uncertain about how they're going to be going forward. The other thing, Ray Marine has had proprietary communications. They're RayNet, so you often couldn't take a unit from another supplier and plug it into a Ray Marine system without an adapter. The company's been moving in the direction of becoming much more universal, and in fact, the operating systems on their multifunction displays is basically Android, Linux. So if you're a programmer or know somebody in the Bay Area, a lot of your Android applications like Netflix or things like that will run right on your Ray Marine chart plotter. So that's a pretty nice thing. And if you're technical, it might be a reason to be a little more open than some of the others. The D&G wind sensors are both more accurate and more sensitive than sensors from the others. Radar, there's a small advantage to the B&G Simrad radars. Now, as the technology moves forward, these companies may leapfrog in their features. So don't assume that what's true today is going to be true next year on that. But that's kind of my evaluation. And they're so good right now, I wouldn't think you would make a mistake having any one of them on your boat. One other brand I did not mention is the Furuno. Furuno is basically in the large boat market. To give you an idea of what I'm talking about, if you were looking at just this sensor for a fish finder on a Furuno, you might be looking at $80,000. You know, as much as as your boat. So if you're really serious on both radars and fish finders for commercial use, you might be looking at Furuno. But for where most of us are in the recreational market, that's where we are. The communications, most people have moved to what's called NMEA, which is the 2000 is the marine version of CAN bus, which means you can take all of your engine data on modern engines and display them on your display. The older 0183 is the old RS-232 standard. So even on old equipment, you can get those into a modern unit using NMEA. Ethernet for images coming from fish finders or radar, other things that are high data showing images, they may need to be proprietary to the company that makes them. And finally, I just want to briefly mention that your MFD can also be the center of an entertainment system. You can get Sirius FM, or you can get Fusion Audio, which is now owned by Garmin, and use your multifunction display as a center for controlling your audio systems. The controller can also do your autopilots, and we now have auto routing from most of the manufacturers. And to give you an idea of how sophisticated this has gotten, if you have FM satellite weather data coming in, you can set a route on your chart plotter, invoke the auto routing, and let's say you have a waypoint that's 19 hours in advance, and we know that the tides and the wind are going to be predicted to change and the currents over that time period. The system will take the forecasted conditions as you move along your route and set your waypoints to steer to based on those predictions. So it can really take some of the load off your passage planning. You don't want to disengage your brain while you're doing this, but it can make this type of use much easier.
I thought that's what the purpose was.
You know, there's too many cautionary tales. In the last around the world race, one of the professional navigators ran aground on a well-charted reef because he said, go from here to here without checking for the water depth in between. And, you know, he was tired. I don't really blame him for that. They'd been up for days with very little sleep. But you still have to think these are to make your life easier, not to turn your life over to them and have them get you in trouble.
Got a question.
Yeah.
Can a PLB be a good replacement for an
EPIRB. I would not recommend it. If you, the active life on the PLB may only be 24 to 48 hours. And especially if you're passage making, that may not be enough to get you located and found. So while it works with the same systems, your EPIRB is going to have a stronger output, a stronger battery, work longer, have more likelihood of being picked up. So I would strongly recommend that as an addition.
So the reason is that battery life is shorter on the PLB?
Yes, yes. There's another electronic device which uses the AIS system, which is the automatic identification system that all commercial boats have to carry. And so if you have an AIS receiver on your boat, which works on the VHF frequencies, you can see all the commercial traffic around you. More and more recreational boats are putting these in too. They're relatively inexpensive. If you have an AIS transmitter on your life jacket, if you go in the water, anybody around with an AIS receiver will know you're in the water. They'll know where you are. The AIS display will have an arrow on the display pointing in the direction you're in. So anybody who even isn't well trained can maybe find you in seas because their AIS signal is letting everybody around know first you're in the water and secondly where you are.
So Bruce, all cruising boats or most cruising boats, they put radar on the boat. And now we have AIS. Do you need radar?
There are things that that AIS won't help you with. If you're making a shorefall, for instance, a landfall, the radar will probably tell you where you are in relation to the rocks, which AIS will not. There's still a lot of boats out there that don't have AIS. So it's not a substitute. It just helps you manage. One nice thing about AIS is your display will give the call letters of the ship that you're talking to. A lot of the bridges won't monitor their radios, but if you call them by their call letters or the name of the ship, which you have on your AIS display, they'll answer.
I guess they're legally obligated to answer. Is that right?
I think so.
Well, in the old days, we used to use radar a lot to navigate, but now we have electronic charts.
The electronic charts are only as good as the data that goes into them. And there's something called a datum, which the charts are drawn to, and they're not all the same the same thing. So you can get a 4 or 5 mile error because you have the wrong datum on the chart compared to what the GPS is reading. And in addition, especially in the South Pacific, a lot of the islands aren't exactly in their charted positions. So radar can help you out with that, whereas the chart you have to take with a grain of salt.
And I heard there was a new island out there the last couple of years.
Yep.
That popped up out of nowhere.
That happens not that infrequently, actually, in volcanic areas.
Yeah. All right. Well, we heard from Bruce about batteries and personal devices and MFDs or multifunctional devices, safety electronics. Anybody have a quick question or two for him?
Might just say that in terms of satellite communication, over the next 2 to 3 years, I expect that game is going to change. Some of you may know that Starlink is launching thousands of satellites, and probably late this year, you'll be able to buy receivers that you might be able to put on your boat and have relatively inexpensive internet anywhere in the world. So that is something that's coming. It's first going to be in the US, Canada will probably be next, and then it'll expand out. But there's several other companies that are working on similar systems. So that's another factor that's on the way, but not quite here yet.
All right. Well, can't wait for that. Yeah, thanks, Bruce. That was great. If anybody has questions for Bruce, you can reach him at bruce@atomictunayachts.com. Call us up, shoot us an email, whatever, and we can get your questions to Bruce. He's happy to talk to you as well. What's your phone number, Bruce?
Yeah, you can call me directly at 510-734-0708.
One more question. Any comments on KVH LTE-1 or improved Wi-Fi?
If you're going to be using it right now, that could be a good immediate solution for you. You're looking at considerably higher costs than some of these new systems that are coming on. So I think they're quickly going to be obsolete. That's my feeling. Also for television, some of these systems might be reasonable.
All right, cool. Thanks, Bruce. We'll revisit this with you maybe in another month or two, or, you know, keep up on what's new in electronics, and appreciate you coming by and talking with everybody. Hey, Gary Clausen. Well, if you're in the Bay Area and you're in boating, you probably know Gary. Gary's been around for many, many, many years, and he'll fill you in a little bit more on that. He owns and runs Twin Rivers Marine Insurance. They're up in, where are you, Gary?
Antioch.
Are you on?
Trying. Get me on, Johnny.
Oh, now I got you.
Here we are. Here we are.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. So you're up where, Pittsburgh?
No, beautiful downtown Antioch at the Antioch Arena, on the San Joaquin River.
All right. And Gary's been in this business for a few years.
30 something.
30
No.
few.
Let's see. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Started when I was in high school, and I just got out.
Give us a quick little rundown of your history and how you ended up starting Twin Rivers, and you know, where we're at now.
You got it. Thank you very much, Wayne. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Boy, it's been a great show so far, and amazing. And
Thanks, Gary. Working hard on it.
Yeah, man, it's great. So, and I didn't have to put up a tent or park the car or schlep all the stuff into the booth. Anyway,
and we didn't give away pens either.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my costs are low.
Speaking of that, before we get too far,
yeah,
Gary is giving away a $100 gift certificate to KKMI. So you want to give one away?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, all right. So here's a certificate. I think you guys see that. Oops, I don't know which way to hold it. So yeah, let's give this away. Gary's been really gracious, and he works a lot with KKMI. They're our partners, one of our boat yards, and he's giving away 5 of these. So we're going to give one away right now. We're going to pick somebody from random. How about Maureen Felt? So Maureen, you just won a $100 gift certificate to KKMI. We will be sending this out to you. So we'll contact you if we don't have your email. Then make sure you get a hold of us.
Congratulations, Maureen.
And if you're not local, you can't use it, let us know. We'll give you another prize, and we'll switch this over to somebody else.
We'll figure it out. No big.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, no big deal.
All right. Cool. So Gary, tell me about insurance.
Well, you know, it's part of the puzzle, the whole entire puzzle. And I really think that the best time to start talking about insurance is when you're thinking about buying a boat or just thinking about boats. You know, it's a real simple process, but take the time so we can explain to you exactly what it is that we need from you as far as information to be able to put this all together and go out into the marketplace. Our agency, Twin Rivers, does business with many, many companies. So, you know, we shop the market for you for the most comprehensive policy at the most competitive price. You know, it's not all about money. It's about being at the right price with the right kind of coverage, because there are boat policies out there that don't have all the same coverage. I think one of the things we should talk about is underwriting to start. You know, what's an underwriter looking for? You know, you go out and you buy a car, you call your auto insurance person, and They write a policy and you're all done. Same goes for a home or a rental policy. When a boat comes along, we want to talk about, well, what kind of experience have you had? Or maybe you haven't, and we can talk about what we can do to help you get to the point with experience, buy your boat, get you in the boat, and help you with training. So let's just start with that to begin. If you are a previous boat owner, we'll talk about what it was that you owned. Underwriters are looking for ownership experience. They're looking for hands-on experience, even with your friends. But they do have some requirements that are pretty stiff, but we've been able to figure out ways to help folks into policies so that they can be boating just like the next person and learn while they own their boat. So what we have done is we put together these programs with many companies that they typically want to see a person not making more than a 10-foot jump from the boat that they've owned to the boat that they're going to purchase. Well, that's going to put a little kink in things if we've never owned a boat. But let's say we have that desire and we've been through, talk about sailboats, ASA classes, and you find a boat that you like, and we provide you with quotes after we've secured your experience and come back to you with terms. And the terms will state that if you have not owned a boat, or you're making more than a 10-foot jump from the boat that you've owned to the boat that you're purchasing, 12 is going to make it. It's not that critical, but we're flexible. So the underwriters will allow us to write a policy based on the fact that the insured will spend time with the training captain. How much time? Everybody's learning curve is different. So we'll start out with some sort of a suggestion of how many hours when we get to see somebody's resume. The underwriters will work with us on that. But minimally, if I own a 28-foot boat and I'm buying a 42-foot Catalina or a 42-foot powerboat, most training captains have training sessions that are somewhere between 12 to 20 hours of hands-on training. And you don't do that all in one day. They have a lot of coverage that they go through. It's more to just driving the boat, obviously. It's understanding the systems of the boat. And I think so far in your boat show that you've already talked about maintenance, ownership, it goes on and on. So what the training captain will do for you is start off with the basics, get away from the dock, take you out. And while you're out, they're going to talk about navigation, weather, currents, winds, systems, electronics, maintenance. Everybody needs to know about maintenance because part of a policy is maintaining your vessel properly. Otherwise, you could have a loss that isn't covered. Those exclusions in yacht policies are very simple. These are all risk policies. And if they're the policy that is all risk, which they all are, means that in the event that a loss occurs and the loss that it did occur is caused by lack of maintenance, wear and tear, gradual deterioration, you didn't follow the law, then there's an opportunity for a policy to exclude coverage. So all of these companies have exclusions. It's understanding what those exclusions are all about. And if you don't maintain your boat properly, boat sinks, you don't change your hoses, goes down, we raise the boat, get it on the hard, they find out that this was a problem, they're going to exclude coverage. So that's why understanding maintenance of a vessel is real important. And if you don't want to maintain the vessel on your own, but you do want to understand it, there's plenty of services out there that can help you. They'll go to your boat, they'll take care of your maintenance, tell you what you need. And that's where that marine survey comes in, because that is all part of the puzzle when you go to buy a boat.
Yeah, let's talk about that marine survey because that is always a concern after we go through a new boat purchase. You got a survey and you have all these different items that you have to fix or not fix. What does insurance company think about that?
Well, what they're looking for is, I'm going right on back to what I just stated, was lack of maintenance, because that's the big one. So you have a survey. The surveyors typically put these recommendations as they call their items they call for deficiencies of the vessel. They put them in categories typically, and there's critical, and all marine surveyors have different ideas of how they label these different categories, but there's critical items that need to be addressed right away for the safety of the vessel and the seaworthiness of the vessel, hoses. And then there's going to be items that you need to take care of in a timely fashion. But those items that should be taken care of in a timely fashion could be a loss if they aren't fixed that would negate any coverage. So it's important to understand what it is that keeps that boat safe. And again, your surveyor will help you with that. So you purchase this boat. The survey has recommendations. Some are critical, some are get it done as soon as possible. And you buy the boat, you own the boat, now you start working on the recommendations. The policy is in effect, and we give you some time to get through this. It doesn't give you a free ride that if a loss occurs because one of these deficiencies cause a claim in this short period of time, 45 days or so, to get these recommendations taken care of. It's just, we're going to stay on top of the fact that you need to take care of these items. We'd be glad to review with you what items you should consider taking care of in a timely fashion. And that's part of our service as good agents, marine agents that understand boats, and we all do. That's important.
That is important. How about reg surveys? You know, we hear all sorts of things about whether an insurance company requires a rig survey, how old the rig is, if the rig is a certain age, it has to be replaced. How does insurance companies look at that?
Well, you know, a rig is just as important as the hull and machinery, as just as important as the systems, as the mechanical survey that's going to occur too. I really think that all three of those should be a part of any purchase of a vessel, but that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, we agree.
The rig survey, whether the boat is 5 years old or 50 years old, I think is something that should come into play, because you really don't know when it comes to the components of the standing rigging, if something has been damaged because of whatever, or a faulty part, a swedge is bad, a fitting is bad. So an aloft rig inspection, which is a few $100s compared to what your exposure is personally, if that rig comes down, I think is well worth its money to purchase that rig survey. As far as the underwriters are concerned, they would like to know the condition of the vessel when the standing rigging is in excess of 14 years of age. So we don't know. It's a 1981 vessel. Well, has the standing rigging ever been replaced? Well, hopefully that the broker might have asked if that had occurred in the past when they listed the vessel for sale. If not, it's not a problem. And then an aloft rig inspection can occur, and that will get to the bottom of any sort of, problems or deficiencies that standing rigging might have. The standing rigging survey is also going to talk about the running rigging, which is, part of the puzzle. And so, again, I hope I've answered your question on that. It's something that's important. And whether there's a receipt or an aloft rig inspection, that's what the underwriters are looking for.
So if the rig is 20 years old, you do a rig inspection, the rigger says, yeah, the rig looks good, but it's 20 years old. Will the insurance company call that and say, you got to replace the rig? Or if there's nothing wrong with it other than it's 20 years old, then it's okay?
That's the right answer. Good marine underwriters, along with good marine agents, understand that a rig can be 20 years old and it doesn't need to be condemned. The point is we want to know if there are any deficiencies on the standing rigging. When they go aloft, they'll be able to tell. So just because it's 20 years old doesn't mean it needs to be condemned as far as we're concerned. But an individual might have a different opinion. A rigger might have a different opinion, and a lot of riggers would say that it is, in my opinion, if the rig is over 20 years of age, it needs to be replaced.
We usually hear them at 10 years.
Well, and
I think they want some business.
Well, That's a double-edged sword, isn't it?
But certainly, we've also seen rig inspections where they go up the rig and they actually find things, even with a 5-year-old rig, they can find things. So rig inspections are definitely important. The marine surveyors, they'll inspect the rig at deck level, but they won't go aloft. So to get that a loft inspection, you do need a rig surveyor.
There's plenty of them out there. They're Johnny on the spot, and most riggers are always willing to write an inspection for you.
Yeah. And you're right. It's like $300 usually for a good rig inspection.
That's right. That's right.
All right. So let's see. How about if we bought a boat over in Florida and we want to bring it back here?
Well, there's two ways to get in the boat here, isn't there?
Yeah.
Well,
Can't fly it.
There's really three. There's trucking it, on deck cargo, bringing it through the ditch and north from Panama to the West Coast, which that happens, not very often, but it does happen. I most recently had a 92-footer move from Jacksonville. They brought it on their own bottom, and the boat currently is in Eureka today, and it's a 1961 custom-built steel-hulled motor yacht, and that's the hard way, because if you'd have put that on a cargo ship, that would probably cost somewhere in the $70,000 to $80,000 range for cargo coverage. As far as on-deck cargo, just to move the boat, the cargo ship company will provide you with cargo coverage while the vessel is on the boat, but I would highly recommend that you talk about a specific cargo policy from a cargo carrier, and we can certainly help you with that. I most recently ran into a cargo policy from a shipper by way of ship. That their cargo policy was, as far as I was concerned, and the underwriters that I work with is concerned, was a little insufficient. So, you can dig deep into this, but I think the more layers of coverage that you have when somebody else is in the care and custody of your vessel, the better off you are in protecting your investment. So let's say we take this 42-foot Catalina or this 42-foot Riviera, and if you could, well, I don't think I'd call it another boat because you need to be able to take the boat apart because of height, and put it on a truck and have it move across country. The trucker will provide you with some primary coverage from their insurance company. We call it cargo coverage while it's in the care and custody of the trucker. And then what we provide is another policy in excess of their policy, which takes over the loss if their policy doesn't act correctly. They don't know about marine repairs, so we jump in the middle of it, and we're talking about a minimal amount of additional premium to protect your investment, as we say, bouncing all the way across the country. It's always a good idea when the boat comes off the truck trailer to possibly have an offload survey performed, just to check to make sure that there isn't hidden damage by that boat sitting on that trailer all the way across the country. So there's a few ways to get your boat from the East Coast to the West Coast. Check into cargo freight coverage on a truck. And I always like to say, look real hard on the West Coast before you go to the East. But that's not a problem.
Yeah, good. Let's talk a little about the specifics of the policy and what does it mean, hull of machinery and personal effects and things like that.
Marine policies have different line items on them, and they're talking about coverages on the vessel. We're going to call the vessel the hull and machinery, which is the boat, which is the machinery, the motor, and those policies are all risk policies. And we talked about that already. Unless it's excluded, it's covered. All of those perils are. And then next line item that you'll find in a yacht policy is going to be some personal effects. So personal effects are loose items on board the boat you use in conjunction with the vessel that you carry on and off of the vessel. rods, reels, tackle boxes, clothing. Hull and machinery coverage is going to include electronics, anything attached to the boat, anchors, chains, dock lines, fenders, protective coverings. That hull and machinery value of whatever it is, $100,000, for example, will have a deductible, and those deductibles typically are assigned in percentages of the insured amount of the boat. So a vessel that might be 14 years of age and younger might have a 1% deductible, or a 2% deductible when we get to a 15-year-old boat, or possibly a 2% deductible for that not owner experienced insured that is making a large jump. So the next item after personal property is going to be medical payments. That's going to take care of your guests. I get on board your boat, I get hurt. My own hospitalization plan is going to take care of my needs if I get hurt on your boat. But you can be guaranteed that my health plan will come back to your insurance policy to be paid back for something they're really not responsible for. I break a knee, I break a hip, a couple $100,000 at the hospital. Again, that's what the medical payments are going to start with. Medical payments are usually 5, 10, 20,000, 25,000, 50,000 in line items. But then what's going to take over when those medical payments are not sufficient and something happens severe, I broke a hip, broke an arm, then the liability portion of the policy is always going to protect you, the insured. If there's bodily injury, I got hurt on board your boat. Again, my hospitalization company is going to take care of my needs, but they will come back to the yacht policy and want to be paid back. Also within the liability portion of the policy is going to have coverage for property damage to other people's property. You come into the marina, you slide down the side of my 50-foot boat, put a scratch in it, $150,000, $200,000 new paint job. That's property damage covered under the P&I liability. Now you notice I said P&I liability. That's different than regular liability. P&I liability is true marine form liability. That also contains salvage and wreck removal costs. A liability policy like your automobile insurance company providing you liability on your boat does not contain salvage and wreck removal inside the liability. So therefore, you have a $25,000 salvage bill, you're insured with your auto insurance company, $100,000 boat, you're going to pay the salvage bill out of the hull and machinery section, which is going to deplete your total loss funds. That's why you want a real marine policy. So when the boat burns, heaven forbid, but it does happen, and the boat goes down and the salvage bill is $40,000, we're going to pay that out of the P&I liability. And that boat, which was a total loss in that fire, we're not going to deplete your total loss funds. We're going to pay the agreed amount of the policy. So again, P&I liability contains salvage, wreck removal, bodily injury, property damage. And when you call and talk to us, we'll go a little deeper into what other coverages inside of liability. Well, I'll touch on that, for example. Longshoremen and Harbors Act. Your part-time, daytime worker comes on board your boat, gets hurt, he's covered under your policy. There's also coverage that you can purchase for Jones Act. So you hire a captain. The captain's going to train you. We're going to provide you with Jones Act on your policy, and that is marine work comp for the captain if he gets hurt. So again, it's important to have a true marine policy. Another line item on the policy is going to emergency service coverage. Towing. You have a mechanical breakdown. You're away from safe harbor. You need to be towed. You have no wind. You got to get in somehow. So you call Towboat US, for example. They bring you in. This is a line item that will reimburse you. We always highly recommend that you buy Towboat US, the membership, so it's much more comprehensive and almost 100% coverage, almost. And we can certainly help explain the cost of that, less than $200 a year, and what their coverage is all about when we talk about the policy. Another line item, yes?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Another line item on the policy is going to be dinghies, tenders. You have a small boat used in conjunction with a big boat, stored on and around the big boat, it's automatically covered under the policy. And then there's other ways of maybe endorsing your policy for something that's a little more specific, a larger dinghy, a bigger motor. But it's not a problem. Or maybe a trailer for the dinghy because you put it in storage in the wintertime. And the last line item is going to be pollution liability. Pollution liability is going to take care of the fuel spill. And in today's world, it's typically $997,100 worth of coverage. Do you need that? That's a lot of money for cleanup. No, you don't need that. That just happens to be the 1990 Pollution Cleanup Act that marine policies contained. And that is the maximum amount that you as a private pleasure boater will ever be responsible for in the event that there is a fuel spill cleanup. A 40-foot power boat and a fuel spill cleanup could be $50,000, $60,000. So next item on the policy is going to be navigational areas. I might as well keep going, right, Wayne?
Yeah, keep on going.
All right, all right. Everybody has a limit. You can't just go out the gate and hang a left. You know, you have a limit to work with based on what do you want? What do you need? What is your experience? So typically a navigational area for Southern California might be Point Conception to the north, which is just north of Ventura, Santa Barbara, and all the way down to Rio Santo Tomas, which is just south of Ensenada a bit. Northern California, Bodega Head to the north, Point Sur to the south. So those are the navigational restricted areas that you would stay in, San Francisco Bay and tributary, of course. Each company has different ideas of how many miles offshore that they want you to go, but you're pretty safe with all of them. And of course, you get up north, you get up into Portland, you get into the Pacific Northwest, it just changes. A lot of companies offer the whole entire West Coast, including Southeast Alaska on a seasonal basis. A lot of time folks want to go to Mexico. Well, we'll certainly be happy to talk about that. It's available. A lot of folks want to go around the world. We can certainly help. We will refer you to somebody. That's a tough one.
So when somebody's wanting to go cruising, go down to Mexico, and they already have insurance for a local area, you guys rewrite the policy, or is it just a rider on the policy? And what kind of money are you talking additional to do something like that?
So if we're going to go to Mexico, and there's two different conversations we're going to have here. One is your experience, who's going with you, and we present that to the underwriter. We're also going to want to talk about, are you going to go to Mexico and go down and come back? You're going to do the ha-ha. You're going to go down to Puerto Vallarta, come back. Are you going to be back by June 1st? Hurricane season, Western United States is June 1 through 11/1, south of Rio Santo Tomas. Some companies don't want to be in Mexico on a full-time basis during hurricane season. So depending on who we have you with in the first place, we might have to move the policy to another company. So if that is in the plan down the road, we always like to talk about it right up front. What are your navigational requirements in your future? Let's talk about a couple of years.
All right. How about liveaboard insurance?
That's not a problem. You know, some folks stay on board their boat 3 days a week. They might work in the city and maybe they stay on their boat 5 days a week and they travel back home to an inland city and they live there on the weekend, or they live on board their boat on a full-time basis. Not all companies want to participate in that, but we do have companies that have no problem with somebody living on board their boat. They do have certain requirements as far as length, value, experience, condition, of course, is always going to come into play. So, but you know, it's a conversation we'd be happy to have.
All right, cool. Well, let's give away a gift certificate.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. So how about Greg Taroque? Looks like Greg's been on for a while. So Greg, you just won a $100 gift certificate for KKMI from Twin Rivers Marine Insurance. Thanks so much, Greg. We look forward to you using that certificate. We're getting down towards our last few minutes here. We got any other questions for Gary? Anybody? Gary, you want to tell us a quick story?
Well, let's not talk about insurance. Let's talk about how fun boating is.
Yeah, especially during these times.
I'll make this a brief story. I've been boating since I was a kid, like many of us have, My father was in the boat business in the 50s here in town, as a matter of fact. And we always had a boat. It was like, that's where we went. And so when I was in high school, I was going to school in Minnesota, and I ended up in the boat business there on the St. Croix River, working at a marina and hauling boats and doing all those things, you know, pumping gas and fixing things. And as I got into college, I got in the bottom cleaning business at a marina in Long Beach that I was working at for many years, and ended up leaving there eventually and being in manufacturing, building boats, and being on the road selling hardware and selling boats and being a yacht broker, and you know, just to continue on about my history. You know, in the late 80s, I had an opportunity to get in the marine insurance business, and that's where I've been ever since. 97, we opened up Twin Rivers Marine Insurance, and well, we're 23 years old and take care of thousands and thousands of people. And we have a wonderful staff. We're all very friendly and just want to help everybody have a safe boating experience. And speaking of safe boating experiences, we can all go safe boating in this pandemic that we're all experiencing. It's real easy. Go down to the boat, go wrench on the boat, clean the boat. I most recently have had a couple of boats sink in the last few days. And I think we all need to visit our boat, check the dock lines, check the through hulls, do some maintenance, make sure things are okay. How's the power cord? So those are just some quick items that I would highly recommend you taking a look at. So, and if you ever want to just talk about boating, or, you know, where can I get my boat fixed, or just insurance, give us all a call. We'll talk to you all day long. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Gary. This has been really good. Gary's up at Twin Rivers Marine Insurance. What's your phone number up there, Gary?
1-800-259-5701. You can visit us on the web at boatinsuranceonly.com.
And how about an email address?
Gary@boatinsuranceonly.com.
All right, there you go. Hope you guys enjoyed that show. We sure did. Thanks so much, Gary. It's been great. And certainly keep Gary in mind for insurance or any questions you have for him. Go ahead and give him a call. He's a great resource. Thanks,
We're all
Gary.
standing by waiting to hear from you.
All right. Thanks. To weather routing. We're going to introduce Eva Tanner. She was here earlier today on the women's panel. You may have heard a little bit from her. She's got tons of experience. I can attest to that. Even I sailed from South Africa to Florida. Took us 57 days. Had a great time. And Eva is our weather router. Eva's done a lot of deliveries up and down the West Coast. And that's where you really, really need to know what's going on with the weather. So we're going to queue up Eva here in a minute. We ready to go over there? All right, we're ready to go.
And welcome to virtual weather routing. Here's a little bit about myself. My name is Eva Tanner, and no, I'm not a meteorologist, and yes, my accent is German. After 31 years working in the medical field, I decided to go for the Merchant Mariner accreditation with a sailing and towing endorsement. 40 years I've been sailing approximately, and 25 years living aboard. Also, I am lucky enough to have a daughter who shares the passion for the seas. This slide shows a typical summer day on lively San Francisco Bay. Judging from the water, we must have had an outgoing tide and strong westerly winds against us. While looking how I best can explain the basic weather or meteorology, I found this basic explanation for weather in one of my study books. The takeaway here is, generally, weather refers to day-to-day temperature and precipitation activity. The sun is the world's main weather generator by heating our world. The sun's energy warms the air, our oceans, and the land. Understanding this is important to the mariner. Wind and sea affects that reckoning. Reduced visibility limits piloting, and the atmosphere affects electronic and radio communication. Overcast limits celestial navigation. Thus, operating in an uncontrolled environment, the mariner must be familiar with sudden changes in weather and conditions, meaning effectively utilizing a variety of methods or tools of predicting and of tracking. For this, I use a variety of tools, such as a local tide log, digital forecasts, grip files, as well as paper and pen for basic calculations. Knowledge and planning. These things can make or break your trip, for you, for your guests, for your vessel. And this picture was taken heading to the Pacific Northwest in cold, wet, and sloppy conditions. We already planned, though, which ports would serve as a refuge harbor should we ever need to. And as it happens to be, we did need to go to Newport to find refuge from the weather. I separate things into 5 categories when planning a trip. One is warnings, 2 is winds, 3 is weather, 4 is waves, and 5 tides and currents. By looking at these 5 items, I can expect to make reasonable predictions and take adequate precautions. Can you cook, eat, or sleep? This picture is coming across the Atlantic Ocean from Cape Town, South Africa to Florida. Yes, we adapted to weather conditions. We cooked, we ate well, we slept, and we returned with fantastic memories and lessons. If we saw that weather was deteriorating, we prepared meals ahead of time so it was fast and easy for us to have available. So, let's start with warnings. We will expect to see some changes from small craft advisory to be changed to small craft warnings. Warnings are depending on who says what and what are your beliefs. It could be anything from do not leave the harbor or your port with a banana, always throw a penny over your shoulder when departing on a port, or never leave on a Friday, or red sky in the morning, sailor take warning, red sky at night, sailor's delight. And this last one is basically because the weather moves in general west to east. The warning on this slide, and you can see this, it's the application, an app, Windy, and it shows focused in Richmond, Berkeley area, San Francisco Bay. We can see the time, the weather, the temperature. Then in the blue and green lines, your average wind, at whatever hour. And then below is the orange, reddish, yellowish line, which are your wind gusts. Below this, the arrows, which show you the direction the wind is coming from. So my warning to this slide would be that roughly about 3 p.m., I would not necessarily want to be out because I see 24 knots of wind. This is a warning to me. I don't necessarily look for this, particularly if it was sustained. Winds, our next category. You have different classification of wind. So this is a slide of a zoomed out windy picture. You see 28 knots of wind. If I click on the orange circle with the arrow pointing down, I will get the same reference as in the previous slide of a 5 to 7 day forecast of what to expect, weather, wind directions, gusts, etc. So the question now is that I will take a look at, can I be in front of this weather system? Where is it moving to? Do I need to be closer? As I zoom in, I can see probably a little bit less wind where the green areas are than out right in front of the Channel Islands. If you look at your winds, breezy up to 25 knots. Now, if you're out, small crafts warning would be up to 33 knots. Probably we can all deal with that. Reasonable sized boat, obviously not in a dinghy or an open craft, small kayak kind of a vessel. But it doesn't take much to get into gale force winds. Would you choose to be out there for that? So from 33 knots to 34 to 47, it's not inconceivable that you can have some gusts occurring during, particularly between islands. In short, that picture would be a no thank you for me kind of a condition. Now, before you leave the land, you may want to look at your land wind meter. By that, you can refer to what are the trees, the leaves, or the branches doing. Are they just rustling? How strong do they move? Are the branches swinging and swaying? Take a look at that before you enter the gate, then you may be able to anticipate something to expect. So you might be able to read the trees, but can you read a weather map? If you look at the bar, you see short and longer bars, and it goes in 5 knots, 10 knots is the longer bars. You add a long bar and a short bar, you have 15 knots. And in the example here, written in blue in the square, you would read this as 25 knots because you have 2 long ones and 1 short one. 10 and 10 and 5 makes 25. And the direction it is pointing to is northwest winds. Knowing that, and if you look at the chart, crib files, anything like that, you're able to determine what's coming and what's heading your direction. Looking at this picture of the grip files, you can see on the left side that the circles, the lines are somewhat smaller together than to the right. You can also see that you have 40 knots of wind because you have 4 long bars. The outer part of the circles have 35 knots of wind. And this goes in a counterclockwise circle. The barometer shows low, 992. On the right side, you can see the bars are not quite as tight together, the circles, as on the left. And you have gale warnings versus on the left is the developing storm conditions. So you have right side 35 knots pretty much sustained in the entire area. Once again, you have a low and it's counterclockwise going. You also notice that you have a cold front that is heading down, and that's the line with the blue spikes, triangles, coming out from the gale force winds. You can look at grip files by going latitude, longitude, and see wherever you want to go, what interests you. Generally speaking, I take a look at them 24 hours, 48 hours, just to see which direction they're moving and if any of these circles are loosening or if they become tighter and creating a bigger squeegee effect. Weather is our other um, category. It may be a sunny, cloudy, rainy, foggy, or reduced visibility kind of day. So there's a variety of little symbols that you can see on this slide. Is it snowing? Is it raining? Just drizzling, foggy, high wind, etc. Familiarize yourself with those, and it makes life a little bit easier, sort of like reading a book. Oh well, that kind of a day. Visibility looks pretty low. Seas are flat, a little bit of a small swell. We're prepared, got plenty of fuel, and we were heading out of cruise base. And another one of those kind of days. You see the current by the buoy. It is Crescent City. You can see the CR. We were heading out after having found refuge there. It's not uncommon in our trips north and south. We were prepared with binoculars just to see whether there were any crab pots or whatever else may be floating in the water, as obviously it is reduced visibility. This was taken at Coos Bay. We found this to be a good refuge for us because it was a wet, very wet day and we had to totally dry out. Although, as soon as we heard the fishermen 6 hours later departing, we made sure that we followed, and it was a good weather window for us as well to go up to the Pacific Northwest. The fourth component is waves and wave periods in seconds. This is a picture that I took from buoy weather, and you can see that, for example, Tuesday, we have some advisory going on. Wednesday the same. Thursday it is red. It is advisory conditions. So if you look, it is divided into morning and afternoon. But let's just take a look at the bottom here. You see northwest winds 22 to 30 knots. Pretty good stiff breeze. But now I look where the swells are coming from and the height. 8 feet at 9 seconds. That sort of makes an uncomfortable ride. I call it concave, as I prefer to have a 1 to 2 ratio, meaning like 7 feet at 14 seconds, or 1 to 2 is 5 to 10, 1 to 3 is even better, 3 feet at 9 seconds, and so on. You see the weather is progressing now. Seas on Thursdays are 9 feet at 7 seconds, 26 to 36 knots of wind. This is not a place that I would want to be out in the ocean. This is sort of like what I had shown you on Windy with the flag and the conditions red that would show. I would start looking or plan on being in a harbor when I see these conditions as a forecast. And this picture, we were heading south from the Pacific Northwest. I believe it was 10-foot seas at about 10 seconds, 1-on-1 ratio. And what you see behind us, the following sea, was not Mount Shasta, but a crest. I would not want to turn around and face into these wind and sea conditions. Running with the weather is challenging enough. If you don't have a reliable auto helm, many of them cannot go downwind in conditions like such. Or if it occurs at night where you cannot see where the waves are coming from, it creates a fairly scary environment for many sailors. You may get pooped into your cockpit as well. And I think we actually had a wave visiting us just to see how we were doing. This was supposed to be a 48-second video of several hours reality. This was on our 56-day crossing with a variety of weather conditions requiring much adaptations on all levels. It was loud, noisy, very wet, high seas. We had some gale force winds. Thank goodness it didn't happen for very long. I believe it was probably less than a day. And we all came out good, happy, and it was daylight, no complaints. Now, you don't need to be a wizard to understand that weather includes some form of navigation. Which brings us to our fifth components, tides and currents. This particular slide shows the planning for a tow from Emeryville to Sausalito and on to San Rafael. It is important to look at the tide. It is important to be aware of the current, whether you have the bucket or whether it pushes you. So if you know your speed and you know the distance that you have to go, you can now estimate where you will be at what point of the tides and the currents. For this, I use the formula 60D Street. So 60D Street is 60 minutes times the distance divided by the speed. It gives you how long it will take, the time. And you can do this equation in any way form. Whatever you have the question mark on will be 60 divided by and then times by. It's a great working formula. Another wonderful tool is your barometer. Your barometer reads pressure, indicating wind changes, speed, or direction. You need to be physically at the location, of course. You monitor 6 hours on a regular basis, 6 to 12 hours, and write down what you're observing. Is it changing rapidly or slowly? A rapid change is generally not a good sign. Another tool you have is to look up at the high altitude clouds. Are they moving from left to right, indicating deteriorating weather conditions, or from right to left, which indicates generally improving weather conditions? In this slide, you can see visually that wind is caused by air flowing from high pressure to low pressure area. So in a high, it goes clockwise, and you see the barometer numbers, the readings are high. In the low pressure, you can see it goes counterclockwise, and you have numbers in the 900s. Here's a list of available weather resources. As we mentioned, the barometer. You have the radio, the newspaper, television as far as that goes, VHF radio, including the single sideband, and friends or fishermen. Here again, despite all the forecasting, the fact remains that the weather is what's outside of your porthole. And this is a saying, a quote from the late Don, who was famous for his colorful weather forecasting in Mexico. It brings to mind that one of our deliveries coming from Southern California to San Francisco, it was a delivery on a 37-foot Tayana, not fancy outfit. Actually, we didn't even have a Dodger on this boat. According to the 24-hour forecast, we would have plenty of time to arrive in San Francisco. We were between, I believe, Monterey and Half Moon Bay. And all of a sudden, unlike the weather forecast, the conditions deteriorated and it was not nice. When we finally arrived, after being beat up at sea with no place to go, turnaround was not an option, as we were smack in the middle. When we arrived, all of the fishing boats were already in the harbor and informed us that all the charts and all the forecasts were off by 12 hours. We don't know why this phenomenon has occurred, but it just demonstrates that the weather is what's outside of your porthole. Weather sites. I will share with you in the next slide some weather sites, some that I use on a regular basis. Use them, practice, have fun, and it makes almost for perfect sailings. So here are the weather sites. There are the grip files. Pay attention to Zulu time or Universal time. Windy.com, buoy weather. 2 days buoy weather is for free. The 7-day forecast, I believe, just went up in the last couple of months to, I believe, 10 days or so. I'm not sure. But that 4 out is not an accurate prediction anyway. It's just a guess. Your most accurate predictions are 3, max 4 days out. You can also find a conversion chart, greenwichmeantime.com, which is the Zulu time conversion table. Several people use and like passageweather.com. That is a free 7-day forecast. I use it sometimes, but not as often as number 1, 2, and 3, which is why you should be playing around with all the different sites and then choose the ones that you find comfortable with and that give you the best results in your forecast. And speaking of Zulu time, Greenwich Mean Time, take a look at your grip files. It is important information on the top right corner. This, for example, is 48-hour surface forecast, and there are 24-hour surface forecasts. You decide latitude, longitude at what you're looking at, but make sure that you make note of when it was issued. In this case, it was just before 6 p.m. Universal Time, and it is valid until 12 o'clock Universal Time 2 days later, April the 13th. So those are important notes to make and do your weather routing with. In addition to paying attention to Zulu time, it is also important that you note whether your waves are measured in meter or feet. Ocean charts are usually in meters or fathoms. Regional charts are often or most likely in feet. Windy I use also all over, whether it is in the United States, inside the bay, or whether I'm guiding someone across the sea, or buoy weather. If you take a look at that, with 2 days free forecast or the subscription for $70-some, I believe they just went up a little bit in the price. It is well worth to have this combination and the insight for it. Now that you have heard all about this, stay safe, enjoy, practice, go out, and have fun with it.
Hey, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that talk with Eva Tanner on weather routing. She's a wealth of information. Give her a call if you have any questions. This is the end of the virtual part of the boat show. Actually, the boat show part of the virtual for today. We went through, we showed you 4 boats and had a lot of talks. We had the women's talk in the morning, the weather talk, insurance, and we're going to roll right into a virtual party with Latitude 38. We can't wait. John Arndt is going to be the co-host on this, and he's going to take it away. So have at it, John. It's all yours.
Hey, Wayne. Good to see you, and nice to be here with everybody. And not quite sure I can see everybody who's on, but would love to hope rest of our Latitude 38 gang is here with us. And I got to say, Wayne, ambitious job here with this boat show. It really is great. We missed, of course, the spring boat show at Crane Way and over there in Richmond. And this is a great substitute. It's not like being together at the real thing, but anyway, do really like the opportunity to do this, and also just watch the technology and what you put together. It's an amazing effort, and nice work with that. And let's see. And I wanted to say too, great to have the opportunity to get together. Can I actually hear anybody of the rest of the Latitude crew on, and is the chat room on? I want to check and see if other people can chat in and type in. Is anybody else on live here at the moment? Do I need to accept anybody? Oh, there's LaDonna. Unmute. All right, there's oh, there you are. Let's see here. I'm gonna do a little. Hey, LaDonna, you there?
I'm here.
Hey, nice to hear. Where are you?
Nice to hear you. I am I'm actually in the quietest place at Owl Harbor Marina right now, which is in Isleton in the Delta. I'm in the beautiful bathrooms here. So it's the quietest spot that I could find because it's pretty windy up here today. So if I'm echoing, I apologize.
Oh, that sounds pretty good though. That sounds nice. I know you went, and for those who don't know on the call, LaDonna Bubak was our editor wrote with us for how many years? 9 years? 10?
Yeah, just about 9 years.
Yeah, and then sailed south and has just returned to the Bay Area. When about?
I don't know how.
When did
going
you
on in the
return?
background, sorry.
Yep.
We went down south for about 5 years, and we got back into the Bay in November. We had a beautiful little weather window from Oxnard to the Bay, and we did that nonstop. It was gorgeous, 3-day little trip. And we spent the winter enjoying Richmond Yacht Club. Everyone there was so friendly and welcoming. And we are now up in the Delta for the summer.
Fantastic. Whoop. That sounds great. And that's beautiful. Obviously, you know, the Delta Doodah is coming up, and there'll be many other people there ready to hopefully join you up there in the Delta. And I think Chris is going to join us here too. I don't know if I can see Chris on this call. Are you here? And Chris, wave your hand if you're. You know, I don't know if I can. I will try and keep up and see who I can sign in here and add to the call. But
Hey, John, I can help you a little bit there too.
yeah.
I
Hard time.
I just have to. Sorry, I was just going to say, I have to tell you that after weeks of not caring what I looked like, I actually put on makeup today.
Well, you know, we don't have your video on, so but you know, we can if you'd like to, we can I think I can get the video.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I think everybody's fine without seeing me.
That's great. I also, you know, I brought out our old boat show booth favorite, Chrissy Field, here with me. So hopefully you can see her joined us. And you know, wanted to also ask, let's see, any questions in the chat room? Oh, and Max Ebb is here as well. And so Max, if you're on the line, why don't you say hello to everybody? Are you there, Max? Oh, you should be. I see your. Hello, Max. Looks like you're unmuted. Speaker on, check your own speaker. Maybe you've muted yourself. All right, we'll carry on. Well, let's see. Oh, upload a photo. There, you can do a screen share. There's Max on the chat line. Okay. If you go to the bottom of your Zoom, you can see a screen share, and that's where I think you could, or if the right hand side of that chat box, you should be able to upload a photo. But let me. Are
we gonna see what Max Ebb looks like?
Well, I was hoping we were. If he could turn his camera on, maybe he could show us. Yeah, what Max looks like here, but I don't know. He did have a. We'll have to check. There could be some technology issues with this carrying on, but let me.
Hey, John, I have to promote, or you have to promote to panelists. So I'm going to do that for Max.
Okay, promote to panelist. Okay, I'll maybe let you handle some of the audio visual tech support help here.
That's right.
Yeah, and do you see Mitch Perkins online as well?
Let's see.
Mitch should be with us.
Yeah.
We're hoping.
A lot of talk.
Yeah, welcome Mitch aboard as well. All right,
John, can you hear me now? This is Chris.
And there's Chris. Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. For those who haven't got out to the world yet, the new latitude issue just came out on the streets today. And there's a great story that Chris put together on Jocelyn Nash, who just passed away, and she got some great kudos from Gordy, and very, sorry to lose Jocelyn, but Chris, maybe you want to say a couple of words on that, and maybe also the Delta Doodah.
Yeah, so I was really sad to hear about Jocelyn Nash. I had the pleasure of interviewing her a couple of years ago back at her place in Point Richmond, and it was delightful to get to know her a little bit better. As some people know, there are 4 generations of Nashes, or were currently sailing on the bay until we lost Jocelyn just in April. I was really honored to be the one to write an 8 Bells story about her. As for the Delta Doodah, like LaDonna, I am currently in the Delta. I am in Oxbow Marina, which is also in a backwater of Isleton. And yes, it was a beautiful day here. The breeze chained to my computer all day, but my significant other did get out on a boat for a little spin around Georgiana Slough today. And we are currently accepting registrations for the Delta Doodah. We don't know what the event is actually going to look like this year, but certainly people are able to and will be able to at least go sailing. And many of the marinas are welcoming visitors, including Owl Harbor. And so we can encourage people to sign up and come and visit us in the Delta. The registration is free, and it's quick and easy online at deltadoodah.com, and that's spelled DeltaDoodah.com, and there's no hyphens or anything in there. And we also posted a story this morning on electronic latitude that gives you a little more details about it. So if you look at the latitude38.com homepage right now, you'll see a story about the Delta Doodah.
Fantastic. And don't you have a virtual party coming up too?
Yes. So we scheduled way back at the beginning of the year, we scheduled a kickoff party, as we often do, combined with a seminar. And Richmond Yacht Club was to host that on Saturday, May 16th. Now, Richmond Yacht Club, being in Contra Costa County, has to abide by the rules of the health department of Contra Costa County. So it seems unlikely that we're going to be able to host 40 or 50 people all in a room together at Richmond Yacht Club. Therefore, now that we're all learning all about Zoom, we'll be taking that event online, and it will start at 6 p.m. and it will be free. And I'll be sending out an invitation to everyone who registers for the Delta Doodah.
Fantastic. Oh, great. It's, again, we've had some great in-person parties there at the Richmond Yacht Club. Thank you, Richmond Yacht Club and Chris for organizing all that. But so unfortunately, we won't be able to get together in person, but hopefully be waving at each other across the Delta Tules or something as the summer comes on here.
Right.
Max, have you been able to get some audio going here? I don't know if we're going to get Max on audio or pictures, or and let's see. I'm looking to see if there's any hints in the chat room. Let me maybe ask too. I just thought we'd ask. We're going to do some drawings at the end of this from people who submit some chat answers to chat questions. So would love to have other people respond, and just thought we'd ask a couple of people to put in the chat box. If you have that open at the bottom of your chat of your Zoom screen, you'll see some options to click open chat. And we'd love to ask everybody, just put 2 numbers down. First number being how many years you've sailed, and then a comma, and then how many years you've read Latitude 38. So if you might put that in the chat box, we'd love to see. 1 and 1. Some new fresh sailors on board. Great to see. And let's see, 5 years sailing, hasn't read latitude 38 yet. Well, there's a new opportunity. 30 and 13, good. 30 and 3, all right, look at these numbers come in. All right, Summer, we're gonna 30-30. All right, that sounds like a tennis match. Hey, Mitch, are you unmuted too? Oh, good, you're there. Mitch, can you speak up?
Yeah, if I can figure it. Can you hear me now?
There you are.
There I am. Wow, I figured this technology out. Brilliant.
Sounds good. Oh, look at that. 35 years and 34 years, 42 years. Oh my, now that's a winner. 45 years. Wow. All right, that's good. Well, we're gonna draw some names from all these years coming in here. And if you're just joining us too, by the way, we are having a 1 hour here. Race beer can, Friday night beer can racing, post-race party and without the racing. And it's just going to have a chat.
And without the beer.
What's that?
And without the beer.
And without the, well, speak for yourself.
I know. I'm sitting in the bathroom at Owl Harbor without my beer.
Oh, no. Suffering. All right. Well, we want
I
to
did not plan well.
Yeah. Hey, and Mitch, what's going on with you?
I am sheltering in place on a friend's ranch up in Raymond, California, which nobody knows where that is. And I'm kind of like the ranch hand. I'm far from sailing right now, but it's great. What I do have is, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
What I do have is an update from the Richard Spindler, who is sheltered in place in Antigua on a hook in his boat. And I got an update for about the haha today, and a kind of good follow up to the doodah, Chris's doodah report. But the haha is still sort of waiting to find out day by day what's going on. But Richard is still enthusiastic about doing the haha again this next year. He just has not. It's a day by day thing. He wants to do it. It's still on until it's off. So that's kind of the update on the haha. And the update on the poobah is that he's having a great time. He's swimming every day with the turtles in Antigua. And he also reported that Antigua is going to open up next week. And so no more sheltering in place. They won't allow people onto the island, but the islanders themselves will be able to get off their boats and out into the restaurants and such. So Antigua is opening back up for the islanders.
Interesting. Actually, if you were listening earlier, Gary Clausen was on from Twin Rivers talking about insurance. And one of the interesting challenges is a lot of people on the East Coast, but anywhere, have boats in the BVI. And hurricane season is coming, and typically the insurance companies require you to leave the BVI and head south or head north and get out of the hurricane zone. But the BVI is not letting people fly in. So if your boat's there and you're not, you can't fly in and get your boat out of the hurricane zone, which is like so many upset plans in this pandemic period, is a really curious thing. So I don't know, is Gary on the line still, or is Gary still with us? Oh, maybe not. Be curious to see if there's any evolution in that conversation. So let's see. And I guess one other question I want to ask for, again, just getting some questions. If you could sail anywhere in the world right now, and oh, wait a minute, I'm checking in. Tim and Anna are joining the party from New Zealand. Nice to see. Hey, Tim and Anna, can we get a voice in there on them?
Let's see. Let me check. I think if we can raise them up to panelists, we can get them voice.
Yeah.
I'll check.
So
So Tim, yeah, talking permitted. Tim, how are you?
Hey guys, can you hear us?
Yeah.
So we're in beautiful Waiheke Island, just outside of Auckland. I guess the answer to your question is if we can sail anywhere right now. We were supposed to leave yesterday for Fiji, according to our best laid plans.
and apparently that New Zealand has opened up, we understand, but Fiji's still closed.
We're really happy here. They've really handled the virus well, and they've been incredibly gracious and accommodating for visiting boats. And so it may be that we're lucky enough to spend an extra year and explore more of New Zealand.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. How long have you been there now?
We made landfall in November.
Down the bottom.
November. Oh, fantastic.
So we were in the Haha, I guess 2018, and then we left Mexico in March and enjoyed the South Pacific and French Polynesia, Cook Islands, Niue, Tonga, which was wonderful, and New Zealand.
So
Golly.
Tim, when did you buy that boat? And you bought it here from me, right?
Bought this boat from you. I did, yeah. So as you know, we're on a beautiful 2006 Tyna 48. And we got the boat. I think we closed around Thanksgiving 2017, and we did a little refit. You know.
Oh.
What happened?
About a year later.
All right, cool. You're in New Zealand now. That's great. Good for you guys.
What kind of boat?
And Timmy, you're still there?
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, great. Fantastic. No, so you know, we were just asking that question, you know, if you could sail anywhere in the world, and I was thinking, oh gosh, I'd love to, you know, join LaDonna in the Delta, and you know, there's a lot of places I'd love to sail. Of course, it's a curious question for the moment, but didn't expect to get an answer from New Zealand right away. So that's pretty spectacular, and it sounds like a beautiful place to be right at the moment. Although
it's a fantastic place to be stuck.
Yeah, sounds good. What happens? Just curious, seasonally, like when is it closing on the season when you can leave, or what's the weather cycles?
So everyone's told us to be ready for winter. I don't think we're ready. We've been on the endless summer. I think I've worn shoes less than 10 times in the last year. So we may have to see if the heating on the boat still works. We do plan to spend the winter in the North Island of New Zealand. And we don't know exactly, but if the islands don't open by September, then our best call is to stay here until the following May. That's our thinking.
Yeah. Wow. Fantastic. Huh. Well, that sounds great. Well, glad you were able to check in from there. And I think anybody else want to add in some, you know, if you could sail anywhere, pop it into the chat room. Where would you sail to? Although I think New Zealand would be high on my list right about now, although it's a few miles away. Where was I? We got Iceland. Oh, there's bold. Yeah, North Pole. Yeah, I guess that may be possible. Unfortunately, at some point in the future. Oh, BC, Philippines. Yeah, no, the Philippines. That's pretty spectacular. You know, there's obviously a lot of beautiful places to be heading out there. And unfortunately for all these cruisers who were either planning on doing in the puddle jump or some left on the puddle jump. They're all sheltered in place at whatever island they landed in, if they left in time, or they also, many are basically stuck in Mexico, waiting for the next window to move somewhere. And so that was really, really unfortunate. LaDonna, what's going, LaDonna, well, let's see. Let me see if have we got Max Ebb able to get talking here?
I think poor Max is having problems.
Yep. All right. Maybe we're not going to get Max able to get the audio here. So also, you know, Mitch, I know has been a big organizer for the Delta. I think sent in news today that the Delta launch ramps are opening up. But I guess any other news from the Delta, Mitch, who's been working with Latitude 38 for how long? 32 years, like myself. What's new on the Delta as far as launch ramps and Delta Doodah from your view?
Well, can you hear me?
Yep.
You know, what I read today was from the Delta Chamber of Commerce, which I passed on to Chris. I don't know if anybody has that list still, but it's not in front of me now. But the Delta Chamber, you know, they do a good job, and they do a really nice job of promoting their region, I should say. And anyway, they just put out a long list of launch ramps that were open. Can you speak to that, Chris, at all? I mean, do you know those ramps? Do you know what?
Setting up your email right now, and I can tell you. I can just read this list for you if you like. These are private launch ramps, so they're basically private resorts, and I am seeing maybe one that's a public park. So I think these are in alphabetical order. There's B&W Resort, that's in Isleton, Clarksburg, Eddowes, Hogback, King Island, Coquette, and Coquette is on the Sacramento. Quarth's Pirates Lair. Hang on, I just lost my visual. Lighthouse, that's on the McCollum. Merritt Landing, New Hope Landing, Orwood Resort, that's in Discovery Bay, Paradise Point, the park at Sherman Island, Tiki Lagoon on Turner Cut, Walnut Grove Marina, Wimpy's, which is also in Walnut Grove, and Windmill Cove. That's the list that we received today of launch ramps that are open.
I mean, that sounds like the Delta is, ready to go, open for business. I mean, what about restaurants and all that? Is there any updates on that kind of thing?
Yeah, so a lot of the restaurants are doing takeout, and you can also get beer and cocktails to go if you order food. There is a wonderful little place in Isleton, in historic Isleton, called Maywa Beer Room, and they're not a food purveyor, but you can get growlers and 6-packs or whatever to go, and that would be a lovely trip for somebody to stay at the guest dock in Isleton on the Sacramento River, walk into historic Isleton. Stuff's happening. There's places to get food. You can get a growler from Maywa, and I recommend it.
Yeah, in this day and age, I mean, this is our cruising ground, and it's close, it's fabulous. I mean, I love the fact that you're both up there, LaDonna and Chris. I mean, are you seeing each other, or are you in proximity, or
that's a funny thing. We're probably about 3 miles apart, and we have not seen each other because we're being good citizens and sheltering in place.
I don't know if there's like a hailing, if like raise a flag or anything.
A Q flag.
Yeah.
We've been threatening to meet up at the farmer's market right outside of Rio Vista. But we got here about 2 weeks before the shelter in place order started. So we've been sheltering in place here at Owl Harbor since mid-March, and we got here just a couple weeks before that. So we really haven't had a chance to do much socializing at all. I will speak to Owl Harbor a little bit. I talked with Deborah today, and they are accepting guest boaters, but we are still in shelter in place. We still are under the order as far as she's concerned. So if you want to bring your boat up here, give her a call. She'll work with you as best she can, but they can't have any guests coming. So we can't have guests come within the gates. Only tenants can come within the gates, just to keep everybody safe inside. So, but I do know that she is accepting guest boaters. And I'll tell you, we bought a little, because we're going to spend the summer up here, we bought a little speedboat to get around. And this weekend we have plans to go to the Rusty Porthole and over on Bethel Island and get some burgers to go, and maybe they'll have some growlers too, and I'll get my beer finally. But we've been out on the water a lot with that little ski boat since we've been kind of stuck here, and there's just a number of not a lot of boating traffic really, for obvious reasons, but it's beautiful weather. All the, like I said, like you just read, Chris, the launch ramps are opening up. The launch ramp down at Horse Pirate Lair, actually, once the shelter in place order happened, they started waiving their launch fees, which was really nice for the locals. I'm sure that they're reinstating that now that everything is open back up again. But everybody up here has just been working together and been so friendly and wonderful. And if you can make it up to the Delta this summer, there's no better place to shelter in place, as far as I'm concerned.
New Zealand sounds pretty good too, but the Delta is awesome also. I think it's yeah, you're gonna have plenty of room up there. Who knows?
Good
Maybe
point.
the Delta will get crowded this year. But right now, it sounds
That
great.
could be possible. Yeah, and LaDonna, this is Chris again. You have to come and bring your little ski boat up to Oxbow Marina and visit us, and we can hang out, you know, on our respective little boats, you know, more than 6 feet apart.
Yeah. No, that
sounds wonderful. And you know, here at Owl Harbor, there's a little community garden, and so we just planted our first garden in like 25 years. And so I'll bring you some fresh fruit. You won't even have to go to the farmer's market.
Well, that's awesome.
How does it compare to Ventura?
Say again, John.
That's Mitch. This is Mitch. I was just wondering. I've read some of Rob's posts, which are great. His Facebook posts are great about the Delta and Devry and the Owl Harbor scene. I'm just wondering, you know, you're back up in Northern California. How does it compare to being in Ventura?
Well, I have to say that Ventura County's weather is absolute perfection, at least as far as I'm concerned. It's like 73 degrees every single day. But in its own way, the Delta is it's kind of like coming home. I grew up on a river delta, grew up sailing on a river delta, and it's like coming home for me. I'm a little bit concerned with next week's forecast of triple-digit temperatures, but we just bought a portable air conditioner to help with that just a little bit. So don't judge me. But we love both places. They both have their own beautiful, you know, the thing about the Delta is you can just go out and you can anchor out. Going to Ventura or Oxnard, you know, to go cruising, you go out to Santa Cruz Island or Anacapa Island, and it's a day out there and a day back. So it's a pretty big commitment when you're going to go out to the island and you want to stay out there for a few days. You could just take your boat out here overnight and anchor 2 miles away, and you feel like you're out in the boonies, because you are.
Well, since this is kind of a boat show program, what kind of boat are you on, and is it a good boat for the Delta, or is it a good overall boat for what you're doing?
Well, we live aboard a Vauquier 47, Centurion 47. That is probably a little big for the Delta, unless you're living aboard, and then it's very comfortable. We also keep a boat that my parents built, and we sailed to Mexico when I was in high school here at Owl Harbor. And it's a 36-foot Cascade that they built, and that is a beautiful little Delta boat. It's a beautiful size for cruising the Delta because you can get into all sorts of places. You know, you're not restricted by width or depth as much as you are with the bigger boats. But that said, we did several, including the 3D Delta Doodah, which this is what this is. We did that with Gazelle and have spent a lot of time. That's our Vauquier. In the Delta on this big boat. So I would say that, you know, any boat you want to bring to the Delta is really you're gonna have a great time no matter what you do. I think it's just kind of mandatory that you have a fantastic time when you come to the Delta.
And then what about the character of the Delta? You know, it seems to me like there's nothing else like it as far as just pure character. The Delta is like another world to me. It's like going to, I don't know what, Louisiana. You know, it just offers more character than any other place that I've ever seen, and it's right in our backyard. And I don't know, can you speak to that
really
a little
is.
bit?
You know, I'd be happy to. I think that, I mean, there's a reason we keep coming back here. The first time Rob and I came to the Delta was in 2003, and we spent the winter. After that, we went back up north to Alaska. When we came back, that was when I started working for Latitude, and I got the scut job of Oh, we have a guest in the bathroom. Sorry, you're not being filmed. It's just me. The dangers of Zooming in the bathroom. So when we came back and I started working for Latitude, I got the nut job of doing the yearly Delta article, which I was thrilled with because it gave us an excuse to go up to the Delta every spring so I could research. You know, that was the toughest part of the job working for Latitude, was all the research I had to do by going sailing. But yes, it's very agricultural. I just want to step outside. It's very agricultural, lots of green stuff, lots of farmland. My favorite, I don't know if you can still hear me or not.
Yeah.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm listening.
Oh, great. I'm in the laundry room now. So, what's really fun about being in the Delta is, if you've never been up here, it's sort of surreal if you're on land and you see a ship going.
Uh-oh, the laundry room went remote.
Uh-oh. Somebody pulled the plug in the Delta.
Yeah.
All right.
All the towns here are small towns, really. So you get that kind of, you know, mid-country, Midwestern friendliness here in the Delta that you might not in the city. Just love it.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, that's great. Well, let's maybe shift gears here and just say, you know, one of the things we've just thought, the people on the call, obviously it'd be fun if we were at a cocktail party and could just mingle and mix, but want to throw out questions for the chat room here again too, and just say, you know, we've got some great stories this month on converting your boat over from auxiliary power to electric power, and we've got a recap of our story about the Islander 36, but we're always wondering, maybe you might type in the chat box anything we should write about. What would you like to see us write about? Maybe you got some thoughts to pop in the chat box there, and let us know what your thoughts are. And we'll look for that. Maybe we got it all covered. You know, one of the things, I wish Max could jump on here, but I guess we don't have audio. Is that still, you know, I feel like if you read Latitude 38 every month, you're going to get smarter every month. And if you read Max Ebb every month, you're going to be a genius. And he would be the one that would be able to explain these things that I can't understand. But Max has done an incredible job for 40 years. I can't even remember what first year, but he's written a column every month for practically 40 years, which is a stunning achievement. And I still look forward to him. How many people on this call? Oh, Max here on chat. All right, Max, what was the first year you wrote a column? Maybe chat that to 40 years as of September. Holy smokes. That's an unbelievable. And so I don't know if you can chat and explain piloting with the modern navigational tools. We'll have to read this month's column. So how did you, maybe quick chat here, Max, how did you actually connect with Latitude? Or when did you move to the Bay Area and start connect with Latitude originally? If you can type that fast. After 40 years, you're probably a pretty good typist. Ping, ping, ping. Well, we'll see if something comes up. All right. Moved here in 73. Oh, so yeah, well, 40 years. So that would be 1980. So it took well, of course, Latitude started in 1977. So in 1973, you weren't even, Latitude didn't exist. And then 3 years after Latitude started, you got connected and started writing columns for Latitude 38. And yeah, I wish I could understand all of them. Oh, wow, handwriting columns. Now that's a different era and a different time. Yeah, no, what Latitude used to do, I started in 87. We were still doing waxing machines, stat cameras, and all kinds of older technology. But boy, in 77 and early 80s, it was, you know, just past clay tablets, I think, when they were putting it together at that point in time. let's see, gosh, what else we got coming online here? As far as, whoops, so we got anything jumping in for people to, I don't know. Trying to read, I'm sorry to be squinting at the screen. You're watching me squint as I'm trying to read the chat room there. So another question, maybe how many people on this in the Bay Area or California have sailed within the last month? Maybe just say yes or no, I guess, if you've sailed within the last month, or if you are going to, and I guess I'll ask the follow-up question. Yes?
Yes.
Even yes, okay. So we've got some sailors out there. Yep, no. All right, and how many people are going to sail this weekend?
Yes.
Yes, fantastic. I think if we posted in electronic today that, you know, there's been a lot of debate about whether we should be sailing, partly because of the request that we shelter in place, and also that any travel, which may include to and from your boat, may be considered non-essential travel. But it seems up and down the coast, things have been loosening up, and sailing with somebody that you're living with, your household is fine. And but you can't sail if you have to launch across closed parks or things like that. Angel Island won't be open. San Diego Bay, which has been closed, is going to be open, opening up. So they're going to be able to start sailing in San Diego Bay, which has been technically illegal, which it never was in San Francisco Bay. But now it's opening up. So hopefully, if everybody behaves well, does the right things, the trend lines will continue, and we'll see an ongoing opening up for sailing. Oh, there was a good non-race pursuit around Alcatraz and Angel last week, single-handed except two-handed for cohabitants. Yes, so we've been hearing, yes, some growing people creeping out there and gathering. 6 feet is too close together if you're sailing side by side anyway. So that's unless you're maybe an El Toro. Unfortunately, though, organized racing is going to remain a little bit further into the distant future. I know the what was it, Lipton Cup, which was scheduled for June 2021, has just been postponed till August. So a number of things have been postponed.
I believe the single-handed Transpac has been postponed until next year as well. Or wasn't that confirmed?
Yes, I think the single-handed Transpac and the Pacific Cup and Coastal Cup, California Offshore Race Week. I mean, too many darn things have been closed. But yes, and who's suggesting 9 boat races? Yes, you can have 9 boat races. You don't need a Coast Guard permit till 10 or more. I know Laura Munoz over at YRA are negotiating with Coast Guard. I mean, obviously everybody wants to be sailing. Coast Guard wants us all to be sailing, I'm sure. But they just want to make sure we're all complying well with keeping everybody healthy.
I'd like to bring up a subject. What about sheltering in place and working on your boats? What's going on? You know, this is Mitch, and I was just curious about, are you working on your boats? You know, you people that have them, are you going out? Is there any yards that you're using? Are you getting stuff done? And Wayne, this might be to you too, if you're still there.
Yeah.
Is there activity? Is there yard activity? Is there, are people getting stuff done on their boats while they're sheltering in place?
You know, the yards are open, but KKMI over Richmond is the only one I've been to, and they are on half staff. They'll have half their staff one week and the other half the other, so that they kept all their people on, but they are half staff, and there's not many boats in the yard at all.
Yeah, I think the other thing that has, with the opening up of construction on Monday, if you're home building and doing outdoor work and you can work with your hands, you are going to be able to get back to work, again, following guidelines with distancing and all that. But I also think that means riggers, engine work service people who can go to your boat and do work on boats, that is opening up. So if you've been holding off on contacting a sailmaker, a rigger, or anybody else out there to go work on your boat, if you meet the other guidelines, I think it's fine to get work done by somebody else, not just yourself. So, you know, but you can definitely go work on your boat yourself as well.
I would suggest that if you're hiring anybody to come work on your boat, to coordinate with your marina, just to make sure that they'll allow it. Because I know that with, you know, here at Al Harbor, I'm not sure what DEVRY's rules are about outside workers. I suspect it would be okay if they were prearranged. So I would just recommend double checking with your marina in case they have specific rules in place.
Yeah, no, that's
as I'm home sheltering, you know, all of a sudden all my drawers are clean, right? I just redid my laundry room, I repainted it. You know, there's all these things that are these projects that I put off, obviously, for like all my life. But some of the stuff is getting done, and I'm just wondering, you know, if you're on a boat, I mean, isn't it the time to get stuff done? And are you doing this? I mean, is it or do you just enjoy?
We've been working on lots of projects, so yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, we had some mechanics and service people on the virtual boat show earlier, and they were saying that they're hearing from clients that they haven't heard from in a long time saying, hey, I just discovered this is bad or this is bad. So yeah, people are definitely on their boats looking at it and getting work done.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's one of the curses of California. I got to say this shelter in place thing for me, coming from Maine, I'm not used to being able to start sailing till June. So this is sort of gets back to my childhood. But the one thing about having a boat in Maine and New England is you do get boatyard work done because you can't sail. And one of the curses of California is you get down to work on your boat and it's so nice you'd rather go sailing. And for people who are racers, and there is not much organized racing, this is a pretty ideal time to get some work done in your boat because your race schedule has definitely been eliminated in the short term. And it's certainly an ideal time, I think, to get stuff done or to take care of things on your boat. And it's a little bit like being a New Englander. Now's the time to fix things. Wayne, I guess the other question I was going to ask for you is just people on the call. If you could have any boat in the world, what boat would you want to own? Like, what's your dream boat? And I got to just tell you, I got two boats that I go back and forth on for cruising. I love the Outbound 46 and the older, I think, similar boat is the Scepter 43 from the Pacific Northwest. Two great boats, but ours is the best. Oh, what have you got? What's your boat?
You know, whatever boat you have is always the best boat. But I tend to agree for monohulls. The Outbound 46 is nice. The Saga 46 is a nice boat. Yeah, there's some nice boats, but you know, I'm kind of going over to that two-hull thing with a little crutch because I need two hulls to keep me afloat, I guess. It's something in the 40, 50 foot catamaran range. The Balance Cats, I think, are my favorite right now. But yeah, I mean, any boat works.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. I see Dave and Michelle Opham when they say ours is the best. Dave and Michelle, what kind of boat you got in the chat room there?
Yeah, see, it's whatever boat they have is the best.
Well, I gotta say, I have a Ranger 33, which I've had for 16, 17 years, and I definitely love it. And even thinking about another boat is a little bit painful because I would hate to give up my Ranger 33.
Yeah, that's the problem with sailors. They fall in love with their boats.
Yeah, I totally understand it. I could look at other boats and go, oh, but I do love the boat I have. I love my Deerfoot. Oh, where's your Deerfoot?
That was Kurt Christopherson, and his boat is at Jack London right now. Yeah. So Kurt bought that boat about, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago down in Oxnard, brought it up here, got it ready, went down, did the ha-ha 2 times, I think, right, Kurt? And He was going to do the puddle jump, and the puddle jump, of course, is canceled. So he headed up here, and he's up in the Bay Area now.
Oh, really? Returned from the puddle jump.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. No, that was a big misfortune of, one of the many this year. Of course, is that, a lot of people just chomping at the bit. I was at the puddle jump party in Puerto Vallarta, March 5th, the 4th. And, everybody was happily just getting ready to shove off. And that was just like a week or two before things really shut down. And that was amazing. It was a great party. I think probably 60 people there, representatives from Fiji, New Zealand, Tahiti, all talking about their great destinations to all these people with their boats outfitted and ready to go. And then it just shut down really quickly. I think some people did go off, but it was, but maybe better to have returned, because now being stuck out there would be difficult as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Tahiti's not letting you in. French Polynesia, they shut it down from what I hear.
If you got there, you have to stay in your own island, and you can't move. I mean, you're under very strict limitations. Andy Turpin, our editor at large and founder of Puddle Jump Poobah, is stuck in Nuka Hiva, which doesn't sound like torture, but it is actually very limited ability to move around, go ashore, get groceries, and they weren't even allowed to go swimming off their boats. I believe. So it was really, really strict. And of course, hopefully they've got things tamped down as far as the threat, and things will loosen up. But of course, it's location by location.
Yeah.
So
Kurt was just saying he was at that party. So you probably met him down there, John.
Yeah, I probably did. It was a great, it was a great gathering, very fun and very upbeat and optimistic, but unfortunate. We didn't know what was coming at that point in time. It all looked grand. I guess the other thing I'll mention, maybe coming up June 20th is summer solstice, 20th anniversary of summer solstice. And, with the calendar of events being wiped out, I'm feeling that's an opportunity for all of us to sail, because it can be an event that we all participate in without, while maintaining social distance. It's really been an effort to get the whole world sailing on the summer solstice, start the summer sailing, and we all do it together, in quotes, wherever we are at the time. So in Greece or the Delta or New Zealand. And so I'm hoping the world is going to allow us all to hoist sails. But how many, maybe I'm asking for the chat box here again, how many people have done summer, well, I guess I can't ask an or, how many people are planning to go sailing on June 20th? Yes or no? Just for the fun of it. Yeah, love to see it. Sure, why not? Good to hear. Yes. All right. And I hope, we'll be sailing before this, but ideally we'd love to see people sign up at summersailstis.com. It's a little funny now to be signing up and saying, this is what I'm going to do. And it's hard to know what you're going to do tomorrow, but we'd love to have people plan and get the whole world sailing. I'm feeling like the trend lines are right. Like we can leave that event on the calendar when so many other things have had to withdraw from the calendar, but we're going to leave that there so that everybody has something to look forward to. And we can all go sailing together in summer solstice. And hopefully for all the days following that as well. Hey, Wayne, let's see who else on the call here. That Wayne, what's coming up for the rest of the weekend for you? And that's where
we've got a full 2 days coming up. Let me pull up my schedule here. I have so much. I try not to look at the schedule till the day of, but we're going to be doing a panel tomorrow on the many pathways to boating. So we're going to have Lisa Chapin from Sail Time and Allie Hawkins from Gaslight and myself, and talk about different ways to get on the water and what's going on with this COVID-19 shutdown and how you can still get on the water. We've got a Catalina 425 owner that's going to talk for about an hour. We have just some salesman stories. in the afternoon. Um, we've been doing a quiz at 3 o'clock that you should really join in. One of my sales guys is a nautical trivia expert, and it's really fun, and you'll learn a lot there. We're going to be doing a health and wellness during COVID, how to stay healthy on your boat. And Lisa or Laura Scriba is going to be doing that. And she's a yoga instructor, so that should be fun and interesting. And then Chris Wenther, a legal attorney that handles boat transactions, he's going to talk in the afternoon. And let's see what else we got. How to cook on a boat. Oh, Bill Derstulis from Emeryville Marina. He's a harbor master there. He was a top chef. He's going to do a little cooking on the boat. Should be fun. And then that's it for the day. So that's
Fantastic.
Saturday. Sunday's going to be similar. So, check it out. Go to our website, sign up. Hang out for a little bit of it or all of it, and giving away a lot of presents and prizes as well.
Fantastic. No, that's great. We'll do a drawing of this. I mean, an amazing program put together. I guess I should also ask in the chat room, I haven't really said this, but any questions for Latitude 38 that anybody has for LaDonna, Mitch, Chris, who had to run off, or for myself, if anybody has a question, or Max might chime in the chat room too, if you have a question for him. I'll keep an eye on that chat spot.
Yeah, and John, thanks for joining. This has been great. Latitude 38 is a big part of the sailing community in the Bay Area. I mean, all over the country, of course, but Bay Area, you guys are huge, and we really support you, and we're glad that you're out there and trying to get people out sailing and getting through this tough time.
Yeah, well, thank you. No, of course, it's a community. One of the great things about being part of Latitude and the wholesaling community is that group of people, and we definitely love it. We love seeing people get out on the water. That's kind of what we love to inspire, and we also, of course, love the stories, adventures of people that Kurt, who's on his Deerfoot there, or is it Tim way down there in New Zealand? It's spectacular to meet the people here and follow the adventures and share the adventures. And also, of course, the other thing we're distributing the May issue of the magazine. Today, our website has a list of all our distributors. It's definitely become more complicated to pick up a Latitude 38. But we've been really reaching out to our distributors. We distributed today. The UPS FedEx deliveries are going out. We'll be out next week. And as things loosen up, we've talked to a lot of them. Downwind Marine down there in San Diego said they were able to give away all of their magazines this month. But it's really nice to have people be able to connect with our customers, distributors, stop by Atomic Tuna Yachts there in Tiburon, or Farallon Yachts there in Alameda, because I think, doing a waterfront stroll is still good. If you're going to check on your boat, swing by your harbor master office, pick one up. Keep your distance, get together, and stay apart. This is what we're all trying to do. Socially distance and get together.
Yeah, John, we have a lot of people walking by the office here at the Farallon office, and we haven't given out as many latitudes, or we haven't seen as many latitudes go out as we have during this time. So people are walking by, picking them up. They're all around this building. We have 6 yacht brokers in the building, and I think there's 3 or 4 stands with latitudes. So easy place to get it here.
Yeah, man, fantastic. Yeah, no, we've been dropping them to some marina gatehouses and some other places too, because we're all we're following different paths and getting out different places, and of course, here we are. We're all stuck on our own Gilligan's Island kind of situation where we're stranded on our own homebound desert islands with occasional forays out into this dangerous world, to get some breakfast cereal or whatever we need.
And I'd like to jump in here and just give a shout out. This is Mitch again, and give a shout out to our advertisers who have supported us through this and help us to put out the magazine. And we couldn't do it without them. So thanks to all our advertisers.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and I would say thanks to Mitch for and thanks for,
Yeah, let's
for
have a
connecting.
hand for everybody.
Yeah.
Good job, man.
Yeah, we can do our little. Yeah, no, it's definitely a challenging world, and I got to say, one of the great things about again doing what we do, talking to all our customers. I think Mitch and I comment on this. We talk to a lot of the marine businesses, and boy, oh boy, this whole thing has whacked everybody across America, and it's amazing how many people are figuring things out, making things work. Wayne, this boat show is a great example. Virtual boat tours, other yacht brokers. You think of KKMI trying to get boatyard work done when they got to split shifts and all. I mean, it's definitely more complicated, but nobody's sitting at home just twiddling their thumbs. Everybody's trying to make it work, and it's I got to say, it's a lot more fun talking to our customers than it is reading the news. I mean, we just
That's for sure. We're
really,
listening to Rachel Maddow.
Sailors know how to adapt. They know how to adjust their sails. It's a really it's inspiring to talk to them all, and I got to say, it's not an easy time. So that's terrific. So I think we're just coming up to the 6 o'clock hour too. So I think we can sign off unless anybody has questions or other comments they want to add in. I think we can look forward to a sunny sailing weekend ahead.
Yeah, for
I'd
sure.
like
And
to say a
everybody,
thank
let's
you
go
to-
have a gin and tonic.
Yeah, to Dave and Michelle, that was nice. A nice comment there. Thank you for saying that on the chat.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'm gonna go get some tequila right now. So
All right,
it's
tequila.
past beer time, and it's gonna be some tequila time.
Yeah, I think
Thanks
it's time
for
to let
having
somebody
me.
else use that restroom there.
Put some alcohol
definitely, yeah.
inside of us and kill the virus.
All right, LaDonna, nice to
Hey,
meet you.
thank you,
Thanks,
Wayne.
everybody.
And
Thanks, John. Bye,
thank
everybody.
you, Wayne.
You're welcome. Bye,
Bye.
everybody.
Thanks, Wayne. Thanks everybody for joining us. See you soon.
Bye, man.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.